Dear participants, we will be starting in another few minutes. Please bear with us.
Dapat nilalaman mo nga naman ng isda, ano gawin? Ano ang mag-control dito?
Good morning to all of you. May I know the time for the start? Good morning to all of you. This side Professor Tanupriya Chaudhary. May I know the timing?
Sir, we will be starting in another 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Master.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our welcome to our second day of the 10th International Conference on Recent Challenges in Engineering and Technology. I am your host, Juveria. So I will be hosting today's virtual session. It's wonderful to have you all joining us for this prestigious event. Thank you so much for joining us from around the world. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this international conference on recent challenges in engineering and technology, which is organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, ICRP. It is co-hosted by the Universitas Mercubuana, Udayana University, and Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology. This conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experience and knowledge of technology applications. The next few moments, I'm going to talk about our organizers and co-hosts and how they have contributed to this conference. Starting with the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, ICRP, it is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research, development, and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. They are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. ICRP is a professional association and a forum where innovation and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interests. Its forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations charging each other with missions to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. ICRP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. ICRP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. Now, I would like to request the ICRP team to play a 2-minute video about ICRP that better explains what the association does. Patrick, I would like to tell you that we are not able to hear the video. Could you please unshare and try sharing again with the audio?
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organise conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organising international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICASETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Thank you so much for playing the video, team. Moving on, next I would like to talk about the incredible IFERP mobile application that has been launched and is now available for curious scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research breakthrough, which you can get right now from the Google Play Store for upcoming conference updates. I request the team once again to play a video about this mobile application for more information for our participants. Thank you so much, team, for playing us that video about the IFERP mobile application. I would like to request all the participants to please go ahead and download this mobile application for more real-time. Moving on, next, I would like to talk about the very reason that we are gathered here today. The 10th International Conference on Recent Challenges in Engineering and Technology, ICRCET 2022, that is held in Bali, Indonesia on the 22nd and 23rd June 2022, It is a fantastic opportunity for engineers, research scholars, and students to network with other experts and people in the relevant field of technology. There will be new equipment, technologies, and procedures introduced and demonstrated, and discussions about engineering obstacles and how to handle them. This conference is also intended for researchers, decision makers, educators, senior managers, practitioners, and others to serve as a comprehensive platform to present and discuss the latest discoveries, drifts, and interests, as well as practical difficulties and resolutions in sectors such as engineering and technology. Moving on, I would like to talk about our co-hosts for this wonderful conference, starting with Universitas Mercubuana. Mercubuana University is a private university that organizes the Tridharma of higher education, namely education, research, and community service, founded in Jakarta in 1985 under the guidance of the Menara Bakti Foundation. Mercubuana University is under the auspices of the Higher Education Service Institute, Region 3 of the Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education of the Republic of Indonesia. Since December 2016, Mercubuana University has obtained the accreditation of higher education institutions with an A or superior rating from the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education. Mercubuana University is currently in the process of obtaining international accreditation. Mercubuana University organizes a study system that is more oriented to the development of professional attitudes using a curriculum and syllabus that is in line with the policies of the Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education, supported by research activities and real work practices in various companies or government and private institutions. Next, I would like to talk about Udayana University. The Directorate General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education and Culture of Indonesia, Udayana University, was officially founded in August 17, 1962. Initially, UNUD consisted of four faculties: letters, medicine, veterinary sciences, and animal husbandry, and education and teacher training. The Faculty of Letters was actually established on 29 September 1958. However, at the time, it was a subsidiary of the Faculty of Letters of Airlangga University in Surabaya, East Java. This faculty was then integrated into Udayana University in 1962. Although it was founded on August 17, the anniversary date of Udayana University is not August 17, but was chosen to be on September 29 to commemorate the date of establishment of the Faculty of Letters in 1958. UNUD, as Udayana University is known as, has developed rapidly. In 2015, the university has 13 faculties and 25 master programs and 10 doctoral programs. Moving on, talking about our other co-host, Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology. The Lloyd Group of Educational Institutions is located in futuristic modern township, Greater Noida of Delhi NCR region. The premier national educational institution which offers programs in engineering and technology, law, business management, pharmacy, and education is spread across 10 acres of lush green campus. With more than 15 years of excellence as educational providers, the group has made its mark of quality across these disciplines. The college, since its inception, is continuously striving to achieve excellence and has been recognized through numerous reputable awards and collaborations. As you can see, we've had wonderful co-hosts for this conference, and on behalf of ICRP, I give my gratitude to them. Next, I would like to welcome the dignitaries for our wonderful conference. To all our dignitaries, a warm welcome from IFERP and from all the co-hosts. First, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers for the day, Dr. Christopher Abraham, PhD, FCIM, CEO and Head of Dubai Campus, CRVP at SP Jain School of Global Management. He's also a TEDx and international conference keynote speaker. Next is Dr. Rajiv Agarwal, Senior Director, Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology, India. Next, I would like to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Sailesh Iyer, Dean of the College of Computing and Information Technology, First Asia Institute of Technology and Humanities, Tanuan City, Philippines. Next, I would like to welcome our special guest, Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, CEO of Technorite Group, also one of the head mentors of ICRCET. I'd like to next welcome our session chairs for our technical sessions. I are Dr. Pang Wai Leong, Associate Professor, Multimedia University, Faculty of Engineering, Malaysia. Dr. Sudeshna Chakraborty, Professor, Department of Computer Science, Engineering, Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology, India. Mr. Sevenpree Chandra, Associate Professor, Management Studies, BINUS University, Indonesia. Dr. Rohit Bansal, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, Vice College of Engineering, Rohtak, Haryana. Dr. Pranav Mishra, Additional Director, LLDIMS, New Delhi, India. Dr. Swati Chowdhury, Assistant Professor, Department of Allied Health Science and Humanities, Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology, Greater Noida. Dr. Nidhi Puri, Assistant Professor, Department of Applied Science and Humanities, Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology, Greater Noida. Dr. Tanupriya Chowdhury, Associate Professor, West Bengal University of Technology, Kolkata, West Bengal. Maid Astina, Associate Professor, Institute Technology, Bandung, Faculty of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering, Bandung, Indonesia. M. Saravanapriya, Assistant Professor, Hindustan Institute of Technology, Department of Management Sciences, Coimbatore, India. Thank you to each and every one of the keynote speakers, delegates, special guests, special speakers, and session chairs for joining us during this pandemic situation from around the globe. And thank you for imparting your expertise with us today. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from around the globe joining us on different time zones for your energy and time. You have spared us with your wonderful knowledge and you will be sharing with us your latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all our attendees that have joined us today. Thank you for your efforts. Next, moving on to the speech section of our conference, I would like to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, who is the CEO of Technorite Group. He is an entrepreneur, an investor, philanthropist, founder, and CEO of Technorite Group. He has had 10 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He has completed his education from SRM University, Chennai in engineering and Master of Engineering from St. Peter's University, Chennai, and he is pursuing his PhD from St. Peter's University, Chennai. His research interests include image processing, antennas, wireless networks, climate change and ecology, drug discovery, communal medicine, cancer and its battle, oral health, allied health sciences, technology for humanity as well. Under his guidance, ICRP and BioLeaks Worldwide, another brand of Technorite, has become one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from APV. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Rudra attributes his fame to teamwork and his spirit, that is the entrepreneurship spirit, together have enabled him to transform risk into opportunities to survive in an ever-changing environment of education and technology. He is also interested in doing several socio-academic activities for the welfare of the society. He dreams of creating an integrated platform around the world where all researchers and like-minded individuals can connect together. I would like to invite Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy to take the spotlight to deliver your speech, sir.
Very good morning, everyone. Hope I am loud and clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your participations here. It's a very brilliant conference, and we are running ahead with the second day of 10th International Conference on Risks and Challenges in Engineering and Technology. Well, this series of conference based on recent challenges was not very recent, but we started it maybe around 7 years ago when we began up the operations and organizing this type of conferences from IAPRP in year 2013 when we started Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. In year 14 and on 15th onwards, we started this particular conference series because it was highly essential because during the time of 2015, it was very essential to understand the recent challenges that was about to be focused so that we could bring a strong community and that could create a better potential and built up the capacity among all researchers. So the conference series was named as so, and we are successfully running the conference every year. And now we have come to the 10th series of this. Esteemed dignitaries, respected speakers, my delegates, organizing committee members, scientific committee members, students, attendees from nook and corner of the globe, and all leading institutions and universities, University of Udayana, Bali, Indonesia, University of Marcubana, West Jakarta, Indonesia, Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology, all eminent, leading, well-established institutions and universities, and as well as engineering colleges from India as well as Indonesia. Thank you everyone for being a part of this conference. I express my hearty gratitude to all the speakers and organizing committee members as well as co-hosts for their valuable support. And I can see the energy of the participants here from different time zones coming ahead to share their ideas and innovations. Understanding the challenges and to create a better opportunity for you all is our commitment and responsibility, and we are strictly bound to it as we projected ourselves in the video that every day we want to make a convenient and better next day for you in field of research so that we can provide you a better well communicated, well integrated and convenient platform to access the scientific community and access the scientific content. At this point of time, it is very essential that we must work towards the capacity building of potential productivity in creating the research opportunities. So we respectively, without distinguishing the nations and regions, locations, and any boundaries, we reach everywhere, we reach every zone, we reach every countries, every region to establish our chapters. And I welcome everyone to extend your valuable support towards this so that it could be possible and we could groom our next generation and current faculties with our student-centric activities and faculty development programs that we keep on doing every time, every week, every month, so that we come to know about the real opportunities and scopes of research available in different dimensions. We must make sure that how scientific community gets engaged in different activities. So when it comes to recent challenges, engagement of the community is also another aspect. So we are coming up with technical support and technical features as well as different web interfaces that will direct you in your community, that will keep you engaged in the community. It's very important to be a part and be active in the community. So in upcoming days, we are coming up with interfaces that will drive you and dive you to the community as well. Moreover, it is very important we must work towards productivity in terms of understanding the all possible research methodologies and publication ethics. That is very important today, because through that we must make sure the scientific content we produce should be of good values and informations. And we believe sharing of knowledge is the most important aspect. So we keep doing this type of conferences so we can globalize the opportunities and innovations. And we provide privileges of researchers of different age group to come ahead in this forum and present their ideas. Moreover, we have also believed the interaction of knowledge should get started to transform itself from text to audio video, and our R&D team is working on that so that we can circulate the scientific knowledge, researches, innovations in form of podcast or in form of videos other than text that makes us convenient and easy to learn, because a picturization, the visuals we see, the audio we hear about is better to remember and easy to understand. So we are working on it, and moreover, we are also coming up with a virtual community, a scientific community that would be a single home for all researchers from different fields, different dimensions, with common interests. So that for a particular dimension of research interest, people from different zones, different nations, different dimensions, different verticals, and different research interest, with a goal of single point applications or single point trials, could come closer to each other and have all privileges and all opportunities to interact and engage with themselves. Moreover, we are also looking ahead for establishing institutional chapters, so that industries and corporates and companies could come ahead and establish the center of excellences, so that industrial trials and implementations could be introduced in universities and engineering colleges. So practical trials, practical implementations, and real-time scopes is also very important. And as our government has been also focusing on industrial internship, and we have been also focusing on industrial tours, so we have now diverting our potential academicians towards industries, and we are focusing and on industry and academic connections. Last almost 9 years of a journey of IFERP, we have communicated with almost all academic institutions, almost all universities in Asia and other countries, also in India as well, in different developing and developed states, regions, and provinces. At this point of time, we are also expanding our connections to to industries, corporates, and companies, so that we bridge the gap between academia and industry that prevails not only in developing countries but also in developed countries as well. I express everyone my hearty greetings and gratitude for your valuable time to contribute your ideas and innovations to this forum. And I wish everyone a best for attending this conference. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful speech. It has been really a warm welcome and very enlightening as well, and to the future of ISERP and of the entire technology and engineering world. Now, before we move on to our other parts of the conference, I would like to request the participants to please come on camera if you can, so that we can take a group screenshot of this conference. It is a very humble request from our side to take a group picture of everyone. So I request you all to come on camera as possible. I see some very wonderful smiling faces. Thank you. Thank you to all who are coming on camera. Yes, another few more seconds, and I'll just give a few more seconds for those who'd like to come on camera. It does not matter your background or anything, it's your face that matters over here. So that's what's most important. All right, so I see some maximum faces, so we are going to go ahead and taking a picture. All right, so on my count, okay, so 1, 2, and 3. Smile, everyone. All right. Okay, so I have taken a group snapshot. You can all go back to shutting off your cameras. Thank you so much for coming on camera for this few seconds. With that, we are done with inaugurating the day 2 of the ICRCET conference. We are now moving towards our technical sessions of the day. So I would like to welcome you all to the start of the technical session 3 of the day. And I would like to invite the session chairs to preside over the session. So Dr. Sudeshna Chakraborty, IR Dr. Pangwai Leong, and 7P Chandra and Dr. Tanupriya Chaudhary to preside over this session. So, Dr. Sudeshna Chakraborty, are you there? Could I get a response?
Yes, I'm very much here.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Shall we start now?
Yes, ma'am. Just let me get a confirmation from other session chairs as well.
So all the session chairs in the same session?
Yes, ma'am.
Or some breakthrough is there?
No, ma'am. They're all in the same session.
Okay.
So do we have Dr. Pangwai Leong? Hello, sir. Yeah. And so 7P Chandra, Mr. 7P Chandra as well.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And Dr. Tanupriya Chaudhary?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So before we start the technical session, there are a few guidelines that I would like to tell to the participants and remind the session chairs as well. So the first rule is that every participant would have 8 minutes of presentation time. I repeat, every participant gets 8 minutes of presentation time and 2 minutes to answer any questions from the session chairs or from the other participants. It is 8 minutes of presentation and 2 minutes for question and answers. The second guideline is that we will call out your name twice. And if on the third time you are not responding, we will move on to the next presenter. And the third guideline is that please keep your PPTs or your video presentations, everything ready. Please check your audio and visuals as well so that we can save time on sorting technical issues. If you require more time to sort out your technical issues, kindly drop me a message on the chat box so that I know that you're sorting your technical issues. These are the guidelines that we are going to follow today. I repeat, 8 minutes of presentation time, 2 minutes for question and answers. Please respond to your name when we call you. On the third try, if you're not responding, we will move on to the next presenter. Keep your PPTs, video presentations ready with you so that we can save time. And let us know if you require more time as well. With that, I'm going to start the session. So first, I would like to welcome Michelle Gonzalez to present the paper titled as Regression Test List Sharding in a Distributed Test Environment. Do we have Michelle Gonzalez?
Hello, I'm Michelle.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hello, welcome everybody to my presentation on regression test list sharding in a distributed test environment. Thank you for this opportunity to allow me to present at this conference. Okay. So the agenda for today is I will be giving a background about the problem and the objective of this research, the methodology that I followed, the experimental setup for this project, and the sample results and conclusion and my references. So whenever a new version of an operating system is released, there are a lot of tests that go to see that the main functionality of the test has not changed from the previous version. This is a set of tests are called regression tests, and it is an essential step in the development life cycle of a real-time operating system. But this regression testing is a very time-consuming process because there are a very huge and exhaustive list of tests that need to be executed to ensure that the functionality of the real-time operating system has not changed drastically. during testing, the operating system is always working on a device under test. So while testing, in the testing team, we generally have a lot of devices under test. But when we are using this regression test, we tend to execute it sequentially on one device. And that's why we are not efficiently utilizing all the other resources that we have at hand and which we could have used for reducing the regression test time. So the key objectives that were there are: one is to reduce the regression testing time by creating a distributed test environment. So here we are attempting to attach more of the devices that we have at hand so that we can spread the regression test list over all these devices under test and reduce the regression test time. The second main objective is to utilize all the devices under test, like I've explained, for the execution of regression tests. And we also have to take care that all these devices under test are equally load balanced so that we don't have underutilized or overutilized resources. And finally, we need to consolidate all the results as one single report because we have distributed the regression test list. The methodology followed was the literature review. Then we did the proof of concept, an experimental setup with the implementation, and verify the result and estimate the time saved. The main consideration from the design point of view for test list sharding is the regression tests, which have a huge list of tests. We can either split this into the number of devices that we are planning to attach to the system. But with this, the advantage is it will be an easy distribution logic. You just have to just split the test into the number of devices. But the disadvantage of this is some of these tests may run longer than other tests. So what will happen is that some device, what if all the short tests go to one device and all the lengthy tests go to another device? So there will not be equal balancing of the test, and some devices would finish its test and then it will be idle waiting for the other devices to finish all their tests, and then it's not efficient load balancing. But in the dynamic allocation of test lists, what we could do is, based on the number of devices connected, we will as and when a test finishes its completion, we will assign it a new test. So this way, what will happen is all the tests are close to equally load balanced. And the advantage with this is we will be having efficient load balancing. But the disadvantages may be that you'll have to have a more complex distribution logic, because we have to monitor these devices under test to see that the test has completed, and we should also get back the results from different devices properly. So we went ahead with the dynamic allocation of the regression test list because it was the preferred one for the regression test sharding tool. This was the experimental setup. We have a Linux-based operating system on which we had the test server running, and our the real-time operating system was on these devices under test here. So on the test server side, we have a main test process which is executing, and this will create a test queue. Now the inputs to this test queue come in from a test list file, and the device information is provided in the device JSON file. So this is where all the we give all the static IPs so that the test server can connect to the devices. Now the test list, when it is populated onto the test server, we have to have a mechanism so that these devices can connect to the test queue, pick up a test, and it should be the only one which has picked up a test, because otherwise multiple devices could pick up the same test. So we have a thread log. This thread log will ensure that a device, it will connect to the thread log, pick up a test, and release the thread log so that other devices can access the test queue. So this way, we are ensuring that once this device finishes its completion of its test, it will again try to contend for the thread lock, pick up the next test, and release the thread lock so that other devices can start picking up tests. So this process goes on till the end of the test queue. At the end of all the test executions, we have a report generator which will collect the results and save it in a local report on the test server itself. These were sample results. When we had a sample test of 19 test cases, and we executed it. When we executed it sequentially on a single device, we saw that it was taking about 6 minutes. And when we executed it on 2 devices with the 2 IPs, we saw that it was taking about half the time. So this system is quite scalable. You can, since we just have to create a thread for each device, we can, depending on the inputs given in the JSON file, we can scale it to any number of devices to be connected to the test server. So from the results, what we have seen is there was a time performance gain of about 51%. And we implemented this using the Python script language. And this proposed system can be easily scaled to accommodate multiple duties, since it only required creating a new thread for each additional device under test. These are my references. I'm done. Thank you.
Ma'am, this side, Professor Tanupriya Chaudhary. Can you please come to your conclusion, please?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, actually, in the conclusion, you have written and also run that the execution time was around 6.46 minutes. And for the second case, it was 3.29 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Only by using 2 test cases, is it possible to
Sir, we had
conclude
19 sample test cases were there, sir.
No. I'm
we-
not telling about, ma'am, please understand the case. First of all, 19 sample test case is fine. But the results which you have shown to us, in that case, total 2 test cases output has been shown. Is it the same for 19 also? That's why I'm asking.
Sir, no, 19 test cases itself were run, but we used 2 Raspberry Pi devices to run this, sir.
Only 2 Raspberry Pi devices, and then come to the next slide, please. Previous slide, please. Previous. Yeah, here 19 tests are executed, or only 1 server is executed here?
1 server, sir, and only 1 device was, this is the like how it is originally done, where there was only 1 device connected to the server. 1 Raspberry Pi device.
Thank you. Fine. Good work you have done.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
work. Okay. The other session chairs may ask. Thank you. Okay from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions from the other session?
What is the novelty feature on your work? Novelty and
yes.
uniqueness.
Yes. So the novelty is that first of all, we are going to be doing a dynamic allocation of the test list, so that the load balancing is achieved among the different devices that are connected. And also we have created a kind of a distributed testing environment, where we will be distributing the tests among different devices instead of executing it on a single device.
If we further attach the device to some system, what are the repercussions, what are the conclusion on that particular device on your test experiments?
Yeah. Originally, if we had executed this, there was no system in place to ensure that the tests are distributed to the devices which have been attached. So we had to have a system in place, and we had to have a mechanism like this thread lock, which will ensure that the tests are not repeated among different devices. That would be a redundant testing cycle, which would not be required. So only so that one test goes into one device, we have devised this system of dynamic sharding along with this distributed test environment, which will allow us to split this whole list of files, which are given here, into these multiple devices. So earlier there was no system in place to ensure that this test list is distributed among these devices. Even if you connected multiple devices, only one would have been used to execute those big list of tests.
Okay, thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank
Are
you.
there any other questions which session chairs would like to ask?
Yeah, good morning. I'm here. So thank you for your nice presentations.
Thank you, sir.
May I know that is it any existing similar works that have been done on this kind of so-called dynamic distributions, right, of the test? Thank you.
So this was done for the WebOS, and there it was not done as yet. So this was done for the WebOS open source operating system.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, so thank you so much, Michelle. We will be moving on to the next presenter now. So can I invite Dr. Pradanya Chitra? Do we have Pradanya Chitra? Dr. Pradanya Chitra. So do we have Dr. Praveen? Do we have Dr. Praveen here who will be presenting in place of Dr. Pradyan? Dr. Praveen? I repeat once again, do we have Dr. Praveen? All right, I'm moving on to the next presenter. So next, I would like to welcome Reina T. Payongyong to present the paper titled as Regression Test List Sharding in a Distributed Test Environment. Do we have Ms. Reina?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right, please go ahead.
Okay, can you see my presentation? And can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear your voice and see your presentation.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. My name is Reina T. Payongyong, and I am the corresponding author for this research. And my co-author is Mr. Madi Palawag. The title of our research is Exploring Challenges and Opportunities in Internship Amidst Pandemic Using Sentiment Analyzer for Interns. Okay, so an internship is a period during which student can get work experience. Work experience related to their studies. This study aims to find out the challenges and opportunities that the IT, business, and accountancy students experience while conducting their internship program amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. The researcher used a qualitative approach in data collection, and the respondents were interviewed through online semi-structured questionnaire, and the information collected was recorded, refined, and analyzed using monkey-learned sentiment analysis. For the methodology and research questions, the data for this research were gathered through online interviews with semi-structured questionnaire using Zoom and Google Meet application. A total of 12 students were chosen through purposive sampling to participate in the interview from each of the 3 courses. Those respondents were given a consent form before the interview to determine their willingness to participate and also to educate them about the research goals. The raw information obtained during the recorded interviews were refined into meaningful information, and the monkey-learned sentiment analyzer were applied to highlight the negative and positive tone of data acquired from the online interviews. And the questionnaire consists of the following. First, what challenges and problems did you encounter before and during your work from home internship? And second, what the beneficial impact or opportunities did your work from home internship provide you? The result and discussion, this is the demographics of respondents from the 3 courses. While some students look for a company where they can conduct their internship, the school also help them in providing a job placement for some interns. Okay. The following summarizes the challenges and difficulties faced by interns before and throughout their internship. The majority of interns said that they had to learn on how to use new software and IT tools to accomplish the assigned tasks given to them by their on-site supervisor. And the findings also shows that apart from those assisted by the school in finding a company, many interns had a hard time locating an organization that would allow them to conduct a work-from-home internship. The completion also of their duties was delayed due to the unreliable internet connection, a lack of effective monitoring, and delays in supervisors responding to the queries of interns. There are also some issues with the lack of appropriate technology to utilize during internship, particularly among accounting and business administration students. And also, some interns express difficulty staying focused when working from home due to the noise and distraction in the surroundings. Furthermore, data confidentiality was a concern from some accounting students because the firm is hesitant to submit data to be processed online. They are only given limited amount of jobs to process. And lastly, when the company assign group projects, collaboration with other interns become a problem because some of them came from various schools and have minor subjects that they are attending to. Okay, despite some significant challenges mentioned above, there's also an opportunity and favorable impact. The findings showed us that most of the duties allocated to interns are relevant to their studies. Most interns said that their task was related to their course and they apply their knowledge and skills to practical use. And they are also able to learn new skills and knowledge, particularly in the field of information technology. The majority of interns also claim that working from home makes them feel safer because they do not have to travel to the office during the pandemic, and they are able to save money on transportation and boarding. They also mentioned that because of the flexibility of time, they are able to plan their schedules and work activities. Several interns also said that having their supervisor support and constantly reviewing their accomplishments, it helps them complete their project on time and improves their ability to communicate. And there's no difficulty also in traveling to the workplace to complete the internship. Some interns were able also to use technology to develop their collaborating and communicating skills in dealing with clients, supervisors, their teammates while completing the tasks that are assigned to them. Interns also develop their self-study habit to improve their skills. It helped them develop their skills and acquire new knowledge in the field where they are belong. And also, some students were surprised to learn that some companies offered work from home internship even before the pandemic. And other students stated also that they are pleased to have the opportunity to work for a large company regardless of its distance location. To determine the negative and positive tone of data to support the findings, Mankey-Learn sentiment analysis is used. It evaluates whether the positive effects and opportunities surpass the obstacles and challenges that interns face during the internship. The sentiment assessment for business administration students shows that 63.6 positive feedback, 22.7 negative comments, and 13.6 neutral feedbacks. Most of them were satisfied with their internship because the duties and tasks were relevant to their program and they applied their knowledge and skill to work in the real world. The sentiment analysis for information technology shows that 70% positive feedback, 10 negative comments, and 20 neutral feelings. Each responder claimed that their responsibilities are related to their academic interests. They learned and applied new programming languages and software tools, enhancing their technical skills and establishing relationship with other businesses, preparing them for the future employment. And for the accountancy student, shows 50% positive feedback, 33.3 negative comments, and 16.7 neutral feedbacks. The tasks assigned to them are related to their course, and some of them are able to apply what they have learned in a practical use. Although some interns were able to learn and use their learnings during the internship, some of them ran into challenges with data confidentiality that needed to be processed online. The conclusion, while the pandemic is still happening, it is essential to understand the issues students face during their internships so that the school can develop new strategies to strengthen the internship program. Despite the difficulties mentioned above, numerous possible outcomes and possibilities for students extended beyond the confines of their internship. They were able to enhance their knowledge, talent, and self-esteem. Also, the school can help the student eliminate confidentiality concern, particularly in the accounting course, by agreeing with the firm that all information processed by the student will be kept confidential. Furthermore, this research can develop a preliminary plan for work-from-home internship initiatives for future interns, as many companies have started such programs. All interested parties may consider all beneficial factors that may result in more thorough insight to ensure that the internship program's learning objectives are achieved. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening, and God bless us. Thank you.
Were there any questions from the session chair?
Ma'am, can you please come to your first slide where the name of the paper has been given?
Come again, sir? The demographics, sir?
First slide, the very first slide.
The
Where
demographics,
the
sir?
name of the paper has been given. Your name of the paper.
This one, sir, the demographic of the respondents.
I am asking the name of the paper.
The people that we are conducting the research, sir. The respondents, sir.
Can you go to your first slide?
Your research.
Title of your paper, please. The first slide.
Okay. Sorry for the. Okay. Here.
Yes, ma'am. Already the exploring challenges and opportunities in internship amidst pandemic using sentiment analyzer for intern. Ma'am,
Yes,
I just want to know how you have taken the sentiment analysis. You have given positive, negative, or neutral, but how it has been given, and also whatsoever you have been mentioned, these all are in not in any data, only in a hypothetical mode. If possible, you can also take some data representation so that it can also be proved with your research as well. Thank you.
Yes. After we transcript the interview, sir, we put it in the Google Sheets, and then we apply the monthly assortment analysis to get the negative, positive, and neutral feedback.
Okay. Thank you. But you may mention the dataset information also from where you have taken the positive, negative, and neutral. Thank you, and all the best.
Yes, sir. I answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for your nice presentations.
Good morning.
Sample size, right, that you are used, right, for all the 3 programs that you shared just now?
Yes. We get four participants for the 3 courses: information technology, business administration student, and information accountancy student. The total number of the population is 90 students for the 3 courses. So I used the purposive sampling of 12 participants to get the sample size.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
there any other questions? Okay, we will move on to the next presenter then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will stop the presentation. Thank you.
So next, I would like to welcome Lowell M. Abelo. Do we have Lowell M. Abelo?
Hi, ma'am. Good morning. On behalf of Sir Abelio, I'm going to present our paper.
All right, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Salamat pagi, everyone. A pleasant morning for you all. Today, I will be discussing a research we have done regarding the automated students ratings distribution system for a local college. Now, it is fair to wonder why we have chosen this particular topic to deal with, and here is the answer. The abstract of our study: it is imperative for educators to provide frequent and immediate feedback concerning the academic performances of the respective students. However, this mandate is quite taxing to implement without an automated system in place. This applied research is all about an automated system that may be used in the distribution of the students' academic performance ratings. The agile software development methodology has been employed. A number of stakeholders also use a product quality evaluation system, the ISO or the IEC 25010. The system achieved the research participants' expectations about the facets of a quality software product. Such is also a commendable start for the promotion of e-governance in the academe, once the said application program has been ultimately implemented and maintained. Description: assessment has a primary part in how learners acquire knowledge, their drive to study, and how educators impart learning. According to Government of Manitoba, Cornell University 2002. It is indeed an imperative course of action for educators to provide frequent and immediate feedback concerning the academic performances of their respective students. This applied research is all about an automated system that may be used in the distribution of the students' academic performance ratings. So let's move on to the methodology. The Agile software development methodology has been employed. Agile-based software development is fairly popular. It offers receptiveness to changes in user requirements, providing for their prompt absorption during software development. Also, the said software development methodology covers a set of 5 values. We have communication, simplicity, feedback, courage, and respect. In a parallel context, describe that agility upholds rapid reaction to the changing environments, user requirements, and phase-tracked project time limits, among others. We have here the requirements and logical specifications of our research. The application discussed in this paper is basically Excel-based. The system may use basic web host, the Google Drive, or even a Facebook page. In a nutshell, the aforesaid program is stored in the cloud and authorized users may be granted access. Figure 1 portrays the desktop or laptop computers and or mobile phones may be utilized as long as these devices have an Excel application and internet connection. The Excel program, which has been automated to reveal students' ratings, may be stored in the cloud and consequently access shall be allowed among the learners. And we have here the result and the discussion of our study. After the development of the system, the graphical user interface of the application shown in figure 2, it is is in the fact the module visible to the students as they have been given access into the system. Figure number 3, on the other hand, includes 2 modules, both are faculty. Using the hash code provided by the faculty, the student may now use it preceded by an equal sign starting at the cell A5. From that particular cell, the student's unique code shall be revealed that indicates that he is the owner of any ratings. That shall be revealed thereafter. Thus, incorrect unique code would be an indication of a mistake, error in the hash code provided. Number 2, the students must never divulge the respective hash code and unique codes to anybody for the benefit of anonymity and confidentiality. On the other hand, the table 2 pick the mean scores per criteria for each respondent and total mean scores of the criteria per respondent. The system has been evaluated in the terms of functional, suitability, performance, efficiency, compatibility, usability, reliability, security, maintainability, and portability. And the conclusion and recommendations: the automated students rating distribution system obtained a grand mean of 4.78, has a very description very satisfactory from all the 9 respondents. Minor enhancements on the graphical user interface have been suggested. The chief benefit acknowledged by the respondent is the system's capacity to easily address user requirements. Based on the foregoing, the applied research output presented in this paper positively addressed the necessity for educators in providing frequent and immediate feedback concerning the academic performances of the respective students. That is by the implementation of an automated system that will deliver such as an objective. And according to some of the stakeholders of this research, this scholarly endeavor is also commendable start for the promotion of e-governance in the academe once the said application program has been implemented in full scale and maintained as well. So we have here the appendices. Appendices 1, we have the evaluation tool software product, and appendices 2, the consent form. Thank you so much. All the best for you, the best in you. Terekama kasi.
Are there any questions from the session, Chair?
Yeah, ma'am. I have 2 questions. First of all, you have given some value, average value, 4 point something in the 8th slide of your presentation. First of all, may I know how the value has came, the 4.78? What is the basic equation behind it?
Actually, so this the 4.78 is actually the main score of the respondents out of the 9 respondents.
That's why I'm asking what is the basic mathematical equation behind it? Okay, leave it. Can you please tell me that why it has been named as automated?
Automated, yes, sir, because it is actually this automated student rating distribution system is for we actually use this for a research, sir. So this actually can automatically is automated because once you input the score of the students or of the respondents, automatically all of you will get automatically the system can automatically compute the score of the students or of the respondents.
Okay, thank you. Good presentation. But in the coming future, I request the presentation must be in concise mode or precise mode. Only few points you have to mention in your PPT and rest of the points you have to explain. Thank you. All the best.
Okay, thank you. Noted for that, sir.
Are there any other questions from the session, Chair?
Yes, good morning. So thanks for your nice presentations. Just one question, right? Since your title is automated, right? And the sample size that you use, if I'm not mistaken just now, is 9 students, is it?
No, sir, it's actually 9 respondents, but it's composed of 1 faculty, 1 institute dean, 6 students, and 1 information technology experts.
So total, how many?
It 9 respondents or evaluators.
That's been maybe your faculty is around few hundreds. Only 9 respond.
Pardon, sir?
Is it the whole faculty will give the notification to answer to do the survey and only 9 respondents?
Another is only 1 faculty for this study.
So how many people in one faculty?
The composition of the evaluators are 1 faculty.
I'm actually, sir is asking how many persons actually. 1 faculty is fine, but how many persons? In your data, you have told only 9 correspondents, but actually how many persons? If you are telling only 9, the data will not support. The data will be ambiguous. That's why he is saying. Hope I am clear, Professor?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So total, right, you are asking respond, right, for how many? The faculty's members. But at the end, right, maybe you only get 9. So how many percentage already respond? Less than 1%?
For the faculty, sir, yes.
Yeah. Okay, there's some big challenges, right? In order to encourage the people, there's been the automated, right? It's not as good as a conventional, right? So conventional, we still can get a very high so-called evaluation rate, right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
No, ma'am, no questions. Thank you.
Okay, so we will move on to the next presenter. Can I call on Hasbullah? Can I call Mr. Hasbullah? Okay, so I have been informed by Mr. Hasbullah that his connection is a little problematic, so he will be presenting later. So next, I would like to invite Bryant Alim Amrullah. Bryant Alim Amrullah.
Yes.
Yes,
I'm
please
here.
go ahead.
Okay. Just I have wait. Okay. Okay. First of all, thank you so much for the time. And then I want to say sorry because my PPT or my PowerPoint is not based on the template, right? Because I have limitation in download bandwidth in my house. Then this is the title of my paper, The Influence of Scope in Affecting the Successful of an IT Project, a Systematic Literature Review. This the table of contents. First, we are going to discuss about introduction, then literature study, and then the research methodology, results and discussion until the conclusion. Then we move to the part 1 of the introduction of my paper. The background problem of my paper is number 1 is the bad scope management. It says that every project management in a software project has project management triangle consists of scope or size and cost or financial or money. Then based on the survey, bad scope management is the most cause of an IT project. Failure with 92% of participants agree with cause of including fault in requirement gathering, excessive expectation, and difficulties when developing project by the scope. Then number 2 is the hard to measure customer satisfaction. Customer satisfaction is hard to understand, and because the customer satisfaction is always changing time over time, and then based on the customer itself, it's always changing by the customer. Then the scope is also changing, followed the customer satisfaction and customer needed. Then number 3 is the project is complicated. When we are in the project definition phase, some of the project manager write the project definition with the very complicated sentences that makes the team member is difficult to understand. Then the foundation to define all the work is the scope definition. But the scope definition itself may be complicated too, because it needs a lot of information to make a good proper project definition, and then a lot of experience for the project by the project manager. Then the information also is used in the scope definition can help to define the boundaries of IT project, especially in logical boundaries. Okay, the most important factor to overcome the project management is we have to make a few limitations that cause missing values and lack of user involvement. Then the research question of my paper is divided into two. The number one is how can the scope affect the success of an IT project? Then the how to make a scope that can affect the success of an IT project. The objective is for the research, we'll explain the scope and define what can make the scope direct or influence the project undertaken to the success. The research also provides some insights to make a good scope definition. And then the state of the art of my project, of my paper. There are previous literatures that I've been reviewed that have examined how poor scope management is, but there is no literature that summarize how the scope affects to the IT project. And then the other studies also discuss about the point of view of the entire IT project. Part two, the literature study. The literature study I get on my paper is the IT project success criteria and scope management. Maybe we will skip this part because the limitation of the time. Then we have the research mode. We going to get to the research mode. My paper is using systematic literature review. The stages of the SLR divided into three big parts. The number one is planning, the second is searching, and then the third is analyzing. Then I have to use the peacock structure to divide the literature that I have been searching, and then before I'm going to analyze it. The peacock structure means for population, invention, comparison, outcome, and context, so that the literature can be scoped into the context that I have been prepared before. Then the keyword. When I do searching, the keyword I use to search is the influence of scope or scope management or project scope definition or scope itself or scope project, and select or successful or clear. Then the search engine I use to search is number one, the IEEE Explorer. Number two, the Scopus. Number three, Science Direct. Number four, Springer. Number five, Google Scholar. And number six, ResearchGate. To support the decision of the paper, I use some filtering criteria. Criteria number one is publication in 2016 until 2021 years period. This is happened 2016 until 2021 because the paper is built on 2021. And then this criteria number two is the publications language is English, and the number three is publication are from journal or proceedings. Number four is publication must be downloaded in full text version. And then number five, publication can be case study or literature review. And then number six, as research is not opinion or presentation without evidence. Then after the filtering criteria is applied, I found a few paper that match to the criteria. Then I have to assess the paper with the quality assessment question. Here the quality assessment question. Number one, the publication are in the scope of an IT project scope management, or the influence of project scope in an IT project. Number two, the information or population is adequate for analysis. And then number three, the methodology is clearly described. Then this is the SLR process of my paper. Number one, step one, I searched using keywords. I found 7,101 paper. Then I applied the filters by date range from 2016 until 2021. I excluded 5,571 papers. So my paper now is R1,530. Then I filters by overview or step three. excluded 302 papers, and then I excluded 528 papers, filters by overview again, with the criteria 3 and criteria number 4. And then I excluded 580 papers by filters by review topics. Then I excluded 104 papers based on the review contents. Then I have 16 papers that result with my SLR. So the results, how the scope make an IT project success. Number 1, change requirements. Change requirements is appear on the paper number 2, 6, 10, 11, 18, and 18. 16 and 18, sorry. Change requirement must be clear and understandable for all stakeholders. Requirements must be detailed and can be analyzed when the project is started. Identify the requirement and the stakeholder will request it, and then create agreement and template are clear, contextual, and simple. Number 2 is cost. It appear on paper number 2, 6, 10, 16, and 18. Cost is correlated with time, so avoid extended time with creating good design scope with the minimal work to do, and add some extra time for team to complete the bug fixing. And then number 3 is time, and then number 4 is scope definition, and number 5 is resource. It's this is the 5 factors that make the scope definition or scope it's better for the IT project success. Then I have to answer the research question number 2, the scope that leads to success of an IT project. Number 1, the scope must be realistic expectation. And then number 2, the scope must be using measurement and tools. And then number 3, build skills and chemistry. So the realistic expectation means that the expectation have to be realistic, realistically achieved, and on the project development. Then the project can be realistically do on the real world. And then using measurement method and tools mean that when we define the project scope, we have to really measure the method with tools and then based on the data. So then the measurement and the methods can be focused and can be very important for the team. And then for build skills and chemistry, the higher the ability of the team members in determining the scope will make it easier. So every team that have a high skills or good skills can be make a better project or make a good project. Number 4, the project objective and deliverables. Number 5, get customer satisfaction, and number 6, better communication. So overall, that's a 6 scope that leads to IT project success. Then the conclusion is, I have reviewed 16 publications, and in these reviews and study with the systematic literature review, it was found that 5 factors that affect the scope to affect the success of an IT project. The factors are change in requirements, cost, time, scope, definition, and resources. Afterward, to determine a scope that led to the success of an IT project are by building realistic expectation, using measurement methods, using tools, build the skills and chemistry, set the project objective and deliverables to pursue customer satisfaction and communication. The future work of my paper is this research can be continued by expanding the research area outside the scope of an IT project and increasing the evaluation of cited articles. I only reviewed 16 publications, but maybe we can expand to more than 20 or more than 30 publications to make a good or clear review it, and then clear factors that make affect to the scope. Then I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Are there
I
any
have one
questions?
question.
Yes.
How you have taken the 16 publications? How you have searched? You have mentioned in the conclusion that 16 publications have been reviewed. How you have taken the 16 publication into concern? How you have searched it? What is the
Okay.
search procedure behind that?
Okay. Number one, I do planning, and then I do searching, and then I do analyzing. I search with the PyCap structure, this structure, and in the right side. Uh, I and then I do some filtering criteria in the right side also. I included the criteria 1 until criteria 6, and then I do quality assessment on the paper. So then I have 16 publication in the completed after I completed the quality assessment.
Okay, it's fine, but in your future, you may include some other WAS viewer software also, so that the bibliometric study also can be added automatically. Then automatically the paper may be higher than 16, as because only 16 paper to be reviewed in a systematic literature in an automated survey will not taken care of. That is why you may add more than 16 papers, and in such a case WAS viewer software may help you out, and that is called as a bibliometric study. In your systematic literature, you may add the bibliometric study also. Thank you. A very good presentation indeed. All the best. As because here you can see you have mentioned the Springer, but from the Springer no such results are coming, as because Springer is not a proper search engine. IEEE Scopus Science Direct may apply, but Springer will not come in the taken care of in the account. That's why you may use WAS viewer software. Thank you and all the best.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your nice presentations. From my point of view, the 16, right, is too limited, because for this area, it's quite a lot of existing work have been done. And for 16 only, right, maybe it's not normal distributions yet. At least you need at least 30 samples, right, to make it valid, so that maybe in futures, you can add in more to make your data much more convincing and solid. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a query here. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes. So I was asking if such literature review can be persuaded for some goal-oriented research capabilities. Say, for example, on the development of some systematic approach on a model or some project that you can visualize into. So how you will going to take that into consideration through your model or methodologies for higher perspective, for higher achievement of the conclusions that your project, that your paper about. So how you will proceed, the stepwise methodologies that you can consider. Did you understood?
Hello, I'm sorry, my connection is lost. Can you repeat the question, please?
I was asking what are the future aspect of this particular paper onto the model design, onto the project design that you can think of, you can achieve for into some perspective on model design, on some project design, like that. How I will go about it.
Okay. My objective about the model design or product design, right? My paper, it will help the project manager for building better scope management. Then the team members of the project, the management can be better understanding, can create the better understanding for team members.
That is not a proper answer. You should have some viability toward the achievement of the final goal of research. So because your project is in the stage where we can think on the implementation part. So there you are lacking your work. So I will suggest you should think of such attainment of goal during the progression of your research perspectives, and accordingly take the steps towards the SLR process and the result oriented, more focused on the analysis and result orientation, right? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Presentation is, of course, a very good presentation, very construed and methodical, organized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, we will proceed to the next presenter. So next, I would like to welcome Alvin John D. Brescia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can I start present?
Yes, you can
Setting.
start.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Not yet.
Your connection seems to be very low. Your voice is cutting in and out.
Okay, presentation, can you?
Ma'am, I think if he can switch off his video, then the voice may be good.
Could you please switch off your video, Mr. Alvin?
Yes, wait. We'll stop share for now.
Could you just stop your video?
Can you see me now?
There is an option start video just after the mute button. You just click over there.
My video is already up. Can you see my presentation?
No, not yet. We can see your presentation. Could you stop sharing and then once again share?
Okay. Will. Wait. Hello.
No, sir, we are not able to
Everyone.
hear you, Alvin.
Okay.
We will move on to the next presenter. In the meanwhile, you can just sort your connection issues. So next, can I invite Harry Sapto Ju Nurkaho?
Hello, Fatima.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Can I screen my screen?
Yes, you can share your screen. Please go ahead.
Can see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and thank you. Good morning, and my name is Harry, and I'm from University of Indonesia. In title of paper, Planning and Control of Information Security on IT Infrastructure Management Project in Pharmaceutical Industry with ISO 27001 and 2013 approach. And the outline of my presentation and background, introduction, design and methodology, result and recommendation, and the last conclusion. And the abstract for my paper yaitu the success rate is of implementation and development of IT infrastructure technology on the pharmaceutical industry in Indonesia, great influence by project management red lines. And the one aspect that received little attention in the project implementation is information security control. This aspect a critical point that the instance must manage to maintain information security from the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And the data from the pharmaceutical IT trade security team in 2020 also show that there have an incident caused by internal and external threat and 2,928 and every month and have a close correlation with IT infrastructure project. And the IT infrastructure project management using ISO and 7001/2013 approach will be carried out an application of the security control in expected to reduce incident and recommendation to address vulnerability, security, and affect a future business process. And this is a summary research, and my organization have a potential incident from a threat internal and threat external, such as a weak password, loss a backup, a malware threat, human threat, man in the middle threat, a fast attack for impact people, process, and technology. And the scope is IT infrastructure as a server, storage, network, and DC facility. And how to do the protect the case is the approach for ISO 27001/2013 Annex security clause for protect confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And this is a background my research analysis from a security team pharmaceutical industry have a potential attack in year and 2021 internal and external attack 2019 928 per month, and correlated with project management in the last 3 years in Q1 in 1021 per month, or 29% from total, and correlate with IT infrastructure project 2018 until 2020. And the threat server a potential malware, peer-to-peer communication, and vulnerable software. And the storage, network activity and scanning, peer-to-peer communication, and clear text communication. And the network area is the potential malware, network scanning, and vulnerability software. Then and DC facility a potential malware. And this is all have a risk and incident probably potential damage is system by partial or full. And this is a study literature from my research and project management and IT infrastructure. The project management have 5 phases, and number 1 is project initiation, number 2 project planning, project execution, monitoring and control, and the last evaluation. And the project management have correlate with IT infrastructure area. This is a server, storage, network, and client. And we must protect information security management system with the aspect confidentiality, integrity, and availability. This is ISO 27001/2013 Annex A security clause. We have a 14 clause and 114 control. The description of ISO 27001/2013 is an international standard in implementing from information security management system. Applying ISO standard will assist your organization or a company in building and maintaining an information security management system. Information security management system is with organization or a company used to manage and control information security risk and to protect and maintain confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. Annex A security of ISO 27001/2013. And this is a purpose framework from my organization. This is a approach project management have 5 phase, and number 1 initiate, plan, control and execution, monitoring and closing. And we have ISO control, have activity, plan, do, check, action. In number 1 activity, the refer from phase of project management, a project preparation proposal, have 2 security clause. And number 2, a project planning blueprint and contract vendor, 3 security clause. And number 3 is creating security policy, evaluation and risk analysis, implement ISS information security management system with scope in 14 security clause, and number 3 in documentation and report in 3 security clause, and number 5 in improvement and evaluation in the 2 security clause. And the function of the framework in reduce incident, protect a threat and vulnerability, and support business continuity process in my organization. This is a control project management phase IT infrastructure IT based ISO 27001 and 2013 and 5 phase, and this is a breakdown security clause of ISO, and initiate a 2 security clause and plan a 3 security clause and execute and control for security clause 14 security clause. Monitoring is 3 security clause and closing in 4 security clause. This is a control ISO 27001 in initiation phase from project management. In initiation have 4 security clause and 4 control for information system management. The initiation process represents the beginning of the project activity initiate. This state contain information the guard current is secretly. And the result process is document. Content is the initiation of the project to be carried out involving the project operator and its user. And this is a control ISO 27001 on plan phase. This is a 11 security clause and include collection of the project requirement information, system or technology testing, conducting vendor and technology comparison, and contracting process, as well as up to device delivery. This is a control ISO 27001 in control and execution phase. This is the control execution phase in the part of the policy and procedure, hardware, software, and human resource. And the policy and procedure, this stage constitutes planning control that governs related to instruction and procedure for protecting information security while performing the execution of infrastructure IT technology project. And the hardware, this stage constitute planning control that govern to the information security of IT infrastructure project of hardware aspect. And this is a software aspect is the state constitute control planning that govern the information security of IT infrastructure project on software aspect. And the last a human resource, this state constitute planning control that govern the information security of IT infrastructure project on aspect of IT project implementation infrastructure. And this is a monitoring phase and control annex.
Harry, can I ask you to move to your results, please? Can you conclude as you're exceeding the time?
Yes. This is a result control ISO 27001 from project management IT infrastructure. This framework have a reduced a threat from my organization and protect against other threat in the future. And this is my conclusion from my research. And number 1 in management of IT infrastructure project, management by applying security control at process state, initiate, plan, control, execution, monitoring, and closing is predicted to improve project management readiness to reduce incident future threat. And number 2 in utilization ISO 27001 2013 Annex A, security control on IT infrastructure project management is predict to sustain development to sustain business process continuity. And number 3, the application of information security control to IT infrastructure project management encourage emergence of new policy related to project management. And the last, application of information security control to IT infrastructure project management can be reference and guideline for project workmanship as well as can be developed for subsequent research. And this is my reference and thank you. Any question?
Ma'am, there is no question from my side as because this is not my research area. Thank you.
Is there any
Thank
other
you.
questions from the other session, Chair?
Okay, thank you for your.
Yes, can
nice
you please come to a literature survey,
Sorry, repeat again.
Harry?
Yes,
Harry, can you please come to your literature survey?
literature. Yes.
Yes, these literature survey you have taken from different sources, right? The formats are
Yes.
different somewhere. So please follow the same format everywhere.
Yes. Number one is match from this project management and ISO.
So what are your implementation scope based on your literature survey and your studies?
Yes,
Scope of your
implementation,
project?
scope implementation in IT infrastructure area and server storage, data center facility, and network.
So you have to prepare well onto connecting the dots towards the survey that you have done. What are the solutions? How the reach on the various points are being occurred through your research planning and the roadmap. The research roadmap is missing somewhere. The follow-up
Yes,
steps were not. Yeah.
okay. Okay. Yes, this is
I'm
a
telling
framework.
about the research roadmap, not the project management roadmap.
Oh yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
These are
Not yet.
completely different
Not
terms.
yet.
You are telling in the scope of industry implementation. I am telling on the scope of the academic and the research increment, research procession. So you have to follow that roadmap to the literature survey, how you will connect the dot on your approach of finding the problem statement solutions, and then how you will connect that solutions towards your project map. So that is missing. So please follow that step so that your research progression will be fruitful and you can be a viable member of scholars. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So are there any other questions?
Yes. Thank you for your nice presentation. I have one question, right? Since you already assessed so many criteria in the ISO, right? Which aspect, right, that directly link to the security?
Yes, they expect us as the purpose framework to reduce incident, protect, threat, and vulnerability in my organization. From this case, from background, this is as for conclusion from my research.
So what you have done after
To reduce, yes, to reduce the threat, internal and external, from control ISO.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other questions? All right. So we will be moving on to the next presenter. Can I invite Piyush Gupta? Can we have Piyush Gupta? I repeat once again, I'm calling on Mr. Piyush Gupta. Next, I would like to call on Andy Adrian CR.
Yes, I am on behalf of Mr. Andy Andriansyah.
All right, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, sorry for not following the format slides. Okay, I will start the presentation. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosa Maria. You can just call me Rosa. And today I would like to present me and Mr. Andy research. And the research title is Analysis and Design of Self-Service Local Water Company Using Phenom Cheaper Cryptography Algorithm. Okay, and in these slides, we have 5 point of views. The first one is the background. The background, in this background, we're gonna tell you why we started this research. And the next one is problem to solve. And after we got the problem, we define our goals and objectives. And then we do analysis and research. And finally, we got the conclusions. Okay, let's start. For the background, this research is based on quality measurements of local water company in Indonesia 2018. In these measurements, we already have a good number for a good quality of water company, but still we need to pay attention for the average and the poor quality of the water company. The measurement parameters for this percentage are financial, operational, services, and human resources. And based on Mr. Sri Hartoyo as a leader of Ministry of Public Works and Housing in Indonesia, there are 3 most affecting factors of water company work operation performance. The first one is non-revenue water, and then recording efficiency, and the last one is billing efficiency. And in this research, we will focus only on recording efficiency and billing efficiency. So what's the problem in factor number 1? In efficiency in water use recording, we have defined 2 high-level problems. The first one is level of recording accuracy is low because it is error or fraud prone. And the second one, the officer find it difficult to reach houses in remote areas. And for the next factor, number 2, in efficiency in billing, we also have 2 high-level problems. The first one is customer complaints regarding to water usage that doesn't meet the bill. And then the service is not available for 24 hours. And based on those 4 high-level problems, we also survey for the implemented solutions. And we have 5 water companies in Indonesia that try to solve this problem by using Android application and web application. And this is the features of their systems. Most of it have 4 kind of features. The first one is monthly billing information, customer services, office addresses, and self-service water use recording. And based on our survey, the recording process can still be falsified because the data source is still going through a process outside the system, which is done manually by the customer. And also, manual recording by the officers still has to be enforced. So the recording process is obtained from 2 sources, which are from customers and officers. So the potential for difference is very large and will be an obstacle when deciding monthly bill. So we have the conclusions here. The information system that have been implemented at this time cannot be a complete solutions. So based on these problems, the solution that we are offer is real-time calculations for recording efficiency factors and self-payment token for billing efficiency. We call the system as LWC self-service, which have two main functions here, real-time calculations and self-payment tokens. The goals for real-time calculations, we hope we can make the transaction become more practical because customers is be able to repurchase their tokens in a self-service way. And then the history of water usage is more accurate because the transaction is carried out by the customers on a self-service basis. And for the self-payment tokens, we hope people will find it easier to control the water use. And also people will not be required to pay additional costs like fines due to late paying, administrative fees, security deposits, and etc. And also we hope people is free to manage their balance according to their daily needs and financial conditions. And also the use of tokens is more efficient in saving time. So this is the framework of idea for our product. The product is LWC self-services, which have two main functions here. The first one is real-time calculations. In these functions, we focus on how to calculate the water remaining and how to control the valve and how to display it to the device. And for the other functions, self-payment tokens, we focus on how to transmit the token by using Bluetooth communications and also how to generate the tokens. We define how to encrypt it, decrypt it, and convert it from the token into the water balance. And this is the flowchart for water remaining calculations. In these calculations, we have been supported by water flow sensor and Arduino Mega for the prototype. And this is the flowchart for real-time monitoring. This is how we control the valve and display the water balance. In this process, we have been supported by a solenoid electric valve, Arduino Mega, and LCD. And this is the flowchart for the encryptions. And the module and device that we use are the Bluetooth connection modules, Arduino Mega, and Android applications. And this is the simulations from this flowchart. For the examples, the first step, we need to translate this number to the char. So for the examples, if we want to top up the token with the nominal 1,100, we simply translate this number to the characters that we have defined before. So we got B, A. And after we got the character, we translate it again to decimal. So after we got the decimals, the application will generate the random secret key in decimal also and put it in this formula. And after that, we will get the first encryption result. The encryption result contain this and secret key. And after that, we do the same thing, but we add a random characters there to manipulate the length. And also we generate the new secret key here and do the same formula. And after that, we will get the second encryption result. And after we get this decimal, we convert it to char and we will get this. And after that, we can use MD5 to do hash. This hash will be displayed on Android Studio, on the Android applications. And this character result, this ciphertext will be sent to the water meter. And this is the flowchart for the decryptions. Since the value that have been received by Arduino or water meter is encrypted value, not the hash. So the next steps that Arduino has to be done is to separate the tokens and the secret key. And after that, put it in this formula and convert it to nominal. And this is the simulations. For the example, the water meter or the Arduino has received this secret key and ciphertext, and then it separate which the ciphertext and the secret key and convert it to decimal, and after that they do the decryption by using this formula and do the another decryption process. And when we get the results, we can simply convert it to the plain text, and we got the nominals. Once the Arduino when the Arduino is successfully get the nominals, then our Arduino is ready to top up the water balance based on the nominals. Okay, that's it. And this is our conclusions. The first conclusion is about this research proved that the self-service mechanisms can solve the two dominant factors that most influence in in the water company performance. And also, since we had been used the water flow sensor, we have this accuracy. And for the solenoid electric valve, we have the 100,000 accuracy. And sorry, 100%. And for the encryption and decryption process used for chipper in the self-payment token, which is modified with cartel-like manipulation technique and double encryptions, this modification succeeds in making the secret key character in chipper algorithm can be used more than once. And also we have measured the performance. We just need 0.34 seconds for the encryptions, and the decryptions we just need 0.2 seconds. And also in this research, we define the ideal length of encryption is 4018 characters, and it can be transferred to other device automatically using Bluetooth serial communications. So the customer no longer need to enter the token via keypad or manual input device. And this is our references. And thank you for the opportunity. Is there any question?
Are there any questions from the session chairs?
Not exactly in this presentation. Any questions? Not my part.
Okay, thank you for your good, nice presentations. Very insightful. I just want to know, right, what's the cost, right, for you to develop the solutions, IoT solutions?
Sorry, sir, I cannot hear you clearly.
What's the total cost to develop the system? Cost. How much you spend? Yes.
How much
you
cost?
spend? Yes.
Actually is below 1 million, because
How
I
many
only
USD? 1 million.
sorry,
USD?
IDR.
IDR.
1 million IDR, yes, rupiahs.
So USD is around how much? Because I'm not familiar with the currency.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. 67 USD.
Oh, okay, quite reasonable. So is the prototype, right, that you design, right, to test?
Yes.
Is it waterproof?
Yes, waterproof.
Can put outdoor, your
Yes.
Arduino, everything.
The device is not waterproof, but when we build the prototype, we use case from the acrylic case to protect the device.
Okay, good. And so what's a communication backbone that you use? Is it Wi-Fi,
Bluetooth, sir.
LTE, Wi-Fi or LTE?
Bluetooth, sir. We not recommended we cannot we don't recommend the internet or Wi-Fi because our target is housed in remote areas. So hopefully it can still be work even there are no internet there.
Okay, the Bluetooth, right? How you set up the Bluetooth?
Sorry?
What kind of Bluetooth that you use? What kind of Bluetooth technology that you use?
Wait a minute. I forget. Wait. Let's see. Wait. We are using Bluetooth HC05.
So what's the coverage for this Bluetooth?
Coverage?
Yes.
Okay. Coverage. Sorry, I kind of forgot. Coverage. Up to 100 meters.
100 meters. If let's say for real deployments, right, is it practical if only 100 meters?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, we will move on to the next presenter. So next, I would like to welcome Arvind Raj, A.L. Ravichandran.
Hello. Hello. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me start my presentation. Okay. Today, before that, a very good morning to everyone who's here. My name
Arvind
is
Raj, your voice is not loud actually, it's very low.
Is it clear?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. The title of my presentation today is Performance Evaluation of 5G in Sub-6 GHz. My name is Arvind Raj Analaki Ravichandran. I'm a electronic engineering student in Multimedia University. Okay, today we are going to see the introduction. Why did I choose this project? The project objective, and followed by the results and discussions. Okay, let us see the introduction. Okay, there actually has been a lot of interest and attention which is centered in the 5G network by the scientific communities due to its benefits compared to the 4G LTE. What makes 5G stand out is that its technology, service offering, and trends which extend far beyond the mobile industry. 5G is expected to outperform 4G, and low latency will be another benefit of 5G, which allows apps and communication to connect and share data in near real time. Okay, so why did I choose this 5G project? This is because Sub-6 will actually help the carriers to improve the speed and consistency of their mobile broadband much more quickly than millimeter wave. Because for millimeter wave, we need new towers and new technology. Actually, every major carriers has plans to build both the millimeter wave and Sub-6 5G, preferring to start from the lowest band and working up the spectrum. This approach is actually better for the immediate future of 5G. Okay, so the project objective of my project is to actually analyze the performance of the 5G sub-6 GHz versus the 4G LTE network, and to analyze the performance of 5G sub-6 GHz network with the different number of users and different bandwidths. Okay, let us look at the execution details of my project. Okay, how did I carry out the simulation? All the simulation were actually carried out from a software suite called Vienna 5G System Level Simulator. So in this first experiment, the number of users was varied, whereas the bandwidth, carrier frequency, and user acumen speeds were kept constant. Okay, so from this graph, we can see, and the number of users increases, the average peak user throughput decreases. It can be seen for the 5G and for the 4G as well. Okay, this is the graph result for the average cell throughput for 4G and 5G. And from this graph, we could see that both the average cell throughput remains constant even though when the number of users increases or when the number of users increases. For 4G, the average cell throughput is around 38 megabytes per second, whereas for 5G, it's around 315 megabytes per second. And we can see that 5G actually outperforms 4G around 8% better. Okay, so for the next experiment, I changed the user acumen speeds from 550, 100, whereas the number of users, bandwidth, and carrier frequency were kept constant. Okay, from the first result, we can see that the average peak user throughput as a slight decrease when the user acumen speed increases. This is the mobility. This is actually a natural consequences of mobility, because when the user moves fast, it is more difficult to maintain an acceptable channel quality between the user and the e-node B. Whereas we can see for the average cell throughput, for the 5G, the average cell throughput decreased 2 megabytes per second from 5 km per hour to 100 km per hour. Whereas for 4G, it has only decreases around 1.4 megabytes per second from 5 km per hour to 100 km per hour. Okay, the reduction in throughputs are not considerably significant because average peak user throughput decreases slightly from 5 km to 10 km, and average cell throughput declines 2 megabytes per second for the 5G system. This is because for the 4G network system, it can manage up to 350 km per hour of speeds, while the 5G networks can handle speeds of up to 500 km. That is why the decrease in throughput is not significant. Okay, for the next experiment, I've changed the carrier frequencies, whereas the other factors were kept constant. Okay, for the first graph, we can see as the carrier frequency increases, the average peak user throughput also increases. This is because higher frequencies give more bandwidth, allowing for transmission of significantly more data in a shorter amount of time, resulting in a higher peak throughput while the average throughput remains the same. So when the carrier frequency actually increases, the average peak throughput increases, but the average cell throughput remains the same for different carrier frequencies. As you can see here, for the average peak user throughput, it has a gradual increase, as the same goes for the 5G average peak user throughput also. Okay, so for the final experiment which I carried out, I changed the number of users and the bandwidth, and the frequency was set for 3.5 gigahertz. Okay, so from the graph, we could see that when the number of users increases, the peak user throughput decreases. Whereas when it has a greater bandwidth, the peak user throughput increases. So it means more bandwidth improve the throughput performance, whereas as a larger number of users decreases the throughput performance. The maximum 5G sub-6 gigahertz network's average peak user throughput is 159.9 megabytes per second, was obtained using the 100 megahertz bandwidth and 10 users. The lowest 5G sub-6 network average peak user throughput of 3.104 megabytes per second was obtained with a 20 megahertz bandwidth and 100 users. Actually, individual channels in 4G LTE networks might range from 1 megahertz to 20 megahertz, while in 5G, individual channel could be as broad as 4 megahertz, but the maximum bandwidth in the sub-6 gigahertz range is 100 megahertz. This is why I've done a varied bandwidth from 20 megahertz to 100 megahertz. Whereas the maximum bandwidth for 5G millimeter wave area is 400 megahertz. In theory, a sub-6 gigahertz network may provide up to 5 times more bandwidth of a 4G connection. Indeed, this one distinction in 5G standard is likely the most fundamental reason why 5G networks can be quicker than the 4G networks. Okay, now this is a graph of ratio of the 20 megahertz versus the number of users. So as we can see from the graph, the 40 megahertz is around 2 times better than the 20 megahertz, whereas the 60 megahertz bandwidth is around 3 times better, and this trend continues. For the 80 megahertz, it is 4 times better, and for the 100 megahertz, it is around 5 times better. This is the table of the graph, where we can see that it is 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and 5 times better. So as that's all from me. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Okay. Thank you for your insightful presentations. Just one question from me. What's the motivation behind, right? You select the 800, 1800 and 2100 megahertz to do your simulations?
Because these frequencies was previously used by the telecoms near my in my home country, so that was the reason why I used this, so I could easily compare with the available data.
Okay, thank you. How about 3.5 gigahertz?
3.5 gigahertz is because since millimeter wave and since 5G is being introduced, so 3.5 gigahertz is being the standard which is used in Malaysia. So that's why I use 3.5 gigahertz.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to the next presenter. Next, I invite Imam Hidayat. Can we have Imam Hidayat? I once again repeat. Okay, so my team will share his video presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning all. Thank you for the time and chance that did given to me to present our research report. The topic of our research is about crystallite size and solid solubility CR to Fe analysis of Fe80 CR20 interconnect material treated by ultrasonic and high energy ball milling process. With the research team is Imam Hidayat, David Ferianto, Supad Zakaria, Hadi Pranoto, and Gian Vilani Golwa. For this present by Imam Hidayat. Motivation, why we need to research of this topic. As we know, the solid oxide fuel cell, or SOFC, is currently the highest temperature fuel cell in development and can be operated over a wide temperature range from 800 C to 1000 C, allowing a number of fuels to be used. So SOFC will be create efficient system and high energy density power generation device. One of the components of SOFC is the interconnector, which is generally made of ceramic material. The interconnect must be stable in high temperature. Connect thermally the different cell and keep oxidant and fuel separated. So why this research need to be conducted? First is grain growth in high temperature. The second is promote the metallic material to replace the ceramic material as interconnection. While if compare the ceramic interconnect, the metallic interconnect have some advantages. The first is can reduce the fabrication cost. Second, facilitate the production of more complex fuel cell design and improve the efficiency of the fuel design. So what the problem? The problem is the smaller crystal size. The second is finer surface morphology. And the third is homogeneous particle size and will be solved with the combination treatment. Problem statement. First is obstacle to produce the nano-range crystalline size, and the second is grain growth was occurred when generated in high temperature. We can see the equilibrium phase diagram. The equilibrium phase diagram predicts the formation of sigma phase for alloying containing greater than 15% of CR at temperature amount 475 C and high 20 C. However, heat treatment at high temperature and long holding time or slow cooling rates are required for the formation of this phase. For Fe 27% of CR alloy, it was shown that sigma phase would precipitate out of the sigma phase after holding at 565 C for 131 days. Fe 20% CR alloy held in temperature of 600 C. It will be within the alpha phase field and would never form sigma phase after extended the high temperature exposure. It can be seen this research study is composition of 80% Fe and 20% CR in 1100 C temperature operation for thermal analysis. This area was designed because the high ductile and strength of alpha phase will be obtained that influenced by crystallite size and its physical properties. Therefore, the reason of main objective is to investigate the crystallite size and solid solubility CR to Fe analysis that influence to the physical properties of the full cell interconnector. research method. The treatment that performed to the FA-ACT-CR20 are high energy ball milling to reduce crystallite size and ultrasonic technique to breaking the agglomerates. The ultrasonic preparation process is carried out by placing the sample in a jar and inserting into an ultrasonic machine. Water is used as a liquid medium to propagate ultrasonic waves. The ultrasonic use frequency of 35 kHz and various ultrasonic time of 3.5, 4, 4.5, and 5 hours. And then X-ray diffraction or XRD was employed to analyze the surface of the FA-ACT-CR20 by using chopper or CU radiation. This table of result of XRD analysis of the treated and untreated sample. We can see raw material with similar lattice parameter have a sharpest peaks since the grain size still in micrometer and have irregular round shape which cause good interparticle bonding. The irregular shape produce the good interparticle bonding. Comparison of sample designation on lattice parameter E and interplanar spacing D is shown in table. Influence of the low frequency ultrasonic process, ball milling process, and combination technique was provided to increase the lattice parameter A and interplanar spacing. Lattice parameter is in line with interplanar spacing. Therefore, if lattice parameter increase, the interplanar spacing will increase as well. This graphic is correlation between crystallite size and solid solubility. In the ultrasonic treated sample, milled 60 hours and combination treatment samples with the ultrasonic time 3, 30, and 5, 4 hours and 4.5 hours have influence to the increase of solid solubility. However, the solid solubility in ultrasonic time of 5 hours shows conversely. Consequently, the solid solubility of combination technique sample are better than raw material. Use ultrasonic samples and milled 60-hour sample. It was provided by solid solubility of the combination technique, which is increased up to 90.1% as compared with raw material, 64.8% as compared to ultrasonic treatment sample, and 29.5% as compared to milled 60-hour sample. It shown the combination technique was effective to produce the solubility of CR powder to FA powder. Formation of solid solubility is dependent on the temperature ball milling. When the FA-ACT CR20 dissolved in a ball milling machine and ultrasonic machine temperature has increased, the average kinetic energy of this alloy powder also increases. The increasing of kinetic energy alloys the solvent molecules are more effective to break apart a solid molecule that are held together to intermolecular attraction. From the measurement of crystallisis using Williamson-Hall method, it was observed the comparison of percentage of decreasing crystallite size of treated and untreated sample, like this table. It was found that combination technique has a significant effect in reducing the crystallite size. Higher percentage value of decreasing crystallite size of combination technique sample is due to the FA-ACT CR20 alloy powder, with the crystallite size is smaller than 20 nanomicron. Therefore, total crystalline volume fraction of intercrystalline region becomes significant. Subsequently, the full dense material in the nanocrystalline material is developed. Crystallite size and strength on raw material until combination technique, milled and ultrasonic treated for 4.5 hours. Samples are located in deformation elastic of material. It means the deformation which are recovered after the stress field has been removed. However, the plastic deformation of the material is located at mild and ultrasonic treated 5-hour sample. It means the deformation of material was recovered after stress field, or the plastic deformation occurred in material bodies after stress have attained a certain threshold value and known as elastic limit or yield stress. This behavior is caused by slip or dislocation mechanism at the atomic level. The larger strain and smaller crystal size started to grow as the temperature rise during ball milling and ultrasonic process. So the conclusion of this research is, first, the FE80 CR20 nanostructure alloy was successfully developed using milled 60 hours and milling combined with ultrasonic treated. The appropriate time of the ultrasonic treatment is 4.5 hours by frequency of 35 kHz when conducted for homogenizing and refining surface morphology of the FE80 CR20 alloy powder. The third, high energy ball milling to develop. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So that is for his presentation. We'll be moving on to the next presenter. So next, I would like to welcome Fadila Angesti.
Okay, on behalf of Fadila Angesti.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, let me share screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that I'm invited in the 10th International Conference on Recent Challenge in Engineering and Technology. Okay, let me introduce our team. They are Fadila Angesti and myself, Umay Saro, Ahmad Firdausi, and also Mudrika Laidrus. We are going to present our research about microstrip transmit array antenna with 3-layer 5x5 Jerusalem cross and square slot patch at 38 GHz. Okay, before we started, I'd like to explain why we do this research. As we know that the improvement wireless communication technology, especially in 5G technology, there are the necessary of high data rates and low latency. So this progress will be aided by effective telecommunications equipments. One of them is antenna. So, the type of the antenna that can support this technology is a directive antenna, and also the antenna with high gain. One of the type of the antenna with high gain is a microstrip antenna, and the transmit array antenna belongs to the high gain antenna category. So, in this research, we are going to design the transmit array antenna. This antenna or the transmit array antenna may be shown by employing an optical concept approach that adapts a curvature to confine the radiation beam using a waveguide slot array technology to produce as a microstrip antenna. And also in this research, we are going to doing beamforming technique. That one technique that can duplicate the signals sent by different transmitting antenna with the same phase as the desired receiver's directions. Okay, so the key properties to design the transmit array antenna using beamforming technique were explored in this research by altering the unit cell elements. Okay, before I explain the design, I would like to explain the transmit array works. The transmit array antenna consists of the feeding source and transmit array unit cells. There is a unit cell, and each unit cell is divided by phase shifts. Phase shifts. I mean, phase shifts are applied to the unit cell between elements on the receive and transmit surface. So that surface can be used instead of a dielectric lens. And to create the unit cell, each unit cell is the key point is to design the unit cell elements. So we can adjust the phase distributions. Okay, here our proposed elements. We are designed in 38 gigahertz frequency that works in 5G communications. The elements is construct of Jerusalem cross and square slot patch, and the structure we can see in this picture. There are 3 layers, and that one is proposed by using beamforming techniques to determine the dimension of this unit cell element. We can see in this right table. So this is the parameters for the unit cell. Okay, each design or every design of the transmit array unit cell is carried out to achieve the optimal phase distribution of each element. So to ensure that the resulting phase difference, we do the mathematical formulations. So the phase is equal to the difference between the maximum and minimum phases. Based on the value of the phase difference that is close to ideal degrees, the calculation will indicate which antenna design should be utilized. So based on this phase difference that we have calculated, the defined parameters decide how many elements we can use, highest phase differences. So by optimizing the length of WP parameters, the one of the variable that we use, each for a unit cell, the phase differences between element is 233 degrees. Okay, here is the magnitude and phase of the transmission factor of the unit cell. The most crucial step in developing the transmit array antenna is to design the unit cell. So as I said before, the parameter research in this design is WP. So we simulated multiple values of W parameter from about 0.672 millimeters to 1.952 millimeters to maximize the phase distribution that we obtain. When designing the unit cell, it should expected that the transmission factor close to 0 dB. Considerable phase difference is essential, particularly for the beamforming processes. This will have a significant impact on the number of unit cells that we can generate it, and the size of the beamforming sieve and the consequent gain. Therefore, unit cell parameter research was carried out to acquire the phase variations. Okay, the number of unit cells that can be made, the size f of the beamforming sheaf, and the resulting gain will all be substantially influenced by this. So unit cell parameter research were performed to obtain the phase variations. Okay, by determining the direction of the beam is also the important one. So the signal can be sent up, down, left, or right. The values of phi and theta are the parameters that should be set in this case. Okay, the phi and theta values are normally 90 degrees for transmit array without beamforming. So for this usual state, the transmitter signal is straight at 0 degrees. The phi value remains at 90 degrees for signals transmitted up or down, and the theta value must be below or above 90 degrees. The theta value remains at 90 degrees for signal transmission to the left or right, whereas the phi value must be below above 90 degrees. So we can see in this picture, the transmission factor obtained in this time frame has a minimum value of about minus 3 dB, which is about 50 degrees, 50% transmitted powers. So in this picture, both theoretically and also empirically, we are using HFSS simulations confirm that transmit array beamforming antenna that we designed using this design, Jerusalem cross and square slot patch, can focus the electromagnetic energy to the desired directions. As we can see in this figure 5, the structure of the 5x5 transmit array antenna with Jerusalem cross and square slot design. Okay, this is our real antenna. We have fabricated this antenna using Roger RT003C material with a relative permittivity epsilon r of 3.555 and a thickness of 0.51 millimeters, as shown in the figure. The dimension of the antenna about 20 millimeters or about 2 centimeters. So this is a 5 times 5, yeah. So we also conduct the measurements of the radiation pattern of this antenna that we connect to the horn antenna that parallel with the configurations of the transmitter antenna facing each other at a specific designs. So this is the result. There are not many differences in power levels between simulations and measurements. For simulations, power level of minus 10 dB to minus 17 dB for horizontal radiations, and the power level should be between minus 20 dB for measurements. Also, for simulations, the different values are a little bit modest between minus 10 dB and minus 15 dB for vertical radiation pattern. Also between minus 20 dB for measurement. Okay, so in this research, we can conclude that by designing a transmitter antenna, there is one parameter as a point for varying the dimension. So by investigating using 3 layers, we discover that the phase value is about 233 degrees. As expected from the design, we obtained the gain of 23.29 dBi is attained when positioned horizontally. So to obtain a greater phase, we can add more layers. Maybe we can choose 5 to 8 layers until we obtain the desired phase and can do beamforming. The research shows that a larger phase can successfully separate the beams. So according to the theory, the beam can be split by 90 degrees or more. Okay, this one is the references. I think that's all. Thank you for this opportunity. Good morning.
So are there any questions?
Good afternoon. Very insightful presentation. Thank you. So that I want to ask few questions, right? Can you explain more, right? How the special architectures, right, that you select, right, can help in the beamforming?
I'm sorry. What do you mean?
Can you explain more, right, on how the special structures, right, that you select, the Jerusalem structures, right, that you select can help in the beamforming?
Okay. About this. Actually, from literature, we can obtain that using Jerusalem cross, we can obtain the directive signal pattern. So we try to make it 3 layers to obtain beamforming.
So why 3 layers? Any special reason?
Just trying, no special
Okay.
reasons. We in the summary that I have said before, maybe we can add more layers to obtain a good degree or higher degree.
Okay, good. So what's the longest transmission range it can reach for your architectures or prototype that you develop?
I'm sorry. Can you
How
repeat again?
far is the signal can transmit?
Oh, how far? I'm not sure, but this power level is about 20 dB.
20 dB. So what's the power that you pump in?
I'm sorry.
What's the signal right there? What's the amount of the power of the signal that you pump in? How many watt that you pump in?
I'm not sure how many watts.
Okay, then what kind of receiver that you use to receive these very high frequency signals? Since you already have the transmitter, right? How about the receiver?
Okay. We are only design the antenna, but I'm not sure if we say about the power transmit, maybe we can add more power using amplifier like that.
No, how
So-
you measure the?
Yeah, this is only the antenna, so we can add more power.
Okay, no. When you receive, right, what kind of spectrum analyzer are you using? The spectrum analyzer to receive the signals?
No. We are not transfer the signal. We just design the antenna. So there is no power, I think. So we just measure the using VNA,
Okay.
vertical laser only.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Fatima. Is it, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. So I was asking, what are the implementation and analysis part on your problem statement solutions? What's your research roadmap? How you will go about it?
Okay. We were trying to design the antenna in 38 gigahertz. So I think this design of the antenna can capable or can beneficial for 5G technologies.
Just about telling the beneficial and the advantages of your research area is not sufficient. You have to validate this point throughout your investigation, and that is the part of your roadmap planning. So I will suggest that you have to include these parameters on validation ground and some of the proper significant work that you can proceed through your research roadmap. So please work upon it, and it will be a more constituted presentation.
So much for your study. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. It was a good presentation.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any other participant from LIT, if want to ask, from electrical engineering or any other background? We will most welcome them for the sessions and the
All
question
right.
answering.
So if there are any questions, you can post it on the chat box. So we'll move on to the next presenter. So could we have Budi Susestio?
Excuse me. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Hasbullah. Actually, I'm sequence number 5, but I miss schedule. So can you put me on the
Yeah,
next
please
presenter?
go on. Yeah.
Can I present now?
Just a minute.
Okay.
Can I take a share?
So just please hold on for a minute.
Oh, Pak Budi ya. Sorry, Pak Budi. Okay, Mom.
So right now we will be having our keynote session that is going to happen, and after that we will resume back the presentations. So next we have Dr. Christopher Abraham, PhD, FCIM, CEO and Head of Dubai Campus, Senior VP at SP Jain School of Global Management, TEDx and International Conference keynote speaker. We will resume the presentations right back after the keynote session.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Good day to everyone and a very warm welcome to this special edition of the 10th International Conference on Innovations in Science and Technology. Greetings to you from Dubai, which is where I live. So my topic for the next 30 minutes will be reimagining innovation in the post-pandemic era. We had a certain model that worked for us prior to the pandemic, and then for 2 years, our entire paradigm shifted thanks to COVID. On one hand, yes, it resulted in millions of lives lost, but on the other hand, it also brought us together as humanity, gave us new models to ponder over, gave us new approaches to look at innovation and see how not only can we survive, but we can also thrive if we put our hearts and minds together. So the question to all of us is, what happens next? Because we live in a world that we characterize as VUCA: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. In a VUCA world, the $1 million or the $1 billion question is, how do we survive? How do we confront the challenges? How do we understand the different opportunities that come across? And how do we go about with a continuous process of innovation? Because here's the interesting thing, that every time there's been a catastrophe, there's been a pandemic, there's been a war, you would find the spirit of innovation rising above unexpected levels. And the kind of innovations that follow suit would be much larger than when things were, let's say, smooth and straight. So we realize that we live in a changing world. And that changing world means it could be ravaged by all kinds of new technologies, unexpected pandemics, and of course, even wars that can disrupt our normal everyday lives. This means there are opportunities for us to transform our outlooks, transform our businesses, transform our institutions. And of course, in the process, we have a great opportunity to lead the future. It doesn't mean we will be wiped out, but it means that we will take cognizance of these challenges, of these uncertainties, and then look for an opportunity to actually excel in the world that we live in. So if I were to ask you a question, how do you see the future? Maybe we would have mixed responses, from people who are completely nihilistic to people who are pessimistic and negative to probably exuberant optimism. So on one end of the spectrum, you could have people who would say, we are heading towards doomsday. And on the other end of the spectrum, you could have people who say, we are together creating a better world and a better future. Probably the reality lies somewhere in between these two extremities. But the important thing is that there is a future. We have seen it. Now, if you go back to the history of humanity for the last millennia and for the hundreds of centuries, hundreds of years that we have gone through, you would realize that every time there's been a catastrophe, every time there's been a challenge to humanity, humanity rises above that like a phoenix. And that is the spirit of human resilience, the spirit of human grit, the power to bounce back, and the power to bounce back with double the opportunity. So I think it's a question of perspective as to how we see the future. We know it is complex. We know it's uncertain. But under that complex and uncertain environment, we could see opportunities and, let's say, the suggestion to move forward. In fact, I just said VUCA, which stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Here's another way of looking at VUCA. With the right vision, which stands for V, with the right understanding of the changing environment, with the right clarity in terms of the actions that need to be taken, and the right action, action and agility, we should be able to actually address the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. I repeat, the right vision, the right understanding, the right clarity, and the right agility should put us in the right perspective. We see these things happening. The question is, how do we make use of this? As academic institutions, as research institutions, as technical institutions, how do we look at these mega trends and how do we address them? Look at the first one, aging world, which means more and more of us are living longer and longer. Now, this would be a great multi-billion-dollar opportunity. And if you look at the statistics on the right, 45% increase in the world's population of over 60 years old by 2030. And here's the exciting part for all of us living in Asia. 80% of them will be in Asia. So that's a huge opportunity for us to tap, right from educational products to healthcare products to care products to a whole range of things we could do for this evolved population. Huge. Question is, how do we use technology? How do we use engineering? How do we use innovation to address this population? The second one is booming Asia. There is a fantastic shift in terms of power, in terms of opportunity, in terms of money from the West to the East. Here's the statistic. Asia's new middle class will be worth 10 trillion by 2030 and will conquer 66% of the global market. Cognitive technology, which is a shift from automation to intelligence, which is already happening. Some of you may be aware that just a few days back, there was an artificial intelligence engineer who claimed from Google, he claimed that the artificial intelligence technology at Google, Lambda, which was a language processing software, was able to become sentient, which means it understood emotions. It in fact waxed eloquently in a philosophic mode. It's kind of scary, but that's where we are moving, from conventional automation to intelligence. Whether it's good or bad, that's what it's going to happen. 60% of all jobs will be at least 30% automated by 2030. How would we prepare our students, our futures, for a world that will be increasingly driven by automation? The question is, if we prepare them with the right skills, probably that's where we would be able to address this huge challenge and opportunity. There's also a huge shift from nations to mega cities, dense living. 45 mega cities over 10 million, and 33 of this 45 will be in Asia. And then, of course, the rest of them would be in Africa. Again, the question to all of us as teachers, professors, researchers, scholars, people who are preparing others for these futures, how are we preparing them for this huge shift? And last but not the least, environmental renewal. Thanks to our younger generation, there's a huge awareness building up on how the planet can be protected. I think our generations were kind of irresponsible, if I may use that word, for decades in messing up with the planet. But there's a huge awareness and shift from crisis to circularity. Concepts like green economics, circularity, circular economics, sustainability, these are becoming increasingly not just economic buzzwords, but practical, relevant, and real. So maybe there's a great opportunity here in terms of looking at environmental renewal. The demand growth by 2030 would be 35% more for food, 40% more for water, and 50% more for energy. The question is, how do we address this? And the answer, in my opinion, humble opinion, is that human intelligence, human wisdom would be able to find beautiful solutions. Let's take energy, for example, hydrogen, which is likely to become the next big thing in energy. Take water, for example. We're looking at water vapor coming from air. Look at food. We are looking at a complete radical revolution in the way we look at food. So I think there are great opportunities happening, but we need to remember the world is continuously going through what we call relentless change. Change is inevitable. It's going to happen. It'll continue to happen, and it'll be there. So we moved from the first industrial revolution to what we now call the fourth, fourth industrial revolution, which is nothing but the connected enterprise, connecting the Internet of Everything, coupled or magnified by 5G technologies. It's going to be a completely new world that we live in. Connected by technology, connected also by humanity. And with the backdrop of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, I think each one of us, as professors, teachers, researchers, scholars, we have a responsibility to make our world a better place. So every solution, technological or otherwise, should be addressing one or more of these 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Let's take one as an example to give you a perspective. We know that there are billions of people, not millions, billions of people who go without food every single day. Now, here's a question, or zero hunger. Billions of people. So I'm combining, let's say, 1 and 2, no poverty and zero hunger. Would you believe me if I tell you the world actually produces more food than the ones that we consume? So here is the paradox. On one hand, we say there are a few billions who go without food. And then we say we produce more than we consume, which means a large percentage of the food that we produce is being wasted. I mean, I have statistics, but I don't want to bore you with them at the moment. But the big point is that if we diligently, innovatively, conscientiously focus on ensuring that the food that is currently being wasted gets diverted towards the billions who are suffering from poverty and from hunger, maybe there is a solution. Let me give you a step in the right direction. A few years back, a professor from the US, a Bangladeshi, quit his job and came over to Bangladesh, which was then ravaged by natural disasters and all kinds of challenges, maybe many of these issues. The professor's name was Dr. Muhammad Yunus. Many of you will know him. He was the father of the microfinance revolution. And here is this professor who comes over and then creates what we call a microfinance/microeconomic revolution. A very simple idea, innovation that probably transformed millions of lives. In fact, almost 20 million lives. What did he do? He identified people on the street. In fact, virtually women. His focus was on women because women are apparently more responsible when it comes to handling money, families, and futures. So he identified small groups of women. He called them women micro cooperatives, 5 to 6 women. These were destitute women on the street, not able to fend for their living, probably living deserted, below poverty lifestyles. Gets them on and gives them money to the tune of a few $100. The money is not for them to buy food, but money for them to invest in a micro enterprise that can generate income. It started off as a few drops. The drops became an ocean. Microfinance and the Grameen Bank that Dr. Yunus created went on to create a revolution by winning the Nobel Prize for economics, and also has the highest banking, what we call the collectibles, the money that you lend out, a multi-billion-dollar, let's say, profitable venture that lends out billions of dollars and has a 99% recovery rate from the most destitute and most impoverished of people. A few years back, Professor wrote a fascinating treatise. I would encourage all of you to read that book. It's called A World with 3 Zeros, right? A world with 3 zeros. And what did Professor focus on? A world without poverty, a world without, in fact, he said, zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero carbon emissions. And if you think that's a pipe dream, that's just a vague dream, you got to see that he has already transformed 20 million lives. And if you go by his roadmap and plan, trust me, each one of us, every country on this planet would be able to not only sustain, survive, but also thrive. So the good news, friends, is that we have opportunities, we have frameworks and plans that are available that can help us to do the right thing. So, world of 3 zeros. And as we know, Bangladesh currently is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, even during the pandemic and post-pandemic. We are seeing a shift in the way consumers come in. Even after the pandemic, in many parts of the world, including Dubai, we are expected to wear masks wherever we are in public spaces. And everything has changed, from work to learning to communication and information, travel and mobility, shopping and consumption, even life at home, play and entertainment, and health and well-being. So would we look at each one of them as challenges, or could we look at it from the lens of innovation and say each one of them could be $1 million, if not billion-dollar opportunities? Look at this picture, from human interaction to avoiding social contact. Just dwell on this for a minute. From sustainably refreshed to sustainability downgraded. From explosion of small brands to return of trusted A brands. And from exuberant consumerism to consumption moderation. So there is a fascinating shift taking place across. And there were many winners during the last 2 years. You can see those pictures. You can probably relate to them, because all of us, in one way or the other, would have used one or more of these facilities when we got locked up at home. From Amazon's delivery to Zoom to Tesla's EVs to Disney's streaming entertainment to workouts from home, and of course, the other social media opportunities. And yes, there were losers. Live events, airlines, transportation, hospitality, the beauty industry, and of course, various other industrial sectors. So the question, what happens next? Well, here's a very interesting picture. This is called the Schumpeter waves. Schumpeter was a professor, economics professor, who studied innovation, especially post a catastrophe. And every time there was a catastrophe, he's got those years, if you can see there, 1785, 1845, 1900, so on and so forth. Every time there was a wave of catastrophe, there was a wave of innovation. And he's also identified the innovations that took place. So friends, the big good news is that every time there's a downturn, you have an upturn in terms of innovation, upturn in terms of success. And this is fascinating, phenomenal, and research-backed. 57%, that's a huge number. We're talking about each of these companies born in a downturn. So the right kind of mindset for the right kind of innovations could lead to the right kind of growth opportunities. So it's time to survive and thrive. Here's a very simple framework to look at how we can survive and thrive. So let's look at 2 parameters. during the crisis, beyond the crisis. So during the crisis, what did we stop during the crisis that we won't resume and can abandon? Probably office space, probably some unwanted technologies, probably some unwanted infrastructure. Maybe we need to relook that. Maybe we started something during crisis. Maybe we got together closer as humanity. Maybe we got together through technologies. Maybe invested more on technologies. Should we end that, right? So during crisis. Then beyond crisis, what did we start that has become popular that we'd like to continue and enhance? What did we stop during the crisis that we will restart but may need to adapt and change? So keeping these 4 parameters in the context, in the backdrop, there are a number of things we could do to actually address the question of survival and thriving. Here are 6 opportunities within the space of, the context of post-COVID opportunities. Number 1, the concept of technology connecting with humanity. Now we being connected, we wanting to belong, and we being enabled to not only connect with people, but to collaborate, contribute, cooperate, and create something new. There's been a tremendous enhancement in health tech. So it's become digital. It's now based on health analytics, and it can be continuously tracked, quote unquote, for the right reasons. We are looking at work scenarios, which are again different, radical, agile, remote, and freelance, which are all options available. And in retail, it's now more automated, more cashless, and it can also have hybrids with pickups and deliveries. Mobility and transportation, more individual, more local, and more electric. And in our space, education, it's lifelong. People got a great opportunity to understand the power of learning, the power of education, which is now flexible with multiple options offered through hybrid technologies. So the thing is, there are more intelligent solutions which create more liquid businesses. Here are some innovators in the world of accelerated change. Gordon Ramsay, the world famous master chef, created unique products and services during and after the pandemic. Bovary was an innovative farming company which made it from the farm to the table through innovative value chain management. Nestle came with products across the world that address people's anxieties and challenges. In the field of beverages, again, here was a company that created newer versions. And, for me, the favorite is Impossible. Impossible is an apparently impossible product. It's a brand, by the way, from the UK. This is purely organic, plant-based burgers, which they claim, I haven't tasted it, but they say it claims that they taste even better than meat burgers without the fat and without all the challenges. That's the world we are getting into. And I think more and more of these innovators are coming across from different parts and radically revolutionizing the world that we look at. So from drive-thrus to pickups to all kinds of options available, right? We now have a world that is transformed in many ways for the better. And we need to know how to take advantage of that and address the question, what happens next? Here are a few examples of people who've been extremely successful. This is Anne Wojcicki, and she's the founder, CEO of a company called 23andMe. For those of us who may not be familiar, go back in time to the time when human gene editing and human genome, analysis was $1 million business when the human genome was analyzed. Today, at $99 and with a few drops of saliva, Anne's company can give us our entire DNA analysis from $1 million to less than $100. That's the power of innovation. And there are many such Annes in this world. From China, you have Zhang Ruimin, who is the CEO of Haier. Many of us would know the brand, but we may not know the business model behind Haier. Through his remarkable visionary leadership, Zhang has transformed a traditional government enterprise into an example of what we call micro-innovation and micro-enterprises. Haier as a company is split into thousands of micro units, which have their own targets, which have their own value chains, which have their own profits and their own focus. And through that, they have built one of the most innovative companies in the world. And that again is an example of great innovation. Here's Emily Wise. Many of us would know the B2B model, which is business to business. We also know the B2C model, which is business to consumers. But have you heard of a model called C2C? And that's what Emily specializes, from consumers to consumers. She runs this fabulous cosmetics company called Glossier, and she sells her entire millions of dollars worth of products from customers to other customers. In fact, a global network of customers who sell to each other. So again, there are tremendous new ways by which we can address this. And this is in the logistics and supply chain space, where Jim Snabe, the Siemens and Maersk CEO, has created or embraced the latest technologies, including blockchain, to not only radically revolutionize logistics and supply chain, but reimagine the future of supply chains and other value chains. So in this perplexing, challenging world, of course, with the right vision, understanding, clarity, and agility, who will succeed? You need to have these 7 characteristics. You need to be a radical optimist, audacious and inspiring others. You need to be a future hacker. So probably these are essential aspects which we may need to imbibe in our students. Future hackers, which means starting future back 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, and then experimenting with new ideas. We need to be a sense maker, which means we're able to see new patterns and look at trends and shape our own vision. We need to have the grit, which is an extension of resilience, confident and persistent to make the future happen. We need to be the entrepreneur, whether we work for a company or we are on our own. We need to be the entrepreneur, being the catalyst, the coach, and with a founder's mindset. We need to be emotionally agile. With all the technology coming in, we need to be rooted as human, constantly curious and adaptive to change. And last but not the least, we need to be an ideas connector, connecting unusual ideas, people, and partners. So I leave you with 5 suggestions as to what you can do. You need to have a vision that is much bigger, dreaming beyond the possible. That's the power of human imagination. That's the power of human achievement. And you know the allusion to this particular picture. Tesla's Elon Musk visioneering that one day man will inhabit planet Mars. And it starts with not what, not how, but most importantly, why. Why do we want to do that? The purpose, and then find the meaning for it, and then look at the tools and technology of how we would do that, and then what we would do to achieve it. We need to take the Harley-Davidson approach of looking at thinking from outside in. What does that mean? It's not about we creating technologies and ideas and products and services inside our research labs. We need to go out into the world to see what the world wants, what humanity wants, what our customers want, what our stakeholders want, and then think from outside in. That's important. So we need to shift from the business to the customer. And in our case, we can even say from the educational institution to the customer. We need to constantly be on the pursuit of solving important problems. This is a classic example from Nike, which has created products from completely recyclable material. And this is an example of how we can power the social and green economy. We need to have radical innovations through disruptive technologies that can address big human challenges. And this happens on an ongoing basis. And as we said, to create a sustainable business, ensuring a fair society, and most importantly, living within environmental limits. So I think these are important parameters when we do our research and technology. The fourth one is accelerating ideas to action. So during the pandemic, there were digital platforms that enabled us to recreate and reimagine a typical retail experience and then go through it to not only redefine the future of retail, but also enhance the consumer experience. And then the fifth one is innovating further and innovating faster, because the environment is changing so rapidly. How do we do that? Three ways by which we look at it. We need to have a much better view of the future, which is used by future visioning rather than worrying and groaning about the future. Can we vision a better future for all of us, for humanity, for our stakeholders, and then work backwards? Can we look at the dynamics of market shaping and then see how we can create products and services for different markets? Can we align our teams? And these teams could be global. And we see that as an example in this conference itself. We have people from so many different countries working on a technology platform like Zoom, connecting with each other, sharing our ideas, sharing our thoughts for a better world. And then can we create technologies that can future-proof? And then in terms of innovation, can we look at getting it from the customer? Can we look at how to design better concepts? Can we plan for different horizons? And can we radically look at new business models? And from the perspective of implementation and execution, how do we focus on priorities? How do we look as agile as a business model to implement? And how can we have faster impact and then scale to networks? And then to extension of that would be what we call a growth mindset. This is based on fascinating 4 decades research from Dr. Carol Dweck, Stanford professor. And it also tells us that we all can have a growth mindset. One of the classic transformations happened during Satya Nadella's takeover of Microsoft as its CEO, and in just 4 years, transformed a traditional fixed mindset company into a fast-moving growth mindset company. And lastly, we need to connect all these ideas and people with having an audacious attitude, with a passion to make life better, shaping our own vision, making sense of the change, acting with speed and agility, and persisting to make it happen. So the question to all of us, what will you do next? And in a world that is complex, perplexing, challenging, and worrying, my simple suggestion, the history of humanity is a testament that the ones who have thrived are the people who were bold, who were brave, and who were brilliant. I leave you with this final video, which is an encouragement to all of us, and together, let's build a better
climate change,
deadly earthquake,
a suicide bomber,
terrorism,
nuclear device.
Sorry.
Climate change,
deadly earthquake,
a suicide bomber,
terrorism,
nuclear device in the heart of the nation's capital.
It's no wonder that we're pessimistic. It's no wonder that people think that the world is getting worse. But perhaps that's not the case.
Perhaps we forget that we've only just begun.
Doing what's never been done before is intellectually seductive, whether or not we deem it practical.
What we're seeing is unfathomably new possibilities all of a sudden becoming available to us.
The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave.
You have to trust in something. Your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever.
We truly are living in an extraordinary time, and many people forget this.
So now technically your device is on. Can you tell? Can you hear me?
The yearning to do what we do in the service of something larger than ourselves.
Where did we come from? Are we alone in the universe? What is the future of the human race?
When you conduct those exercises, innovation follows just as day follows night.
We can do this. I know we can because we've done it before.
Stay hungry, stay foolish.
So on that beautiful positive note, I want to thank you for this opportunity and wish everyone the very best. And if you have any questions, would be happy to take them.
If there are any questions, the participants can ask the speaker.
Good morning, Christopher. Myself, Dr. Sudeshna Chakravarti, Professor, Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology. Am I audible?
Yes, a little louder, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, the presentation was very construed, very relevant, and most resourceful. So, what my area is the promotion and the research roadmap towards my scholars' work that hamper during the part of research propagation. As we have seen, the period of pandemic has given a setback to these research areas, and especially on the work of implementation. So how they can combat in the perspective of research and their proper, you can say, the proceeding towards implementation work, which hampered during the period. Can you please guide to me and to my scholars?
Excellent question, ma'am. And I think the answer lies in our mindset. Well, we are confronted with that challenge, with that catastrophe, with that uncertainty. So what we need to do is, first of all, understand that humanity bounces back when there is a challenge. That's number one. Once we realize that, then we put our hearts together. And there is now a lot of new research that talks about the science of human collaboration. In other words, the earlier concept of survival of the fittest is now being replaced with survival of the nicest. And what they mean by that is cooperation, collaboration, and mutual contribution. There's a whole science around it. There's lots of research evidence from Harvard to Oxford. They're all working on it. From the annals of computational biology, anthropology, and sociology. Now, why am I bringing this in the context of the question that you asked? Because today, with technological platforms available and the openness, all we need is a mindset to think we can go beyond. So number one is the opportunity to collaborate at a global scale. So we don't need to confine our research to our own department, our own community. We can look at a much broader landscape. That's number one. Number two, because of the pandemic has also thrown open newer technological opportunities to collaborate. So apart from the Zoom and Google Meet and so on and so forth, there are many other technological opportunities, even within the research space, which have evolved. So I think one is the mindset, two is the awareness, three is the willingness to open up. A few years back, in fact, I think almost a decade back in 2005, the world moved to a new kind of concept called Wikinomics. Wikinomics is nothing but economics, Wikipedia style. What does it mean? Open source, open collaboration, open ideas. So even traditional industries that confine themselves to IP, intellectual property, copyrights, research and development, moved into a world where they can tap into the wisdom of the world, right? So there is Procter & Gamble, which moved its research and development into connect plus develop, which means it opened its intellectual property to the world at large to ask for solutions. And there were many other companies that followed suit. There was a mining company in Canada called Goldcorp. They all followed the model. So I think one is the openness, two is the willingness, three is the ability to use these different technologies. And the fourth one, and I think that's equally important, is cross-disciplinary research. Gone are the days when we would confine ourselves to knowing more and more about less and less, the age of specialization. Today, we are talking about a fluid intelligence where multiple people from multiple disciplines, engineering collaborating with fine arts, right? That's the new kind of multidisciplinary perspective that we need to bring in. And the more diverse the research team, the better the outcome and the more exciting the research capabilities. So I would strongly suggest that keep your mind open and look for newer opportunities. It already happened. If you look at the COVID pandemic vaccination cycle or innovation cycle, normally vaccinations take a period of 3 to 5 years. But in less than 1 year, they were able to do it because of the power to collaborate, because of the power to bring in cross-disciplinary perspectives and people working. And please remember, all this was done when we were socially distanced. So I would strongly encourage, I think it's a great opportunity for us to tap these newer technologies and newer opportunities.
Thank you, sir. You have removed and make me viable, make me competitive on the path of research that have struck, that have withdrawal through this pandemic period sometime. So that's why we all are here, to move into an interdisciplinary collaborative pattern. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right. In that case, thank you so much, Dr. Christopher, for your wonderful speech. And it's been a wonderful and informative session that you have given us. And thank you for spending your time with us today, sir.
Wish you the best for the conference, for the rest of the conference.
Thank you, sir. All right. And moving on. So next, we have another guest speaker. I would like to welcome Dr. Sailesh Iyer for delivering the guest speech on role of technology in the Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to welcome Dr. Sailesh Iyer.
Very good morning. It's a wonderful morning in India. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. You're audible and visible. Go ahead.
Yeah, fine. Thank you very much for inviting me to be a part of this esteemed conference. And I know Dr. Sudeshna also, and I think what question she had asked now was very good morning. I think the question that she asked was very relevant, and I would just like to add a few points to what Dr. Chris just said about that. Actually, probably it is on how we stretch ourselves during tough times. So if I tell my example, I would just like to give a small example of mine. Actually, I was also faced with a lot of problems during pandemic because I was at a place where connectivity was also challenged, but somehow actually things worked out. When there was a will, things worked out. And probably in these last 2 years, I have conducted more than 80 expert talks, many at international conferences. And through LinkedIn, a lot of contacts have been developed, a lot of collaborations. Around 6 edited books have been through, and this would not have been possible if probably we would have been working offline. So online has been a boon in these times. So there have been a lot of challenges, but then how we manage these challenges, I agree with Dr. Chris that we have to go out of the normal routine, and we have to actually focus upon what can be achieved and what our goals are. So ultimately, this can help us a lot in going forward. As far as research scholars are concerned, yes, they have faced a lot of limitations as far as certain experiments are concerned, but now probably those experiments would be through. But otherwise, academic work and academic progress is definitely increased during this COVID times, and collaborations have been possible. I would not have visualized this kind of situation where probably I'm giving an online talk in 2019 or 2018, because at that time there were offline conferences more. So it would not have been possible to be actively involved in all the offline conferences. But yes, online has its benefits and its disbenefits and disadvantages also. So with these words, I would just like to once again thanks the organizers, and I would just like to start with my topic. Before that, actually, I would just like to share my screen. I hope it is visible. Fine. Before starting with my presentation, I would just like to share a small video here. Yeah, this small video actually shows us how technology can be instrumental in pandemic times and how it has helped a lot of people attain their goals, because we were faced with, I mean, in 2019, as I said, 2018-19, we never thought that we would be forced to be indoors for a duration of maybe 3 months to 6 months. In some countries, in India it was earlier 3 months, and then it increased again. The second phase also came. So it's very difficult for us to predict what would be the future, and in this future actually we have to be ready for the uh, challenging times, and we have to be ready with solutions that probably we would never have thought about. So there are innumerable problems, and we have to work towards sustainability and how technology can innovate, how we can innovate technology and how we can implement it in sustainable, achieving the sustainable development goals. So uh, here again, vaccination, healthcare sector, all these sectors are such sectors where technology has taken a huge leap during the last 2 to 3 years. 2020 onwards, if I just observe the change in mentality of people, like they have become very much health conscious. Uh, I would just like to take a small fact check about India in particular, because in India, what happened is that people earlier were used to much of the fast food culture, and they were not health conscious that much. They were not doing that much exercises, and they were not going to the gym. They were not cycling. They were using four-wheelers and two-wheelers for most of the normal tasks where they could have done without that. But now, if I see, I can see that there's a huge change in the mentality of the people. The people are getting conscious, and technology is getting them more adaptable towards this. There have been a lot of wearable devices which have been actually useful to uh, monitor the health parameters. So suppose how many steps I have walked during the day. There are some apps, there are some wearable devices which can actually help you tell that how many steps you have walked today. So that is a simple way of looking at technology towards sustainability. That is, first sustainable goal for us is our health, because health and wealth comes later, but health is the first goal that we should be having. So I would just start with my presentation. I would be covering the topic in the short time that I'm given: role of technology in sustainable development goals. And what are the sustainable goals? Simple, if I just go through the definition, it's a development goal to actually ready the planet that will transform the world. That means to make the planet ready to transform how we are actually working, how we are going about our lifestyle, etc. So these are the 17 sustainable development goal, or SDG it's called in short, which are very novel to talk about, because these are some things which have not been practiced up till now, but since last many years we have been talking about sustainable solutions, and technology is at the forefront in solving these technological change in the achieving the sustainable development goals. So first goal is to end poverty, no poverty. Now how can technology help in that? The first step is that there are many schemes that each government in any country is implementing, but it is not reaching the people. So technology can be a game changer, where directly the technology can empower the people who are poor and help them in the way in removing the poverty, creating jobs, creating equal opportunities, creating socially development schemes which can reach the poor people, because the database should be known. Because in many countries it happens that underdeveloped countries and developing countries, the government does not have the data of how many people are below the poverty line. Even if they have the data, that data is not actually translating into any action, because it is leading to a lot of corruption while the money is being transferred from the government to the poor people. So people who are below the poverty line, they are not getting all the benefits that the government is intending to. But now with bank accounts, we have in India called Jan Dhan accounts, where a lot of people are getting direct benefit of credit transfer from the government. So this is enabled through technology. This is enabled through implementation of different forms of technology in this. So ending poverty is one goal which probably seriously is being considered, and we are being achieved. We are almost achieving it. And hunger, again, food security is something which is very important, and nutrition and promoting sustainable agriculture. So that is the second goal where we are concentrating on ending hunger. Now here agriculture, in India, the perspective, I'm just talking about India here so that you get an idea about what is happening in India. And I'm sure in most of the developed countries where technology is being implemented in agriculture, India is still at the primary stage of implementing technology in agriculture in a big way. So underdeveloped countries or developed countries which are developing, they are facing this challenge. How can we actually have sustainable growth in agriculture without compromising on the traditional agriculture model? So here I think so IoT can play a big role. Artificial intelligence and machine learning combined with IoT, that is the sensors can be there, and they can actually make it a type of agriculture, smart farming, we call it smart farming here. I'm working on that project also. Like I have one project where I'm working on providing smart farming solutions using technology, and that is at the very that is almost mid stage right now. We have crossed some barriers that we were facing. This is being carried out with the help of some students of my BTech as well as BCA students. They are involved in this project, and we are actually going to the farmer. We are discussing with them the problems and how technology can remove those problems. So again, one important aspect which I would like to believe here is that we can change the things, but what we expect is that government should do everything. Instead of that, we should be taking the initiative. Educational institutions can take the initiative. Faculties, senior faculties can take the initiative, involve students, take them to the field where they actually have the feel of what is going on, and they are getting the problems from the directly the stakeholders, and then we are planning for solving those problems. So this is something which probably we are doing in the agriculture smart farming part. Again, in India, the scenario is where farmer is dependent upon rains. If the rain is too much, it can create a problem. It can lead to floods and it can lead to destruction of crops. If the rain is not there, it is less, it can lead to famine, and it can lead to again crops not giving the appropriate amount of nutrition accordingly. So there are such problems which are happening, and farmer is actually having to take a loan in such scenario, and he is not secure enough to there are a lot of schemes, but farmers are not getting advantage of it. So one role of the government here is that how they can implement farming in a proper manner. So farming actually needs to be implemented in a proper manner, and we need to have lot of such solutions which are possible using technology. So small ideal farms can be prepared, and these farms, IBM, Microsoft, all these big players are doing a lot. I mean, I was just going through one of the panel discussions in one of the colleges. There was an IBM scientist along with me in that panel discussion. So we were just discussing these things. So he said that IBM is working in a village in Bihar where they are actually promoting smart farming. So these are things which can actually change if we have institutional involvement, educational institutions. We have big IT companies or non-IT companies, even if they are part of it, and government can be part of this solution. So this we can bring about a change by adopting each village, and we can bring about a change in the way farming is being done. So we can end hunger effectively, we can increase the food yield, and also transparently we can track the food being transported through blockchain. So a lot of changes technology can bring about, and farmer doesn't have to go to the farm. He can sit in his office or in his home and monitor entirely through his laptop. So this is possible, and this is smart farming which I'm talking about. And this can end poverty and end hunger also, because if the source of farming is automized, then probably the yield will increase, and that will lead to a lot of people getting employment also in the farming sector as well as in the technology sector. So this will lead to a game changer that will lead to more jobs also. So these are all the facilities that are being implemented right now, and I see by 2030, I see that a big change coming in the farming sector, because smart farming is going to replace the traditional way. Similarly, the goal number 3 is regarding good health and well-being. So again, as I showed you in the video just before when I started, that this is particularly one sector where probably a lot of attention is not being paid to. This is a non-rewarding sector for the doctors and medical practitioners. But with the COVID and the pandemic, it has been realized, people have realized that no, healthcare is equally important, and healthcare sector, a lot of governments are now spending too much on automation of healthcare. And we are also seeing a huge involvement of robots, humanoid robots in healthcare sector. So doctors and nurses' primary role would be to guide the robots accordingly and to help in preparation of these humanoid robots along with technical people. And basically they would be doing the tasks. So all the mundane tasks that are being done, uh, doctors and nurses will not be required to travel to the wards where probably COVID patients or any particular patients having any disease which can be spread are there. They can monitor it, and humanoid robot can do the essential things. So probably this is the change that we are looking forward in the future. Fourth goal is regarding quality education. Now, this is one more project which I'm working on. We are in a funded project. We are having a funding agency which has funded a project for it. And here we are working on humanoid robot development for rural education. Now, when I did a survey, this project is very important because when a survey was done in 2018, it showed that most of the particular government schools in rural areas are not having adequate teachers to train the students. And those teachers who are there, they are given administrative work like collection of data, etc. from for the villages from government is given, and they are employed in those tasks. So their priority of teaching the students and promoting quality education is sidelined. So looking at this particular problem, we are now in the stage of devising a humanoid robot which can be useful and which can replace the teacher in the non-availability of the teacher. It can replace the teacher. It can do all the tasks of correction of assignments, even teaching some subjects, some topics. Of course, I'm not saying here that human teachers would be replaced by humanoid robots, but yes, they can assist and they can support in that role. So there can be no replacing the teachers, but yeah, we can promote this concept where we can have humanoid robots teaching, we can humanoid robots supporting the teachers, assisting the teachers, and this has been already implemented in some of the schools. And the success ratio is very huge because the students are also liking the presence of a humanoid robot, and they are more adaptable. They also, the recorded videos are there of the sessions taken, so students can actually go through these videos whenever they are free and they can learn productively. So this is also a game changer here. Quality education is something which we require. The only problem here is a connectivity issue in rural areas, which is also slowly being removed with the help of big players coming into this domain. So I believe in the coming few years, we would find a sea change in the attitude of rural education and in the kind of transformation that rural education is going to go through. So probably humanoid robots, the one challenge here was the cost, because when we actually initially went for the costing of the humanoid robot, we understood that if you want to procure a robot with minimum adaptable requirements, then it costs anywhere between 3 to 8 lakhs. Now that is not viable enough, but yeah, we are working on a solution where from waste, because I have just contacted a person, a school teacher from a village, who had actually developed a e-waste robot, and it is costing around 50,000. So if that is going through, then probably this would be very much useful in changing the entire scenario. So again, cost viability is also a very important factor for preparing the humanoid robots and maintaining the coding for them. So this can be a very effective solution. Again, here technology is at the forefront. Fifth one is achieving gender equality. Again, here a lot of tools are there for safety of girls, for providing equal opportunity to girls. Girls are not aware about the schemes that government has implemented. So here we can have many tools which can be helpful to providing education to girls and women regarding their rights and how they can transform the whole nation and society. So this is what we are aiming at. Sixth one is where we are want water, that is clean water and sanitization. Now this is one big problem which is being faced by many of the areas, because in many areas proper development has not taken place. I mean, the land development has not taken place. The buildings have been constructed without much of the planning being done. So here we are facing water related and sanitation problems. For that, again, clean water availability is required. So here again, IoT can play a very important role in water management. IoT, water sensor management is there. One of the patents also we are working on is regarding the RO water purification level, and a device which can check and inform and alert this sensitive information regarding the purity of water and different chemical parameters. So this is one ongoing project which is there. So these are all problems which are being faced, and we are looking at solutions for this. And IoT and sensors can play a very big role in giving you the information about the current cleanliness or current parameters which we have decided criteria for water purification, and how we can make it better. So the whole purification process can be there. Again, these are all areas where we require interdisciplinary approach expertise. That means, suppose if I am from CSE IT background, my students may be from CSE IT background, but I may require somebody related to maybe chemistry who can be associated with this project. For agriculture, we may require somebody from agriculture to be part of this project. So this is where interdisciplinary research is going to be productive enough. So now, gone are the days when we are talking about just research related to our fields. Now we are going to do research which is interdisciplinary in nature. So that is where the challenges are, and collaborations are required across sectors. Seventh is ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. Again, here smart energy is what is required, and we are looking at smart energy solutions, renewable energy solutions. So this is one sector where a lot of work is required, but it has started. People have slowly started adapting to different alternative energy sources, and that is probably a welcome change. Purity, sustainability, that will also be increased, because we are not going to tax the environment for that. So this is going to be a game changer here, and I'll be just talking about some solutions in that area also in the coming slides. Eighth is promoting sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth and productive employment, and decent work for all. Now here we need to look at the standard of living of the people that needs to be increased. Now in most of the countries, there's an imbalance between the wealthy and the poor. So that imbalance needs to be removed. We need to make people live a decent life. For that, we need to have smart life, smart cities, smart villages. So this is probably where technology can promote, or technology can work towards promotion of these particular fundamental ideas. Ninth is building a resilient infrastructure. Again, this is one area where innovation, Dr. Chris has deliberated a lot about innovation, but we need to build effective, cost-effective solutions which can actually lead to better industrialization, which can actually not harm the environment. At the same time, the infrastructure building should not be taking too long, and they should be viable also. There have been a lot of such structures built which can actually be very much conservative environment friendly as well as cheap, and it can be healthy for the people also. So there have been a lot of solutions being built on the home front for a lot of people on the home front as well as industries also, to help the cooling of the environment in such a manner that we don't require artificial cooling to take place. So these are all areas where a lot of work can be done. The 10th one is reducing inequality in and among countries. Now, this is an area where we need a lot of people, a lot of different countries to connect with each other. So it cannot be done isolatedly, but many countries need to be in contact with each other. 11th is where we need to have smart cities. Again, smart cities should be again safe, inclusive, and sustainable. So that is what the goal. I would just be talking about that in the next slide. Ensure 12th goal is ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. Again, the production here many times is not sustainable enough, and we are not able. We have to import or export. Some countries are exporting some goods and some countries are importing. So we need to have self-sustainable solutions where we can take care about our requirements. So technology can promote in that aspect also. We can have effective supply chain mechanism also for that. Climate change is a very serious problem which we need to address. We need to conserve what is below also, like below water conservation of species, etc., is also very much required. During COVID, when the oceans were checked for the water purity, and there were some species which came to the fore which were not actually discovered earlier. So we can see that this entire ocean, entire atmosphere is being contaminated by people, and if we conserve them, then probably it would be healthy for us, and it would be uh, sustainable ecosystem can be generated because of this. 15th is where we are looking at restoring sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems and forests. We need to conserve our forests. We need to reverse the land degradation that we have done during the past few years. So that we need to take care of. So again, technology can be very much relevant there. The 16th one is promote peaceful and inclusive societies. That is, we need to take everyone together and we need to give justice to that. For that again, we can have a proper ecosystem where we can have all the details being recorded so that there are minimum tussles, and there is a ecological balance between people and inclusive development of societies. So that can be done. And 17th one is where we can talk about partnership at a global level for sustainable development. So these are the 17 goals, out of which some of the goals are directly related with technology. I would just like to focus upon 5 important goals here. Good health and well-being. Uh, Here again, technology can play a very important role. Decent work and economic growth. Again, this I've already explained this. Sustainable cities and communities. Smart cities are the need of the smart cities and villages. Responsible consumption and production, that is again very much required. What we are producing, how much we are producing, and what is the consumption. Accordingly, the production should be tuned so that we don't have to import anything from outside, so we can be made self-sufficient. And one more thing is that from villages, people pre-COVID were coming to cities. Now we need to again arrest that particular exodus from villages to cities, because we need to make villages self-sufficient. So most of the projects that are receiving the government funding right now, or funding from other external agencies, are related to building smart cities and smart villages which can sustain themselves. Climate action is also one thing which we need to take, and it's at a global level. Climate summits are taking place, and I hope technology can play a very important role in this. But these are all some smart pan-India smart Indian solutions, smart solutions which are looking at. I would not go into deep here because of lack of time, but I would just like to focus upon the main aspects here. Energy management is very much required. For water as well as energy, we have smart meters being implanted, and this can allow us to monitor what is our usage, and accordingly we can also control the waste, and we can also perform leakage identification in case of water, as well as uh, who is consuming more energy, and whether there's a waste of energy, then that can be still uh, synchronized. So here IoT and AI can play a very important role in this. Parking solutions are there. We can have different autonomous vehicles, smart parking solutions. So these are all changes that are required in the whole ecosystem which is being done, and we can have a smart solution, smart city being a reality very soon. Like in 2019 budget of India, it was declared that there would be smart cities and smart villages which would receive the maximum investment. And this is where again healthcare is also one important factor, where healthcare has also been focused upon. And most of the institutions have now started work on smart cities and smart villages. AI for environmental sustainability. Now, artificial intelligence can be used for all these particular aspects like climate change, for ensuring that climate change can be reversed and we can make climate more predictable for us, because right now we have unpredictable climate because of what imbalances we have created in nature. So that can be reversed to whatever extent possible if we can have an idea of what is the sustainable land use, which land patterns are there, where the productivity of the land is there. If that can be identified with the help of sensors, we can look at these options. Smart transport options can also change the levels of pollution. So a lot of issues are there which we can deal with the help of technology. And these are research areas which probably can guide the future generation for more effective solutions. Then we have healthy oceans, again, where we can make our environment, oceans very clean. Water security, clean air. Again, in Delhi and most of the cities, we find that pollution's level have increased considerably, and during some particular months, due to stubble burning and also due to pollution, uh, the air purity level is coming down considerably. So how can we deal with this? For this, we can have mechanisms which can promote uh, real-time integrated adaptive urban management, which can actually deal with all these issues, and we can provide clean air to the residents. So these are all issues where probably technology can play a very important role, and AI is currently playing a very important role in this. AI, when I say, I'm not separating it from other technologies, they can also be integrated with this. And weather and disaster resilience. Now probably we have early warning systems which are very much possible. I remember that before 15 or 20 years, if any cyclone is going to come, then there was no advanced warning system in place. There was no prediction system in place because those systems were not existing. But now we can make a lot of changes in the way the predictions are being made. More than 48 hours uh, in advance, we know about the impending disasters that are coming, any cyclone coming, so we can evacuate the people from that. So all these systems are in place, but we can make it more accurate with the help of technology. So this is something which can be moved forward. Now, these are some of the blockchain related applications. I would just share this for the convenience of the audience. But these are all the parameters where blockchain can also be a very important role. So again, all the 17 parameters, blockchain is very actively involved in all these, solving all these sustainable development goals or achieving this sustainable development goals. So blockchain can also be a game changer going ahead. This is my concept of a future farm, smart farm, where the farmer is sitting in the office or his corporate, it can be a corporate office, it can be his home, and he's monitoring all the activities of his farm, starting from cow movement, starting from all the farming data. Drones are there, survey drones are there, agri boats are there, smart tractors which are not governed by any driver is not required here, any person is not required. So this is a totally automated farm which we anticipate, which will be a reality by 2030, if not 2025, at least by 2030, we should be going through this. And this will increase our productivity efficiently, and this will lead to a lot of problems highlighted in the sustainable development goal, like we want zero poverty, we want no hunger. All this is possible with the help of the smart farm. These are some areas where emerging technologies have actually how they have evolved, tackling lockdown economy for industry, for cities, for individuals, for remote healthcare. So a lot of things have transformed due to this pandemic, and probably IT sector in overall has played a very important role along with other multidisciplinary trades in giving solutions for this. 3D printing is one industry which has promoted, which has evolved a lot during this lockdown. These are some solutions that IoT can provide in providing sustainable development goals. So healthcare is there, smart homes is there, energy management, wearables are there. There are wearables which have fitness and activity monitors, and now this is becoming very common. Agriculture, as I told you, there IoT can play a very important role. Cars, engine management, whenever your engine is not, rather the polluting variants are increasing, the engine is not giving a healthy kind of environment, pollution is increasing, then there can be indicators for this. Engine management can be done, smart manufacturing can be done. So these are all issues which are very much concerning the smart cities and smart homes, and this can be given accordingly. Now, I would just like to conclude my particular session by just giving a innovation mantra. Normally, we say that 4 C's: collaboration, communication, creativity, and critical thinking. You have to think out of the box. All these has been already conveyed to you by the previous speaker. But collaboration is something which probably comes from a willingness or a mindset change. So mindset has to be changed accordingly. Communication has to be transparent and open. Creativity should be there in whatever you're undertaking. There should be ownership about it. And critical thinking is something where you have to think out of the box. But other than these 4 C, 5th C that is missing right now is compassion. So whether it is educational institutions, faculties, management, government, everywhere, whenever we are implementing technology, we are lacking compassion. So I would just like to add one more C, which is called compassion. So if we are actually adding compassion to this, probably we'll be able to get much more output than what we are receiving right now. So my new normal mantra would be socially connected. I would not say that we are not socially connected, because socially we are very much connected, but we need to observe physical distancing until we are getting rid of this pandemic or any other variant of this pandemic that is coming to us. So by these words, I would just like to end my session. If any questions, I'm open to it.
Are there any questions from the participants that you could ask the speaker? All right. So as we have no questions, we will move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much, Dr. Saidesh Iyer, for your wonderful and very informative session about the Sustainable Development Goals. And thank you for spending your time with us today.
Thank you.
So next, we have another keynote speaker, who is Dr. Rajiv Agarwal. He is the Senior Director of the Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology. Lloyd Institute is also one of our co-hosts, and we are very honored to have the Senior Director from Lloyd University. To say a few words about Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology, it is a group of educational institutions that is located in the futuristic modern township of Greater Noida of Delhi NCR region, the premier national educational institution which offers programs in engineering and technology, law, business management, pharmacy, and education, is spread across 10 acres of lush green campus. More than 16 years of excellence as educational providers, The group has made its mark of quality across these disciplines. The college, since its inception, is continuously striving to achieve excellence and has been recognized through numerous reputable awards and collaborations. It is our honor to have Dr. Rajiv Agarwal, the Senior Director of Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology, with us today. Sir, the session is over to you to deliver your keynote address.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a beautiful introduction about our institution. I think my slides are visible and I'm audible.
Yes, sir, they are visible.
Okay, good. So to start with, first of all, good morning to all present on behalf of the Institute and the organizing of IFERP and the ICRECT. I welcome all the academicians, researchers, and delegates who have joined for this talk. So the theme of this conference is more related to sustainable development of various economical, social, and academic development goals. And as far as my previous speakers who was talking about, so what is the major theme when we talk in terms of sustainability? I get it as a technology which will be driving our sustainable goals, which includes specifically once we say what are the major goals. The third, good health and well-being is one of the major area which we are looking for a sustainable development. So my slides or talk is basically based on these, what we say it as a technology. It's an application of the technology we are talking about, where we are using AI and ML in medical image processing. And the purpose of this image processing tool is to give a solution, which is mostly once we say it as a pandemic or a post-pandemic, where your decision support system will come into a active role. So as you already know, let's say once we move ahead, what is artificial intelligence all about? So I think we understand that intelligence is a machine ability to perform cognitive function as human does. So I'm not going into the detail of what is all artificial intelligence is about, but the time is limited. So we understand that it can be summarized as intelligent entities created by human. And the main point here is capable of performing tasks intelligently without being explicitly introduced, capable of thinking and acting rationally and humanly. Now, goals of artificial intelligence is once we talk in terms of a diagnosis. So I'll make 2-3 points, which is very important in terms of a sustainability, that facilitating human-computer interaction in a way that is more natural and efficient. And second is improving the accuracy and speed of medical diagnosis. So if we see the period of a pandemic, we find there are lots of data which is coming into a system. And mostly it is related to the scanning which has been done related to a lungs and other part of a body which are affected. And we find that there is no such, what we say it as a decision support system, which is provided by a system to take the right, what we say it as a call. Meaning the people are wandering here and there to show their, what we say it as a reports to the practitioners or a doctor, and we are not finding doctors available for this. I think this was the situations which we have already seen from last 1 or 2 years. So here comes the technology which can be used for ease of such problems. And I understand that these also provide the accuracy and speed of medical diagnosis, wherein you have a decision support system and you are putting your scans and report into a system. And there is a what we say it as a machine learning algorithm which is running behind, which can tell you whether this is affected or not. I think this is the main role, which I think the previous speaker has also talked about, where they have indicated about the sustainability cities and communities where the technologies will be using. I think this is more related to that what is needed nowadays, developing a decision support system or what we say it as a framework where you have such facilities where the people not go here and there. Helping people learn from new information more quickly and enhancing communication between human and machine. What are the different types of AI? As we generally know that there are different types of a classification of AI: artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, and artificial super intelligence. So we are talking about a machine consciousness once we say it as artificial super intelligence. But here, I think artificial narrow intelligence and artificial general intelligence will work whenever we are talking about any decision which is related to the scanning and other aspect of it. So this is some of the definition of artificial narrow intelligence and artificial general intelligence, where we are talking human level of cognitive functions across a wide variety of domains. In case of a artificial super intelligence, we are talking in terms of consciousness, and it is a high level of intelligence, which is generally seen in case of a human race. Then as far as subfield of artificial intelligence is concerned, we are dividing in different areas. One is artificial intelligence, ability of machine to imitate intelligent human behavior. Machine learning application of AI that allows a system to automatically learn and improve from experiences. I think this is again a human aspect. We learn through our experiences, and the same we are expecting from the machine. That's how machine learn itself. We call it as a machine learning tools. Then there is another aspect of it, which is now very, very common, very, very extensively used in different areas of engineering, areas of sciences and technology. That is deep learning. Application of machine learning that uses complex algorithm and deep neural networks to train a model. Now, machine learning, we have already discussed, is the most popular technique of predicting the future or classifying information to help people in making the necessary decisions. So as we have indicated in our initial opening, that we are talking about a system which can take certain decisions, and these decisions are based on their experiences or the training to which the machine is trained. For example, if I say that a X-ray is there or any scan is there, which is to be diagnosis in terms of whether it is positive or negative in terms of COVID or any other such diseases. So if we have a multiple images and we can able to train our system wherein they can extract the features of that particular images and find out whether this is positive or negative in terms of diseases. And once this system is in place, I think the human interaction is not required, wherein you need the doctors or the practitioners to take decisions whether this is positive or negative. This can be transferred to a machine, which leads to, I think, more sustainable cities and communities where it is not depending upon availability of a practitioner or a doctor, especially in a developing countries where we find the number of doctors are very less. Especially in case of rural areas, this can be what we said is a boom for these people, which can give their assistance in terms of providing the, let's say, decision support system. So with the help of machine learning, we can develop intelligent system. I've already discussed about that are capable of taking decision on an autonomous basis. These algorithms will learn from the past instances of data through statistical analysis and pattern matching. And based on the learned data, it provides the predicted result. How machine learning works, this is a small snapshot where the people can able to understand that it take the input data, it's analyze the input data, find out what is the pattern, it predict these type of patterns are there. Based on these patterns, we can store the feedback, or we can again reiterate it, or we can generate a feedback. That's how these machine learnings works. Now, in case of these type of training data does impact the algorithm, and the concept will be further, let's say you can say, improved. A new input data is to be fed whenever there is a system and we find that this is accuracy is less. We keep on inputting the data, we can feeding the more data to the system so that this efficiency of that system can increase. This enables the machine learning algorithm to continue learn on its own and produce the optimal answer, gradually increasing in accuracy over time. So if we say how this machine learn, and for machine, the food is data. As we keep on increasing the data and finding out what is the error in case of this, and ultimately after a long run of time, or after gradually increasing the raw data and correcting the, let's say, previous data, we find that the accuracy of the system may lead to 99%. In many cases, it may lead to 100%. Right now, then type of machine learning. This is a general term which is nowadays used. We have three types of learning, which is called, one is called as supervised, and then is called as unsupervised, and third is a reinforcement learning. In case of a supervised learning, there is a label data for training data. Since data is known, then we are talking in terms of a method or a tool by which we can predict the data. So there are two types of basic tool which is used. One is your regression and another is your classification. So you have two methods by which you can use the supervised learning. Unsupervised learning, it is unlabeled data. So in case of unlabeled data, we cannot have a regressions or a classifications. We use to another method where we find that how to collect the same data, which is called as clustering. And based on the clustering, we can have a ML algorithm, then we can process it, we can train the data, and ultimately we'll be getting the response of this data. This is another type of learning, which is generally we see in our natural process, which is called as a reinforcement learning. So in case of a reinforcement learning, the data analysis, here the algorithm discovers data through its own trial and method, and there is a way by which we say it as an award process, wherein whenever they are predicting close to a result, we award it, and whenever it is not close to a result, we are again changing the data. So this is how the reinforcement learning is done, wherein we are reinforcing or we are giving some awards to a system, wherein it corrects itself and ultimately take the right decisions based on the higher rewards. Then why is machine learning important? As the previous speakers has already talked about, this can be one of the technologies which is affecting all the areas of what we said as a human understanding and social means, wherein we talk in terms of smart cities, or we talk in many terms of clean water, whatever sustainable goals as far as World Organization has set. So this will always play important role. So that's we have already discussed self-driving cars, cyber fraud detections, online recommendation engines from Facebook, Netflix, Amazon. The machines can enable all these things by filtering useful pieces of information, and they can also keep together based on the pattern and get accurate result. So this is one of the picture which can predict how this learning can be done. The training data, then we had a pre-processing data where we do normalizations, dimension predictions, image processing. Then we have a learning depending upon the type of data, depending upon the type of applications. We can imply supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and we can also use reinforcement learning. Then there will be an error analysis, there will be precision, there can be overfitting. So there are different problems, which is again associated to a machine learning, which we have to come up by using different methods. And once you had a model, once you have a new data, we can have a predictions, and ultimately we'll be saying that this is the outcome of this machine. As we have already discussed, the rapid evolution of machine learning has caused subsequent rises in the use cases, demands, and sheer importance of machine learning in modern life. There are some of the common machine learning approaches which is used: regression, decision tree learning, support vector machine, association rule learning, artificial neural networks, inductive logic programming, reinforcement learning, clustering, similarity, and matrix learning. So there are some of the learning approaches which is used as far as learning. And now, I think this is very important to understand what is deep learning. Deep learning, again, as indicated on a previous pictorial graph, that it is again a subset of a machine learning that deals with algorithm which is inspired by the structures and function of the human being. Here you can see a graph is given where we are taking as an input and there is an output. Now, between these input and output, there are different hidden layers, and these hidden layers worked as a deep learning network which can work on multiple layers or artificial based on the artificial neurons. And these neurons are created once we connect this creates a network, and this is how the simple neural networks look like, where you have input layer, you have a hidden layer, you have an output layer. Now, this is some of the, let's say, applications for which your deep learning is effectively used. For example, let's say if we find out the diagnosis where these eyes are healthy or not. So you had an image of an eye retinas, which is fed to a neural network for training. Now the training means we are extracting certain features from this retina. Based on these features, we can define whether these are healthy eyes or not. So this is one such example where you can understand, we can able to diagnose whether it is a healthy eye or a diseased eye. So this is one such simple application using deep learning algorithm. How deep learning work? This is a process wherein you had the input, you have a weight, then you have a transfer function, so you have an activation function and output. And based on this, we are changing the activation function, we are changing the weights, and accordingly we are setting what output is required. The model output is compared with the actual output after training. That the neural network, the model uses the propagation method. It can use different propagation methods to improve the performance of the network, and the cost function helps to reduce the error rate. Basically, it's a matching where we are finding out what is the error between these two data. And once there is an error, we try to decrease these error by changing the weight values W1, W3, or by using a bias or taking a different activation functions. So this is some example of where how this deep learning works, deep neural network works. So this is a form propagation example, and same applies to any of the, let's say, features. And generally, you're finding nowadays the application is already there. Whenever you are passing from a toll, your number is already cached. And this is one such process where you can use effectively deep learning process where your number plate is imagined. And based on this, they can decide what type of a, you can capture the registration number, and many times you can also capture the type of vehicle, because there is one such problem which has been find in case of the toll plaza, that not only just reading the number plate will not work, because many times once you read a number plate, it only gives you the registration number, whereas many times the rates of these vehicles are different. So you have to also segregate in terms of a vehicle. So the vehicle should not be charged like a 4 vehicle. It may have 8, 10, 12 tires, depending upon the tires of the vehicles, the rate is changed. So that this is again a problem which has been rectified nowadays, that it is also identify the type of vehicle. Initially, it was identify only the registration number. Once this problem comes into the picture, then these neural networks has been trained to also identify the type of the vehicle. Now, types of a deep neural networks, we have a convolutional neural networks, we can have a recurrent neural networks, then we have a generated adversarial networks, and we have a deep belief networks. These are some of the types of deep neural networks which are effectively used in case of AI and ML. Now, what is the difference between a machine learning and a deep learning? Now, in case of a machine learning, you can understand that these require a large data. It provides high accuracy. It takes longer time to train and require GPU, which we call it as a graphical processing unit, to train properly and can be tuned in different ways. Now, so whenever we are going to any of these applications or technology-driven applications where we are predicting or finding out anything, so that's totally depend upon the type of applications and the number of or the size of the data or the scalability which we are talking about. Whereas in case of a machine learning, it can be trained on a lesser data, had a lesser accuracy. It also takes less time, and it can be trained on a simple CPU, which is having a, what we say it as a i7 type of a processor, and it has a limited tuning capabilities. Now, this gives you a clear picture what is the basic difference between deep learning and machine learning. So to conclude, if you have a simple applications, you can use a simple machine learning, and whenever you are going for a data size which is very high or which is very large, so you have to shift to a deep learning. Otherwise, your machine learning tools will not work on CPU, and you have required another higher processing devices, which is called as GPU. Now, image processing is one of the very efficient tool which is effectively used. Image processing is a method to convert an image into digital form and perform some operations. It gives us enhanced image to extract some useful information from it. It's a type of a signal dispensation in which input is image, like video frame or photograph, and output may be image or characteristic and associated with the image. So you have you can convert it into a different type of a format, a different type of information which can be extracted from these images. It treats image as a two-dimensional signal while applying already set signal processing tools. It is among rapidly growing technologies today with its application in various aspects. Image processing forms core research area within engineering and computer science discipline also, and all other applications which is coming out in terms of your good health, well-being, smart cities, whether you are talking in terms of any perspective. I think this is one such tool which is effectively used. Now I'm talking about the decision support system. This is just a basic understanding of your machine learning. Then we have talked about how artificial intelligence, we have talked about machine learning, we have talked about deep learning, we have talked about image processing. Now we are shifting to another area which is required, that is our biomedical imaging. Now, medical imaging is concerned with the interactions of all form of radiation with tissues, the technique and process of creating visual representation of the interiors of a body, seeks to reveal internal structures hidden by skin and bones, as well as to diagnose and treat disease. Also establishes a database of normal anatomy and physiology as a technology to extract clinically useful information, useful in the form of image for a medical diagnosis. So I think for the engineers, for the technologists, I think this last point is a technology to extract clinically useful information, because these informations clinically cannot be validated from engineer's point of view or a technology point of view. We are converting these what we say it as a clinical information into information which can be represented in a model which can be having some rationale by which we can take certain decisions. I think this is the approach why biomedical imaging become a very effective tool in providing the decision support system or inferences to the human being. Now, this is a basic image modalities. So we have different type of images. Radiography is one such images, which we call it as X-rays. Does not give the detailed information about the organ. It may cause skin cancer if it is used multiple times. This technique is less expensive and easy to use. X-ray, computer tomography, CT scan or CAT scan. It makes you use of computer process combination of many X-rays measurement taken from different angle. It helps in providing more clear information than X-rays, and the risk of radiation exposure is very low. Here, it's point to be noted that while during the pandemic we find that we are exposed to multiples of such scan, which is also affecting our human body, because that radiation is harmful for our bodies, and we do not understand that these multiple exposures to our bodies of these X-rays and MRIs is hazardous to our body. Magnetic resonance imaging, it has superb ability to discriminate between subtle differences in tissues characterizations. MRI does not involve X-rays or the use of ionizing radiation, which distinguishes it from CT or CAT scans and PET scans. So I think MRI is one of the very effective tools, but it is costly. So this is how these basic imaging modalities are used. Another way is your ultrasound. Its advantage is it provides images in a real time. It is portable and can be brought to be bedside. It is substantially lower in cost and does not use harmful ionizing radiation. Positron emission tomography, this is one of the, again, radioactive material is injected. I think this is used in case of very, very high diseases or when the person is infected from a very harmful diseases, that's only this is used. Fundus images, it is performed by fundus cameras, which basically consist of especially low power microscope with attached cameras in posterior poles. So these are some of the biological image processing which is used to diagnose the treatment or to diagnose the human body. Now, basic medical imaging processing system, this is how we use. There is acquisition, there is a processing, and there is a visualization and reporting. Now, in case of a processing, we have a different step: pre-processing, segmentation, detections, analyzing, and diagnosis. And here we are focused again for the diagnosis. Feature extraction, it is dimensionality reduction process, where initial set of raw variable is reduced to more manageable group. Now, critical step transition from pictorial to non-pictorial can be used as input to number of pattern recognitions and classification technique. So this is the point where we are talking about the representation, which can be used as input to a number, pattern recognition, classification techniques, and improve the feature attributes of the images. Invariant to rotation, scaling, and translation that we can do. So this is how the feature extraction is done. Now, classifications of features. So as we have already indicated, that once you are having these images, so these are images of a human body, we have to correlate, we have to find out what are the features which is to be extracted so that some inferences is generated from these images. Inferences means I'm talking in terms of a inferences, which is a medical inferences. But once we go into a predictive analysis, it will be more related to some of the statistical understanding or a mathematical model, which is correlating with the biological aspect. For example, as in case of a cancer images, we find that when we put these ultrasound images into a mathematical modeling, this graph, or what we say it as a graph, when we draw this graph, we find that in case of this cancerous tissue, this growth is exponential. So it gives you a pattern which is exponentially increasing. So that's how these biological inferences is inclined or is modeled by using certain frameworks or statistical inferences, wherein we relate some of the features of these images in terms of a biological representation. So based on the shape, we can have circularity, area, irregularity, shape parameters. Feature types you can have based on intensity, that's we are talking about. So that can be mean, standard deviation, variance, median, skewness, pixel orientations, kurtosis, and range. So that's how we are relating the base of the shape with a mathematical understanding or a statistical understanding. And based on a texture, we can have a contrast, cluster shade, sum of squares, inverse differential moment, correlation, energy sum average, mean, entropy, sum variance, difference variance, sum entropy, difference entropy, inertia, cluster prominence. Means the feature of the images is related in terms of your physical parameters as well as the statistical parameters. Now, properties of a good feature: repeatability, saliency, descriptiveness, and compactness. Now, this is how I'll be taking one study, which is a case study, which we have already published one paper, that is classification of brain tumors using deep learning. So, for example, if somebody is affected from a brain tumor, so this imaging is done. Once the imaging is done, the people has to contact to the practitioners, and based on their experiences and thumb checks, they tell you whether it is benign or benign. I think this can be transformed into another decision support system where lots of images has been put into a system, and the system is made to learn and differentiate between malign and benign tissue. That's how we are talking about a sustainable system wherein you do not need an intervention as a practitioner from the human side. So the machine will take the decision. The only thing which is required is that you had your scan done, and if the scan is done and it is put into a system, you can able to predict whether this has a malign or a benign type. So introduction, classification of brain tumor is a vital assignment for assessing tumors and making a suitable treatment. Generally, MRI is generally utilized for such a task because of its unrevealed quality of image and the reality that does not depend on ionization radiations. And so, because in case of a brain, we cannot have these type of things. These data set can be classified into malignant and benign. The data set comprises 696 images on T1 weighted images. So this is how we have done. So this is a proposed algorithm. So we had a brain image data sets, and these brain image data sets are extracted. Some features are extracted of the images. The pre-processing is done, and then we had used the data divisions and augmentations for the training as well as creating a data. The training data is almost 70%, and test and validation data is 50%, which is a normal standards, which is taken in case of your machine learning and AI and machine learning tools. Then deep training network is there. Then we get a network output. Then we get the tumor classification as benign or malign. So this is one such system which can be eased, and once we go in any smart related operations, this can be effective tool to diagnose these cases. Image pre-processing, this is a tool which we have done, how we have done image processing. Then transfer learning and feature extraction. This is again example. Transfer learning is commonly used in deep learning applications. So you had different steps. The use of pre-trained networks. So this gives you an improved network. So we had load pre-trained network, then we had replaced final layers, and we have trained the network, we have predicted and assessed network accuracy, and we have deployed the results. So this is some of the work which we have done as far as deep learning tools and extracting the informations from the image is concerned. Then this is again the same architecture which we have used to fine-tune the parameters and classifying these pictures or images in terms of benign and malign. So this is again from our paper which we have used. This is related to fine-tuning and pre-trained networks. So these are some of the skews network architecture, deep learning architecture which we have used, and accordingly you will be again finding that the accuracy of this keeps on increasing. So this is the result and discussions which we have received. So this is how we are predicting that our accuracy in table 5, 93 for SGDM. So whenever you are using different type of a tool, so one is your original images, second is the augmented images, means from an original image we have generated the augmented images. So in case of this, we are finding that the result is improved, 97.65. So we have used different tools with different, what we say is a deep learning algorithms. So based on the algorithms, we find that this can be having better accuracy of 97.65%. So this is again training progress, which we have used as a accuracy versus the number of iterations we have done. So these all graphs is for information. So this is again a result where we are using a confusion matrix for the LXNet, and these are some of the results which we have received. Now again, there is a case study too, where you have used the diagnosis of pulmonary disorder using convolutional networks through chest radiography. This is again the same, but here the model is different. We are talking in terms of a chest, what we say the X-rays. And in case of a COVID, we have find this is the problem where we are finding out whether your chest is affected or not. So I think this is one of the effective tools which can be used to find out. This is a proposed algorithm where we are discriminating these images in terms of a normal and effective. Even we are finding out whether this is in terms of a COVID or OPCD or pneumonia. So even these classification can be done. There can be multiple, let's say, diseases which is almost similar to COVID, but you have to differentiate in terms of a COVID or OPCD or pneumonia. That way, if you use these technologies, you can clearly differentiate between these diseases. So this is again a data descriptions and analysis. This is a LensNet 2001. Right, so these are some of the results which we have discussed, right? And this is a case study, paper 3, classification of COVID-19 through CXR using textual feature analysis and ANN. So this is again the tool which can be used for finding out the infected cases. So you will find that AI/ML is playing a very effective role in diagnosing these cases. So this is how these technologies can be used. So this is a proposed algorithm again. These are some of the CXR data system pre-processing, raw images. These are extraction of GLCM based features. So you have different type of features which you has used. So we are using the pneumonia, CXR, and another type of diseases for which we have find out the differentiation different these type of cases, normal cases, COVID-19 and pneumonia. So these are the result of the networks. We find that if it is working or its efficiency is good. These are some of the confusion metrics which is created output class, and confusion metric analysis. This is errors which we find, training, validation, test and zeros. These are some of the results which we find. These are some of the references for which these slides are made. Right. So at the end, I conclude that once you talk in terms of any of the sustainable development of any of the social or any development, you need the technologies and you need the use of the technologies where you can take certain decisions, and these decisions should be in the interest of the human being, to the interest of the society. So this is one such applications which clearly reflect that technology is the best tool to decide to use, wherein these all the features of what we say is a sustainability component can be achieved. And this is from my side. Thank you. I'm open for any questions from the listeners or viewers.
Dr. Rajiv, we have a question from one of the participants. So I'm just going to read out the question to you.
Yeah, please.
So has big data failed AI? There is an argument that big data undermines and dilutes the potential of AI to transform society for the better. Pivoting away from big data to small data to make data usable. This is the question, sir.
So my answer is, if you have closely witnessed my slides, so when we say it as an AI and when we say it as ML, so we are not discriminating. This is a part of AI. So intelligence, whenever we talk in terms of scalability of the data, so you had less data, so you use different tools. Once you are having a big data, you use a different tool, wherein the learning of the machine changes. Initially, you are not learning at a what we say it as a higher level or a deep learning concept. You are just working on a different what we say it as a classification or clustering or regression analysis. But once you have a larger data, you need hidden networks or you need deep learning algorithm. So to let's say conclude, I say it's the same tool, but the scalability makes you to choice whether you want a simple machine learning tool or whether you want a deep learning tool.
Okay, thank you, sir. I hope the answer satisfied the participant. Are there any other questions from the participants that you would like to ask the speaker?
I think there is no question. Maybe let's say they can drop if any question is there. My email is provided, or you can share the email ID. So I'll be open for any questions or any suggestions, right?
Are there any questions? You can always drop it on the chat box. Okay, in that case, thank you, Dr. Rajiv Agarwal, for the wonderful keynote address that you've given us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Really informative and knowledgeable. And we are resuming back our technical session 1. So we are done with our keynote session and coming back to our presentations. So next, I would like to welcome Mr. Hasbullah to present the paper titled as Digital Marketing Maturity Index Indicators in the Training Industry.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay.
I ask the session chairs to once again preside over this session.
Okay, can you see my slide, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's start. Okay, thank
Can
you
you please
for.
brief who are the session chair, ma'am?
Yes.
After are they need to push on to the another breakthrough of the presentation?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your voice is not audible.
Hello.
Wait a minute.
Am I audible?
Your voice is not audible, ma'am.
Okay, wait a minute, please.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Okay.
Yes, you're audible now.
Can you please brief who are the session chairs?
1, 2, 3. Hello, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, ma'am. Now I can hear you.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Everybody,
Hello.
I can hear you. Can you just, yes, please mute on for a minute while I just brief you again on who are the session chairs. We can go ahead with the session.
Can I continue my presentation?
Mr. Hasbullah, just wait one moment. Let me please speak and then you can continue on with your session.
Okay.
So right now we are once again resuming the technical session 3 of the day 2, and the session chairs are Dr. Sudeshna Chakraborty, Dr. Pang Wai Leong, and Mr. Sevenpreet Chandra, and Dr. Tanupriya Chaudhary as well. So Dr. Tanupriya Chaudhary would not be available, but the other 3 session chairs are available now. I hope that clears the doubt for everyone regarding who are the session chairs. And so yes, Dr. Sudeshna, you wanted to say something, ma'am?
I was just asking, is the session continuing or the morning session?
Yes, ma'am. The morning session is continuing. We have another 3 presenters, so that is continuing right now. So, okay, on that note, Mr. Hasbullah, go ahead with your presentation now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slide. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the time and opportunity. My name is Hasbullah. I'm from Universitas Mercubuana, Indonesia, Jakarta. My paper title is Developing Digital Marketing Maturity Index Indicators in the Training Industry. Okay, let me read the short of the abstract. Digital business transaction in Indonesia reached 1.6 billion in 2021. It showed that internet is a very strategic digital marketing tool. From the initial observation of this research, 95% of the 50 training industry in Jakarta state that digital marketing was very much needed. And only 20% the trade industry partially implemented digital marketing. The study aims to provide instrument for establishing digital marketing maturity index indicators. By using mixed method approach, the study concludes that are 6 dimensions and 25 indicators that represent the digital marketing maturity index, namely interconnectivity, platform of technology, digital relation, communication, real-time communication, leadership management, human research, and human research. And the last one is organizational orientation. Okay. The background of this research are the digital marketing growth data in Indonesia saw the increment so drastically. we can see the growth of internet users in the world has increased from 4.6 billion up to 492 million users. And also digital business transaction in Indonesia reached $1.6 billion in 2021. A significant increase during the COVID-19 pandemic with 59.5% in 2021 of internet users compared to previous period. Also, this study has observed that in Jakarta, only less 10% company in training industry just implementing digital marketing. So finally, that we conclude that internet is very strategic digital marketing tool from the initial observation that confirmed that 95% 53 Indonesia realized that digital marketing is very, very important, and only about 20% they partially implemented this strategy. And also, digital marketing is essential for training industry to boost the market and competitive advantage. This study aims to provide an instrument for establishing digital marketing maturity index indicators. Actually, this research reflects one question research, one research question that what dimension an indicator indicate digital marketing maturity levels. So this I use two approaches in this case. The first phase is qualitative approach, and the second phase is quantitative approach. Qualitative approach by exploring various literature to collect data and information about crucial digital of marketing, especially in dimension indicators, and then select sex indicators, draw factor observation, focus group discussion, and also interviews with 3 prominent marketing business leaders and also 2 academics. And second phase, I use approach of qualitative method by survey and evaluate the dimension indicator to offer to some respondent about 50 respondents. So this approach used this study is a mixed method by combining quantitative and qualitative methods, specifically exploratory mixed method. And this is the first in qualitative approach by exploring literature review, and after that we did the focus distribution, and from this first phase we can find about a dimension, and appropriate dimension we switch it to be indicators based on the literature review. And after that we explore this all dimension indicator and a survey to 50 respondents, and we got the best high score about confirmation which one the most significant factor in reflecting marketing digital indicators. We can see the third column, you can see the numbers of the highest significant indicators. And after that, I propose the framework of dimension indicator we can put on the indicator of digital marketing. We can see on this picture about 8 indicators from interconnection, technology elements, digital associationship, leadership management, research and manpower, channel, and social media. And can see on digital marketing material level, resultant low level, and moderate and high level. And this is the framework that we can transform the indicator of digital marketing, and we can evaluate a company if they want to apply digital marketing. How they were ready to implement this strategy. And finally, conclusion, this research identify indicators that are able to capture this level in digital marketing, and also this indicator confirmed by more than 50% approval and confirmation from the survey. And the measurement shall refers to main feature digital marketing maturity level that represented by interconnection, technology elements, digital relationship, management and leadership, research and manpower, channel and social media. And the paper aims to provide instrument and framework to measure digital marketing maturity level, especially in training industry, that can be applied to other industry. Okay, that's all my short presentation about digital marketing indicators. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the session chairs? Okay, we will move on to the next presenter then. So next is Mr. Piyush Gupta, the paper on uses of artificial intelligence in healthcare systems, a review.
Hello. 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 Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Please give me some time. Actually, hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Please give me some time. There is some problem for sharing PPT. Hello.
Yes, sir. We will wait on the line.
There was some problem in sharing PPT. Please give me some time.
Yes, sir. We will. Please unshare and try sharing again then.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, you're audible and we can see your PPT.
My name is Piyush Gupta. I'm a research scholar, Department of CSE, University Institute of Technology, affiliated to RDB Bhopal. My topic is use of artificial intelligence in healthcare system, a review. This is my biography, and this is the abstract. Artificial intelligence have come long way in the last several years, both in hardware implementation and software algorithm and applications. This paper examines recent advances in artificial intelligence application in biomedicine, such as living at illness diagnosis, biomedical research, biomedical information processing. It also reviews deep learning as a technique in artificial intelligence in healthcare and compares it to the traditional methods. This review will better confront technology availability, keep the pace of new scientific developments, appreciate the enormous potential of artificial intelligence in biomedicine, and inspire the researchers working in related domains. It is fair to say that the use of AI in biomedicine is in its early stages, like artificial intelligence itself. Artificial intelligence will continue to push the boundaries and broaden the scope of its application as a new improvements and discoveries are made, and substantial advances are projected shortly. Now, this is the description. In contrast to human or other living species intelligence, robot intelligence is known as the artificial intelligence. AI is also their search of the intelligent agents, specifically any system or agent that can see and comprehend its environment and take the necessary measure to attain its goals. Machine learning is another term for the kind of intelligence. Machine learning and analysis are example of how artificial intelligence may be used in the issue solving. Software and hardware are often required for an AI system.
Algorithms are the heart of the AI from software standpoints. Conceptually, an artificial neural network may be used to run AI algorithm. There are weighted communication pathways between the neurons in network, which mimic the structure of human brain. Multiple stimuli from nearby neurons may affect the single neuron, and the whole network can alter its state. The neural network can produce the output in response to environmental inputs, precisely as a human brain does when it adapts to the various environmental shifts. This figure shows the number of papers from starting 1919 to 2018, growth in year by year. There has been noticeable increase in interest over the previous 5 years, and further development is expected in the future. The advantage that artificial intelligence may provide the biomedicine have been anticipated for many decades. In reality, several studies have been examined the potential of the artificial intelligence in biomedical engineering. AI and biomedical applications have made significant development recently. Therefore, this paper aims to review the uses of AI in the healthcare sector. This slide shows how we use deep learning in healthcare. Deep learning refers to the new expansion of the conventional neural network technology. Deep learning may be thought of as a neural network with many layers, which is what it is. Another factor contributing to the recent rise in the popularity of deep learning is the growth in the number of complexity of data level. The graph below indicates the deep learning is employed in imaging analysis in large numbers. It makes sense given that the images are naturally complex and high volume. This figure shows the what I says. Now, next topic is uses of deep learning in healthcare. Deep learning headlines are now focused on the small scale points or research initiative. That there is still in the pre-commercialization phase of their development. On the other hand, deep learning slowly makes its way into cutting edge clinical tools with high value applications, several creative patient-facing apps, and a few unexpected ways to improve health IT user experience are among the most promising. Now, this slide shows the imaging diagnostic and analytics. Convolutional neural networks are sort of deep learning, especially well suited to image analysis, such as MRI or X-ray findings. As a result, computer scientists at Stanford University say convolutional neural network are built with the idea that they would be processing pictures, enabling the networks to run more effectively and handle bigger images more efficiently. When it comes to the recognizing essential characteristics in diagnostic imaging investigation, certain convolutional neural networks have suppressed the accuracy of human diagnostics. Now, next slide shows the healthcare data analytics. Electronic health records offer a wealth of organized and structured data, and deep learning models can analyze them quickly and accurately. These records may include clinician notes, laboratory test result, diagnostic and drug prescriptions. Lifestyle data may be gleaned from cell phones and other wearable devices and deep learning models. They can convert data by monitoring the medical risk factors, which using the mobile application. In 2019, the FDA authorized current health AI wearable gadget for home use of one of the first AI medical monitoring wearables. Using this gadget, healthcare personnel can track vital signs such as the heart rate, breathing, temperature, and movement. Now, next slide shows the description about mental chatbots. AI-based mental health applications like Happy5, MoodKit, Wobot, and Vasa are becoming more popular. Some of these chatbots can have more lifelike interaction with the patients using deep learning algorithm. According to Fumler et al., student sadness and the anxiety symptoms may be significantly reduced with an intelligent conversational agent. Now, here I show the comparison between deep learning and traditional machine learning algorithms. Data generated by the clinical activities, such as the screening, diagnostic, treatment, assignment, and other activities like these, must be trained with the AI systems before they can be used in healthcare. Training data is the term for this information. Medical records fall under the clinical data, such as the demographics, medical notes, electronic recordings from the medical equipment, and the result from clinical laboratories and imaging studies. This is the graph for the comparison between deep learning and traditional machine learning algorithm. This graph shows the year-wise comparison from starting from year 2013, 14, 15, and 16. Now, machine learning approaches for analyzing structured data such as the imaging, genomic are applied in this area. Machine learning used in the medical application include clustering patients, traits, inferring disease probability, and structured medical data such as the medical journals, clinical notes, and supplement, and enhance the organized medical data using the natural language processing approaches. The goal of the natural language processing is turn unstructured text into data that computers can analyze. Now, this is the graph for showing how data science techniques is scaled with the amount of data. Accuracy of deep learning in healthcare. It is now possible for healthcare sector to evaluate the large amounts of data quickly without sacrificing accuracy because of the deep learning and elegant combination of the both machine learning and artificial intelligence. It employs a layered algorithm architecture to process the enormous amount of data in short time. Deep learning in healthcare has several advantages, including the speed, efficiency, and accuracy. But the advantages do not end there. The neural network constructed by the numerous layers of AI and machine learning and their learning capacity are much more beneficial. Yes, learning is a key to deep learning success. Now, this is the conclusion. AI in biomedicine encompassing the illness diagnosis and prediction, living at biomedical information processing, and the biomedical research was covered in this work. Many additional fields of biomedicine might benefit from the use of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is becoming essential in the biomedicine because of the inherent complexity of biological issues and the applicability of AI to handle such challenges. The progress of biomedicine necessitates higher levels of AI capacity, while new AI capabilities enable unique biomedical solutions. Both areas will progress significantly shortly due to this match of supply and demand and fair advances. Now, this is the appendix or references. This is all from me. Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Are there any questions from the session chairs?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
I'd like to know the various AI capability that you have mentioned for my biomedical analysis, biomedical field, medicine.
Yes.
What are the various capabilities? And on your perspective of research, how it can go?
Support vector machine, logistic regression, but here I use this deep learning. Hello.
Hope you understand my question.
Yes, yes, yes. Other methods like logistic regression, support vector machine, but for analyzing in deep means if you want to perform the more analysis, then we use the deep learning. Here I use artificial intelligence in healthcare system. Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes. So the missing parameters are here. You should have covered the various novel features that can provide the efficiency on the latest capabilities of AI tools. It may be concern of the classification tools or the testing tools through which the diagnosis and the part of image retrieval system through AI can be done up for healthcare services.
We can also use the exponential hyperentropy tree or cuckoo search with decision tree for analyzing data. Here I uses the deep learning.
Just a suggestion. Please include these features so that it can look like more upon a research paper rather than just a discussion on a topic.
I'm not getting what you want to say. Hello.
Yes, yes. That's what I want to tell. It should not look like a concept. It should look like a research paper. The nobility is missing. The parameters on your methodology or the
Yes. This is an review paper. This is an review paper.
It's just a comparative analysis between different activities and the clinical reports.
Yes, we can use PIMA Indian diabetes data set, and we can apply the deep learning for predicting the data.
Right. So that's all. That's what I was asking regarding these parameters.
Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yes. Any other question from other session chairs or participants? They are welcome to ask. Or shall we move to the next participant?
So can we'll move to the next participant then?
Yes.
So I just want to invite Budi Sisitio. Are you there? Budi Sisitio.
Hello. Is that for me, Dr. Pradnya Chitra? I was told at 12:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. I don't know. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You're Pradnya Chitra.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Pradnya Chitra.
Okay, ma'am. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, I'll try to share my.
Yes,
yeah, just a second.
Can you please screen share off?
I don't know how do I share it. Just a second. Just a second. I'll try to share it. Okay, I'll try to share my screen. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies. That is SIMS, which is a constituent of Symbiosis International Deemed University. The paper is NGO Employee Motivation in India. It is based on case studies of NGOs, and the authors are myself, my colleague, Dr. Praveen Kumar Boyar, Deputy Director, and of course, Dr. Brigadier retired Rajiv Divekar, the Director. Now, first of all, in terms of abstract, actually, the research is limited in terms of the NGOs who are actually studied. The study is regarding the various variables of motivation of Indian employees in Indian NGOs who are working over there. And what is motivation? It is the skill of influencing a working and making that person do the desired activities in a particular way. Now, an NGO is non-governmental organization which is non-profit and which is formed at a local, national, or at a worldwide level. Now, most of these NGOs are small, and most of them have about 2 to 5 people as employees. And we found that around 5% of them have between 6 to 10 workers, and about 8.5 are the only ones who employ more than 10 individuals. Now, questions were asked by floating online forms amongst these employees. And the data collected was analyzed through methods like regression analysis, correlation analysis. And the constraint over here was to get the respondents answer the questions carefully and honestly. For that, we introduced a short introduction and where we emphasize how honesty is necessary for obtaining the correct information, as the suggestions which will be coming to us will be shared with the management for execution, how they can motivate them. Now, this study actually provided a brief analysis of the various factors that affect motivation of employees working for NGOs. Now, to give you a background, now businesses can be competitive because of human capital, and therefore they need to recruit the right workers and retain them. Now, for this, every organization has to find ways of retaining their staff. It's tough. And motivation is the main force, both internal and external, that actually enables a person to carry out duties the way he or she is required to. Now, an NGO, as I said, is a non-profit organization that is created at the local, national, or international level. Now, they do various kinds of humanitarian and service activities, and they actually promote, to a certain extent, political involvement also because of the information that they have. Now, most of these NGOs are small, and as I said, most of them have barely 2 to 5 people, and only about 5% employ 6 to 10, and 8.5 employ more than 10 people, but not many. Even that more than 10 is not too many, like, does not exceed, go beyond 15 or so. Now, the main objectives of the study, the primary objective was to understand the various motivational factors which drive the employees' motivation in such organizations, and find the direct relationship with the employees' motivation. The secondary objective was to find which motivational factors will help the NGOs achieve their objectives, that is, achieve the organizational objectives, and also to study the various motivation practices which were already present in the NGOs which we studied and which were being practiced over there. Now, there are two hypotheses that we developed. One was a level that there is some significant connection between salary and performance appraisal, which acts as an employee motivation. And second was that there is a negative effect of gender on the importance of the factor of money in an NGO in India. Now, the research methodology, as I said, adopted was by floating online forms amongst these employees. The sample size was between 60 to 70 NGOs from the various zonal and demographic parts of the country. As I told you earlier, it included a brief introduction on the importance of honesty in getting accurate information, since we had to share it with the management for implementation. And we ensured that the survey was anonymous. Now, this data that we collected was analyzed through various statistical methods like regression analysis and correlation analysis. And we found and interpreted the findings in the following way. Out of the total respondents, about 30 were male and remaining 40 were female. So, majority were female. 45 belonged to the age group of 18 to 25, 18 were in the age group of 26 to 30, 5 were under 31 to 25 years, and 2 were above 35 years. So the majority were in the 18 to 25 age group. Now, 33 people responded that in any NGO, money matters in the form of motivation. 12 people said no, and 25 said it may be, sitting more or less on the fence, you can say neither yes nor no. And 18 people also said that salary is the most important attribute which will motivate an employee. 35 people only agreed, 11 were neutral, and 6 disagreed. So we concluded that the majority were in agreement that salary is a very important attribute. Then 13 people said that management of the company is interested in motivating, that they wanted to motivate the employees. 40% said yes. 16 people were neutral, and only 1% disagreed, said that no, management of the NGO is not interested in motivating the employee. Then 30 people said that performance appraisal does actually, promote motivation in employees. 34 people agreed, 4 said, okay, yes, it could be, it could not be. So they were neutral. So majority were of the opinion that it does actually, performance appraisal does actually boost motivation in employees. Then 6 people said that the organization is taking initiatives for motivating them. 45 people agreed, 17 were neutral, and 2 people disagreed. They said that no, they are not doing anything to motivate them. Then 10 people rated the, you can say, the initiatives of the organization 5 out of 5. Then, for motivating employees for working towards the benefit of the NGO, 40 people rated it 4 out of 5. Excuse me. 16 people rated it 3 out of 5. 4 people rated it 2 out of 5. Now, we from the correlational test, the correlation value for the correlation between salary and performance appraisal acting as an employee mutation was seen as very high at 0.05. Now, this shows a very positive high correlation between salary and performance appraisal, acting as a boost to employee motivation. Now, from the regression test analysis, the regression value for the regression between gender and importance of money as a factor in an Indian NGO was 0.043, and gender as a dependent variable, and the importance factor of money was 0.68 in an NGO as independent variable. So, in other words, we conclude that majority saw money as a motivating factor in India. And we also conclude that money, salary, and management of employees, these are actually the main motivating factors for employees working in NGOs in India. And aspects like performance appraisals and initiatives by the NGO also actually empower the employees and motivate them. And from this analysis, we conclude that the correlation between salary and performance appraisal is the highest with regards to NGOs, whereas there is a negative effect between gender and money factor, importance of money in an NGO in India. Okay, with that I have concluded my, because I was told that it is only for 10 minutes. Hello? Hello? Yes? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, all right. So with that I've concluded. There is quite a lot actually I had to share, but since because I was told only 10 minutes, so I have not given everything. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. You're loud.
Yeah. I have concluded.
Yes. Are there any questions from the participants or session chairs? Okay, on that note, so we are concluding this technical session 1.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much to all the presenters for joining with us today and for presenting on this. So we will be taking a 25-minute lunch break. So I repeat, we will be taking a 25-minute lunch break.
Thank you.
So the time at Indonesia right now is 3:06. So we will commence here back at 3:40. 3:35 to 40 is what we will again commence back the sessions. All right. So Indonesia time is now 3:06. We'll again resume back at 3:25 to 3:40.
Thank you.
All right, so I will see the second session start at 3:35 to 3:40, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back, participants. Thank you for joining us once again. I would like to announce that the technical session 4 is going to happen in 2 sections. Section A will happen here in the main room, and the section B will be happening in the breakout rooms. You would have gotten the request for breakout rooms. Kindly join into your allocated breakout rooms. If you have any confusion regarding which breakout room or which hall you belong to, kindly please contact Manigandan of our team who will help you out. Let me read out the participants who are supposed to stay here in the main session. Okay, so Sonal Gulati, Vince Angelo Nas, Maria Concepcion S. Vera, Bayu Vijaya Vidayantu, Kumar Gaurav Kapoor, Ujjwal Tarika, Kumar Gaurav Kapoor, Jyoti Verma, Dudang Mulyadi, Tanachai Rungruang, Hazik Mukri bin Nawawi, Esther Forlales, Herus Woyo, Fajar Nuroman Haryadi, Abalorio, Justina Shri Rahayu, and Dr. Reggie. Let me read out the list once more just to clarify any confusion. Sonal Gulati, Vince Angelo Nas, Maria Concepcion S. Vera, Vayu Vijaya Vijayantu, Kumar Gaurav Kapoor, Ujjwal Tarika, Jyoti Verma, Dudung Mulyadi, Tanachai Rungruang, Hazik Mukri bin Nawawi, Esther Forlales, Heru Suwoyo, Fajar Nur Rahman Haryadi, Abalorio, Justina Rayu, Dr. Reggie. These are the people who are going to stay here at the main session, while the rest kindly move to the breakout rooms. The session chairs for the main session here are as follows: Dr. Pranav, Dr. Rohit, and Ms. Astina. Dr. Rohit Bansal, Dr. Pranav Mishra, and Ms. Astina. You are the session chairs for the main session here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon to all participants in this Zoom. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Imade Astina from Faculty of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering, ITB, in Bandung. In this session, I will share. We have time, the presenter will have time 10 minutes, total 10 minutes. It means you have to present your work less than 10 minutes, around each minutes. After that, we have remaining time around 2 minutes to discussion. Okay, I would like to ask Sonal Gulanti to prepare your presentation. Please, this time for you.
So before the participants present, let me inform a few guidelines. All the participants will have 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes to answer any questions from the session chairs or participants. I repeat, it is 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for question and answers. We will call out your names twice. If you're not responding on the third call, we will move on to the next presenter. I advise all participants to kindly keep your presentations ready for sharing on screen. Thank you.
A very good afternoon. I hope my screen is visible and my voice is audible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sonal Gulati and I am Professor of Digital Marketing with New Delhi Institute of Management. And I'm here to present my research paper on the need for digital sustainability for the growth of businesses in India. So what is digital sustainability and how crucial it is for the management of any company for a successful organization? So before I present my key findings, let me discuss very important pertaining factors which have been discussed nowadays. In 2021 study by a very reputed company, they have collected that digital carbon footprint accounted as nearly 3.7% of all greenhouse emissions, which is approximately comparable to the aviation industry emission levels. Nearly 2/3 of the global population will have internet access by 2023, with 5.3 billion internet users in total, up from 3.9 billion. So you can imagine the growth of the internet users. And for the first point, I have already stated that how much contribution they are, giving for greenhouse emissions. So you may, double the exponential effect by 2023. So digital sustainability should be a priority for the companies apart from the sustainability goals. So before I share my key findings, let me just brief you what is digital sustainability. Very few people are aware of this concept. It is the concept where companies are leveraging digital tools, technologies, or platforms to enhance the efficiency of any operational work, whether it is supply chain management, marketing, finance, or HR. So how companies can adapt digital sustainability concept into their management style so that they can have better, success rate in their companies. So the purpose of this paper was to assess and research the impact of digital sustainability, which I've already explained, on business expansion and success. So I have focused my research on 3 areas that if we are deploying digital tools to understand the data of customer insights, it can lead to more sales, it can lead to more profit, in turn, generating employment and contributing to the economic growth. Employee engagement. If the company is harnessing digital technologies such as training and development, performance enhancement on latest artificial intelligence, machine learning platforms, then people are engaging more in work activities, thus leading to peaceful life of the employees. And lastly, I have focused on the employee mental health. So if we are giving them the flexibility through digital, transformation, for example, if I am a person who's of 50 years of age or 40 years of age and I don't know anything about digital system, and if I am training them, I'm giving them the flexibility, then there is less stress among the employees. So all 3 things are contributing to the success of the business. So quickly, let me explain my research methodology. I have surveyed 78 IT managers from different segments in India only. And the point to note here is these 78 professionals have been working in the same company and the same segment for last 8-10 years. So this is my respondent profile. The sectors which I am focusing on is FMCG, automobile, tourism, manufacturing, and education. So the key observation when I have surveyed, you can see that all these managers who have deployed IT tools to understand the consumer experience or insights, they have observed good customer retention rate in last 5 years. So everybody, so the graph is positive. However, the percentage can vary. So we have seen in manufacturing, they have been able to retain more customers. In education, what do you mean by 32%? That the students who've been pursuing the degree from the same private colleges, their siblings, their peers, their acquaintances have, due to word of mouth, have taken the same degree. So this is the customer retention rate. We have surveyed and observed if there is a digital transformation within these industries. So there is an increased employment engagement rate. So I have noted down the digital transformation technologies, digital tools. For example, digital tools which were used were Rapid Miner 9 to understand the consumer side, digital transformation if they are providing virtual platforms for the employees to have games or events or training and development. There were more engagement from the employees. And all of you can see that FMCG, from the previous graph, FMCG again is at the bottom because it's a very competitive industry. It is very difficult, but yet still, even besides cutthroat competition, FMCG is also noting certain jump in the employee engagement rate. So that is an advantage. And the last observation, mental health of the employees of any firm, businesses. If you are not keeping your employees happy, your company cannot grow. That is very certain. So by adopting latest technologies and training your employees, giving them the first flexibility, for example, virtual, during pandemic, people were given option to work from home. There was remote control. There are certain work which cannot be done without accessing and having a proper control. So new systems were integrated into the place so that the bosses, the managers can have a better control, and employees were very happy that they were safe in their environment and yet they were working. So the topmost is the education, where all the professors were taking classes, researchers or conferences during online. So we have noted that in last 5 years, the employees of education industry have been more happy with these digital technologies implementation by their organization. Then we have manufacturing, of course, automobile, tourism, and last is FMCG. So these are the key findings. Digital transformation does have a positive impact on businesses' expansion goals. Digital tools have positive impact in measuring and tracking companies' sustainability progress. For example, customer retention will lead to more sales. Digital technologies have a direct effect on improving the mental health of the employees working in the companies, thus attaining the organizational success. Like every research paper, this also has managerial implications. The managers can use and deploy these digital platforms which have been included in the research paper to train their employees, to improve their mental health, to increase the employee engagement, and of course the sales. So this is the result value. The research determines a strong connection between digital sustainability for ongoing success of the business. So there is a connection. If there is a digital sustainability in an organization, you see those businesses are increasing, they are growing. Like every research, this has limitation. Of course, I have taken only India and only 78 respondents. We can expand more respondents. Future research could be on the objectives such as how to tackle climate change, which I was talking about in the introduction part, that digital sustainability is leading to the greenhouse emissions. How can we control that? And of course, lastly, we have a future scope to learn the role of social media activities impacting companies' development. Thank you. I hope I have not taken a lot of time.
Yes, Dr. Sundar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And Dr. Rohit Bansal this side. I have one query. How many papers did you review to prepare this paper? And what is the research gap in your study?
Sir, I think I have reviewed over, I am not exaggerating, I have been doing this for last 6 months. I have reviewed over 100 papers.
Okay.
And everybody is talking about the digital sustainability, about thousands of tools. Which platforms is leading to more? The gap is only that the selection of my tools, the platform technologies and transformation, which I have considered, which are leading to customer retention. For example, in customer retention, if I have done my survey, then I've considered two tools: RapidMiner, which is a machine learning free open source, and second, Nine, which is also Nine, which is also free resource, machine learning, open source, freely available. So the gap is those 100 papers are talking about different technologies. One is claiming that my technology, my tool is better than, which is leading more, and another is talking about another technology.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Any question from the floor? If no question, I have one question. How about the social media effect on the business performance?
So social media impact business performance in terms of reputation. So for example, if any disgruntled employee or customer, or for example, competitor go to Twitter, mention you and put some complaint. So these kind of unethical activities, not in the short term, but in long term, can damage your reputation. For example, the biggest case in India, if there are people who are presenting from India, they should know about Zomato. So Zomato is a food delivery where you can order food online and their employees will deliver you the food out, to your doorstep. So one of the customers, what they did, they videotaped Zomato employee eating the food from the delivery takeaway, and they uploaded the video on Twitter. So due to that, Zomato entire business was wiped out from India for next 4-5 months. So this is the kind of impact social media activities can lead to businesses. They can grow, they can damage.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Time is up. Please give applause to Professor Sonal Gulati. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you.
The second presenter, please, Angelo Nas. Prepare your PowerPoint.
Hello, yes, sir.
Yes,
I'm here.
okay.
Yes,
Please,
okay. Permission. Yes, sir. Okay, permission to share screen.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, okay. Is my audio audible and my screen is shared?
Yes, okay. Please.
Okay.
Please use the big screen. You press the 5 function 5.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here to present my research study, which is the Adaptive Systems Framework for Preemptive Road Damage Awareness Against Climate Change in Albay. So a little bit of a biography. So I am Vince Angelo Nas, Angelo E. Nas, from Bicol University, Philippines, an instructor of the Bicol University, Pulangi campus, handling computer programming and fundamentals in IT. Here are my co-authors, my mentor, Telma Palao, and my colleague, which is Sir Guillermo Ret. Okay. Now, presenting for my study and my research. Okay. First, I'd like to introduce to you probably my province, which is the province of the Bicol region. The province of Albay of the Bicol region of the Philippines. So here in our country, in our province, we have here the sightings of our city, and we have the climate and the seas. Okay. So starting off, okay. So climate change is an act of significant change in weather behavior that happens in everyday perspective. So here in the Bicol region, Albay is one of the most common provinces that is greatly affected by climate change, in which heavy rains, droughts, volcanic, and hurricane is an occurring event each year. So as you can see in these pictures, okay. So this province common problem is due to climate change. This province problem is on the road damages. So road damage is one of the major problems in which the assessment of the road status needs to be updated to the drivers for safe traveling road experience. So the research is aiming to create a framework design that integrates adaptive systems to road damage awareness. So why adaptive system? Adaptive systems can be used to make the system adapt to changes. The framework will be created to integrate adaptive system technology in a way that it can manage and update changes, allows to give advices on drivers traveling on the roads of the Albay Asian highway roads to be ready for dangerous road damages in current changes in the climate. So the goal of this research is to create a framework that integrates adaptive systems to provide system development on preemptive road damage awareness and assessments. Okay. So in the research conducted interviews and surveys to the drivers in the Albay province to gather data, then compiling it to determine the main factors on the road damage in different climates. So the collected data, as you can see here in your pictures, there are three major factors. We have the road target, the road climate, and the road areas. Okay, so the road target, the first factor is that the drivers often encounters road damages most commonly on public city roads and highways. The fact that all kinds of vehicles from public to private and the number of vehicles that cause traffic are often present on these kind of roads. So based on the gathered data, most drivers drive private vehicles in which most of them use their own vehicles to be driven on city roads or town roads. So in the road climate, the second factor, it concerns more commonly on the common climates which the driver encounters in the region. The climate is determined by the state of the dry and wet seasons and also the weather anomalies, which is the storm weathers. Okay, then lastly, the third factor is the availability of road data and maps. So this factor concerns on how to determine the dangerous roads that consist of the number of road damages that determines hazard areas to be aware of. Okay. So here's a sample of my framework. So using the system methodologies for creating an architectural framework for information systems, the research used interactive architecture and model view control design pattern to design the framework with the integration of adaptive systems. So as you can see here, we have the model view controller, the view, the model, which contains the data for the road and the mapping, containing the API of Google Maps and API for the weather. The controller, on the other hand, has the adaptive system intelligence. Okay. So the view is the part of the framework wherein the display of the user interface is presented for gathering road input data or output data of road evaluation of the system. The input consists of the road data and its current time and location status that the user feeds to the system. So this is possible through the use of automated devices that transmit road information or through different direct input of the drivers itself to be processed. Output data is then displayed once the process of assessment of the system is finished. This consists of the upcoming road damages to warn drivers or to recommend driving maneuvers in an event of encountering dangerous roads in different climates. So through the MVC framework, the implementation of this output can be compatible in the usage of mobile and web platforms, which is suitable to be used in mobile devices for convenience in the driver's point of view. Okay, so the model is where the data center or the database of the framework wherein it stores the road data collected and to be retrieved for processing. This data includes different road data, conditions, and climate status collected through the drivers and the integrated API. The API integrated to the framework consists of the use of Google Maps for road mapping and locations of entities integrated to maps, and the use of WeatherMD for the climate and weather information. Okay, so the controller is the logic that controls the process data between the view and the model of the MVC framework. So this part of the framework consists of the data control module in verifying and processing raw data to be gathered. The incoming input data from the view is sorted and passed to the model for storage. The controller requests data from the model to be retrieved to be used in the adaptive system intelligence module in the controller. So this module is the controller, is the main feature that provides the logic of the adaptive system framework. Okay. Here's my sample of the inside of the adaptive system intelligence module. Okay, so let me summarize this. So in this intelligence module, this is actually, let's say, the AI, in which the AI collects data from the control and the model. Then it creates different scenarios. The scenarios are then will be reviewed by the AI to provide evaluation of road scenarios and generates road evaluation and assessment for preemptive maneuvers for the drivers. Okay. So in conclusion, in my conclusion, the construction of the framework is based on the three factors: on the data gathering, namely the road targets, which are the city roads and highways, the areas in the province that the road damage is commonly encountered, and the identified climates that is a common occurrence in the Albay province. With the integration of the Google Mapping API and the Weather API AMBI, the framework allows accurate data gathering for the data, the factors needed to create the scenarios. These scenarios is the main core of the adaptive system to analyze and adapt changes for preemptive encounter of road damages in the province. Okay, so appendix, so my sample of other pictures of my research, the Google Map terrain of the Albay province, and my other survey charts used in data gathering. So thank you very much for the opportunity and all the best for everyone.
Okay, we still have time for discussion.
Okay.
Is there any question from the floor, please? Okay, I have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
How about prospective implementation of your work, of your adaptive system in Philippines, in your country?
Can you rephrase the question? I'm sorry.
How about prospective implementation of your work, your adaptive system in your country?
Yes, sir.
Based on the current situation for example, in the highway in Philippines, for example.
Yes, sir. Actually, yes, in the Philippines, Bicol region in the Philippines. Yes, sir. Actually, this hasn't been yet implemented nor created. So in the first part, I just created this first research for the framework, then aiming for a second research for an implementation or a development of a system that uses the integration of the adaptive systems on my research. Yes, sir.
Yes, I think your work is very good. I think.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Is there any question?
No.
No. Okay. It's time. Time is up. Thank you for your good presentation. Please give
Thank you very much, sir.
to Mr. Pince. The next presenter, the third, Maria Concepcion Vera. Okay, please prepare your slide, your PowerPoint.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My screen. Oh, gosh. All right. Okay. Is my screen visible?
Okay.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, to the organizers, researchers from around the world, and a panel of reactors. It is an honor for me to be part of this conference. I am Maria Concepcion Vera, the oral presenter for my research paper titled MedPlantBot, AI Chatbot Architectural Design Framework for Responsible Use of Medicinal Plants, co-authored by Professor Thelma Palawag. My co-author and I came from the Philippines. I came from the island province of Catanduanes, popularly dubbed as the Happy Island. Catanduanes is located in the Bicol region of Luzon. And currently, I am affiliated with Catanduanes State University, a research and co-educational higher education institution, and a Green University in Catanduanes. My co-author is from Baguio City, also known as the summer capital of the Philippines because of its cool climate. She is affiliated with the University of the Cordilleras. Medicinal plants become a viable substitute go-to treatment for common ailments when overburdened with hospitalization expenses and low accessibility to the government's healthcare system. The paper presented an approach to integrating artificial intelligence with chatbot technology to address queries on treatment forms and usage of various medicinal plants. The MedPlantBot prototype was built using conversational AI chatbot architecture, Google's Dialogflow platform, and Communicate, a web chat interactive platform for bot and human interaction. User acceptance consisting of experts, traditional healers, and users of medicinal plants for the prototype averages strongly agreed in terms of usability. This study serves as an educational platform for the community to learn how to use medicinal plants available in their area to treat ailments. It brings potential in providing local folks with a cost-effective alternative as an initial healing practice to improve their health and wellness, thereby contributing to the attainment of the third Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations, good health and well-being. Herbal remedies or medicines treating a wide range of illnesses and diseases are commonly used by people with less access to the government's healthcare system. According to the World Health Organization, approximately 21,000 medicinal plant species have therapeutic potential, and more than 30% of all plant species have been used for medicinal purposes. In the Philippines, the establishment of the Philippine Institute of Traditional and Healthcare and its incorporation into the nation's healthcare delivery system was mandated by the Republic Act 8423, or Traditional and Alternative Medicine Act of 1987, which serves as a legal basis in recognizing the importance of traditional or alternative medicine for people's healthcare. In the Philippines, there are about 641 medicinal plants with 3,281 medicinal uses. While herbal treatments hold value for healing practices, dissemination and promotion of such information pose a challenge, considering that there is no publicly accessible online database that can provide medicinal plant data in a virtual chat manner. So the lack of such a repository could issue a burden to people in isolated areas in Catanduanes where they only rely on herbal treatments from clinics and professional doctors are a scarcity. This study designed an AI chatbot model to recommend medicinal plants and their use in the treatment of ailments, illnesses, and diseases, identify the species of plants for their healing properties, examine the design techniques of existing chatbot and its frameworks, developed a framework model for the MedPlantBot chatbot system, evaluated the effectiveness of the framework's prototype in terms of usability. Based on the collected data, there are 115 medicinal plants used by Catanduanes traditional healers that have healing properties. The Philippines Department of Health approved 10 medicinal plants in the Philippines, namely Acapulco, Ampalaya, Lagundi, Bawang, Bayaba, Sambong, Nyog-Nyogan, Tianggubat, Yerba Buena, and Ulasimang Bato. All of these plants are found in Catanduanes. So based on the analysis of data collected on medicinal plants in Catanduanes, this study was able to construct knowledge bases and a conversational flow defining the topics and contents of the chatbot system. Knowledge bases containing the MedPlantBot's medicinal plant frequently asked questions. Each knowledge base includes details on medicinal plants, such as their description, taxonomic classification, medicinal uses, ailments cured, methods of preparation, and application. The diagram here illustrates the conversational flow for obtaining information about medicinal plants from the MedPlantBot FAQ and knowledge base. It describes how to progress via the conversation's various layers. The orange and green boxes respectively represent the user's input and MedPlantBot's response. It guides the interaction when developing a chatbot. So the figure here illustrates MedPlantBot's design framework. It was designed based on serverless system architecture and anchored on chatbot's general architecture. MedPlantBot have these components. We have here the user interface. It's a software developed using Django. Django is a free and open source high-level Python web framework that fosters the rapid design of secure and stable websites. Through the interface, the user can interact with the chatbot agent using either text or speech. We also have here the Google Dialog Flow. It serves as the primary natural language understanding and the conversation flow engine. The service accepts the user query and attempts to determine the intent. Fulfillment is performed and data is returned from the data source based on the intent. Then the response is converted into usable data. Finally, the user received the response via the output device. Google Cloud Function is a serverless backend fulfillment service that eliminates the need for server maintenance and management, software configuration, and operating system updates. And we also have here the Communicate platform. It is an interactive web chat platform for both bot and human interaction that can be integrated into any desired communication mechanism. It provides live chat support to customers through its fully customizable chat widget. Here are examples of screenshots of the developed MedPlantBot prototype system that allows folks from remote areas to be taught plant healing method. It uses a dynamic approach to information retrieval. The interactions between the user and the MedPlantBot are depicted in the figures. So this is the welcome screen of the chatbot containing menus that can be clicked based on the knowledge bases and conversational flow, and another figure showing the query on a specific medicinal plant. This figure here shows a response to a query about the medicinal plant, which includes the description and image of the plant. Another figure showing the query and answer on the preparation and dosage of medicinal plant. When answers to the query cannot be found in any of the knowledge bases of MedPlantBot, the chatbot routes the query to available human agent. This will now be a live conversation between the user and the human agent. So this makes the chatbot hybrid combination of chatbot and also human agent. So a survey was conducted to determine the effectiveness of the proposed MedPlantBot framework. 30 participants were invited to respond and provide feedback on how to improve the design of the chatbot. So this is the figure that summarizes the agreement regarding the MedPlantBot system's usefulness. Overall, the average level of acceptance of MedPlantBot in terms of usability is 4.76 or strongly agreed. This implies that the system is highly acceptable as a result of its user-friendly design and straightforward language instructions. The MedPlantBot chatbot system brings great addition in providing more resources in the creation of a hybrid bot plus human chatbot system that integrates multiple communication channels and applications and combines text and voice-based querying for improved human-bot interactions. Results from this study gave fruition on enlightening recommendations such that data on herbal supplements, including how to take them and the dosage required, can be incorporated into the chatbot system. Further studies must be conducted on the species diversity of medicinal plants in Catanduanes employing GIS technology, implement the MedPlantBot framework model in developing a fully functional web-based medicinal plant information system, and evaluate the MedPlantBot using chatbot tests based on 7 categories of chatbot design and anchored on ISO 25000 software and data quality standards. That's all. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Yes, can you hear me, Maria? Dr. Rohit this side?
Yes, I can hear you.
I have one question for you.
Yes,
what is the scope for further research as far as your research is concerned?
Pardon?
What is the scope for further research in your area? If someone else want to make paper on the topic that you have done, then then what can be the objectives of the paper? What can be the scope for further research?
Okay, so for further research, as I have mentioned in my recommendations, basically it wait. Wait for a while. Okay. Yeah, so it will bring addition in providing more resources in the creation of a hybrid chatbot system in integrating multiple communication channels and applications. So combining the text and voice-based querying so as to improve the human-bot interaction. And in Catanduanes, since I have mentioned that all of those 10 approved medicinal plants in the Philippines are found in Catanduanes. So I think there is also a need to conduct species diversity of these medicinal plants in Catanduanes, employing the GIS technology. And of course, full implementation of the MedPlantBot prototype. So I just made a prototype so as to just come up with a framework in how we could provide information to users or to the community as to how to use these medicinal plants.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Is there question again?
No.
No. Okay. Time is up. Okay. Please give applause to Miss Maria. The next presenter, the Wahyu Wijaya. Please refer your slide.
Yes, Doctor. Let me share my presentation.
Now it's time for you to present.
All right. Good afternoon. Congratulations and success for holding in that international conference on recent challenges in engineering and technology 2022. Thank you for your moderator, Dr. Imado Arstina, and Dr. Rohit Bansal for the time given to me. With regrets and greeting to all ladies and gentlemen. Talking about current challenges in engineering and technology, since entering the second decade of the 20th century, the development of the industry around the world has experienced very rapid growth. As an illustration, datareportal.com reports that currently no less than 60% of the human population on Earth, or about 4.6 billion people, already use the internet every day. The influence of the digital industry ultimately affects all lines of industry, including creative industry and real industries. Include in the use of digital signature in personal document is one tangible form of the use of information technology, which refer to presidential regulation in Perpres number 95 of 2018 concern electronic-based government system. The aim is to improve the efficiency of the government system by optimizing the use of resources. Not only that, the implementation of digital signature also support the reduction of paper usage or less paper, so that it is environmentally friendly, minimize the risk of
your PowerPoint not move on, please.
Yes.
You control it.
Yes, Doctor. The reason we choose the title of the research is implementation. Okay. Implementation security digital signature using reverse summary element RSA algorithm as a letter validation and distribution validation system. Here, my name is Wahyu Wijaya Widianto, and my team is Dwi Iskandar, Sri Wulandari, Edi Susena, and Edi Susanto. Introduce why we make this research. First, Indonesia is one of countries with the largest population of internet users in the world. According to the VR Social Report, there were 4.7 million interest user in country. Of January 22, that number increased slightly by 1.0%. Compared to the previous year, in January 2021, the number of interest users in Indonesia was recorded at 202.6 million. The trend of the number of interest users in Indonesia has continued to increase in the last 5 years. The importance of assignment or other letters required signature proof by official is prioritized by administrative staff, but often the process of giving signature is constrained. The process of ratification of letter must also be carried out legally by the authorities. Traditional physical signatures are out of date. Digital signatures provide a suitable background for sending secure messages using different schemes. The reverse Simultaneous agreement or SA agreement is an asymmetric algorithm, an algorithm that has two different cases for encryption and decryption process. The main process is in digital signature consists of two processes. It is signing and verification. The cryptographic algorithm of each classical cryptography always consists of two parts, encryption and decryption, and then the last reverse Samir-Adleman cryptographic algorithm is the first algorithm now to be the most suitable for signing and encryption. In the figure can be explained by one the process, namely message digital legalization mapped into a string with a fixed length using a hash function. The result of the mapping of the initial message hash function are encryption using the public key. In this stage, the author is authorized to certify that a document or writer contains valid information. And then the verifier message from the signer taking in the signature and then the decrypt and then send message digit for open the decrypt. And then the discussion. From required definition, formulation of the problem, observation in the manual letter system. Here the manual letter system in our campus, and then observation of a manual signature system. A signature system design in this step, system and software design, digital signature design system, and then our implementation and unit testing. There are implementation a signature system with module and then application, testing and result about the problem in the system. Here the system we are create first it is a signature upload, and then if the upload is valid, we will open the script, encrypt, and then for frame number generate, and then the verified, if not verified, not open, we will information the document is verified. If valid, in this encrypt, we will open if the document is valid. And the conclusion is we are use ISO 9120 about functionality and reliability. In suitability for functionality, the ability of the software to provide a set function that are approached for certain test and user objective. The value is 82, and accuracy, the ability of the software to provide the precise and correct result according to need. The value is 83, and security, the ability of the software to prevent unwanted access, first introduce hackers or authorized data modification. The value is 83, and interoperability, the ability of software to increase with one or more specific system. The value is 75, and compliance, the ability of the software to meet standards and needs according to appliance regulation is 78. For the reliability, we have a maturity, the ability of the software to avoid failure as a result of errors in the software. The value is 60, fault tolerance, the ability of the software to maintain its performance if a software error occurs, active, and the last, recoverability, the ability of the software to reboot the level of performance when a system failure occurs, including data and network connection, is active. From the value, assessment of value, if 18, not more or less X, interpretation very good, and until X is not for X 60 very less, the X is the how much to test the system. And based on the result of the above average values obtained from the validation test conducts, the letter has met the ISO 9126 standard with on average of good interpretation of the average value of 79.81 and by following para under objective of being able to facilitate the administration of letter without neglecting the security aspect for the validation and distribution process. And that's thanks for the time for me. Thank you. Maybe any question?
Okay, we continue discussion. Any question from the floor, please?
No, thank you.
No, okay. Please give applause to Mr. Wahyu for his presentation.
Thank you.
The next presenter will Mr. Kumar Gaurab Kapoor. Please share your presentation.
Am I audible?
Okay. You share your screen.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen. My screen visible?
Okay, please continue.
So my topic is asthma patient continuity of care using a machine learning model. So me along with my co-author Avdesh Kumar has written paper on it, and I'm going to present this. So I am a doctoral student, Galgotias University of Computer Science branch, holds a MCA degree from the University of MIT, postgrad diploma in data science from the University of IIT Bangalore, and BCom from Delhi University. Having reached 16 years of experience and good exposure in neural network, NLP, computer vision, fraud detection, and that is about my biography. Coming back to abstract of this continuity of care, right? So now, for example, there are multiple health benefits normally used to, right, which we used to plan in the continuity of care model. So now my focus is on asthma patients which have been discharged or is going to be right in the hospital also. So we are finding one machine learning model, novel solution, so that our patients can be benefit out of it. So here we have used the machine learning approach for we have taken the approximately 50K patients data from the University of Washington. It was in Kaggle. We have taken the data set from there, and then with the help of those data set, we have trained data as well as we have taken the test data out of it, right? So the data is from 2011 till 2018, and there is a 36,781 patients who have satisfied the core selection criteria, and out of those 5057 were aged between less than 18 years and others are above 18 years. So in this we have trained with 80% of we have the training model and 20% for our test data. In the right hand side we have the asthma care solution. So whenever patient is having any problem, because of the asthma, he goes to the provider is the doctor, and the lab testing used to happen, right? So medications were being given to them, right? Now with the help of our machine learning model, we can identify or about the whether the patient, right, when the patient will be going to require the medicines in future. Here we have used multiple models, SIF, KNN, NaviBaves, SVM support vector machine, random forest, and XG boost. That is what we have done. We have taken these machine learning models and implemented all these models on the training data as well as on the test data. Then we found with the help of test data, the accuracy of XG boost model was 88.2%. So that was the best accuracy which we got. And our solution says that this XG boost model is the best model for this continuity of care for asthma patient. So that is the conclusion which we got by our machine learning model. Right? These are the references which we have used for writing our paper. Any questions for me?
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Any question from the floor? We still have time. Lot. No?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. On what basis you have selected the sample size for your research study?
Okay. So we have taken the data from University of Washington, right? And what we found is that our data is having those patients which are above 18 years of age.
Okay. Thank you
Right.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Is any question? No? Okay, we close this presentation. Now we continue for the sixth presentation. Ukwal Tarika, please prepare your presentation.
I have another presentation also.
Okay, you cannot present in this time.
Okay.
If you cannot present in this time, please the next Jyoti Dudung Mulyadi. Dudung Mulyadi, please prepare your presentation. Mr. Dudung is available? No? Mr. Dudung, no. Mr. Kumar, okay, please, you present. Mr. Kumar Urao,
Yes.
This the second, right? The second
Presentation.
Yeah, second your paper. Please, you prepare your presentation.
Is my screen visible?
Okay. Let's continue.
So my second topic was patient continuity of care with unsupervised natural language processing. That was about biography already. We spoke in the last PPT. Coming back to this abstract, right? So in the hospital, there were many cases, right? Providers, that is the doctors, providers is doctors, right? So used to give the prescription to the patients in the handwriting, right? So normally this used to happen, right? Now those notes which we have received from the doctor has to be in the structured or it should be stored in the database. So for this, there is a solution which we have used. So what we have gone through, that there was unstructured data, doctors generated notes are there, and we have taken almost 20K notes, right? And then have applied unsupervised NLP there to identify the patient records and synthesize them. Right. So after synthesis, what we found is that there was a gap. There was some data which was incomplete. So 10% data which still we are not able to identify what was being written by the doctor. Next, almost 90% we are able to translate into machine readable format, and we have created the patient summary out of it. So here is the overall system: patient data, primary and secondary patient data. Primary means, right, for example, the medicines which we have to give it to the patient directly, that is here. And secondary patient data means, right, what the patient has gone through in the past. Now coming back to this clinical decision support system, we have electronic health record, EHR is there, and out of those electronic health record, right, we can find the predict about future of the patient's health. But for this, we need data to be stored in the EHR. So with the help of text summarization, right, with the help of NLP, right, we are taking the data out from those nodes and putting data into EHR. Right now, in the NLP, we have lexicalization, BERT-based approaches, unsupervised multilingual parsing, visual grounded unsupervised parsing, latent tree models with downstream tasks. So these are the approaches which we have followed in the unsupervised NLP for conversion of our nodes, doctor's node, move our data into EHR. There was, if we continue, synthetic parsing is an important task in natural language processing, and those steps were converted under the synthetic parsing. So POS, what we have found out is that there are two ways: structured NLP and unstructured NLP. So in this, right, about the nodes, doctor's note, structured NLP will definitely fail. Sometimes it will happen. Hello. So sometimes normally you happen, for example, if you know about the data, then you don't require passes to the EHR, but you never know about that in the future. A doctor will write about the patient. What doctor will write about the patient's information. So this we required about the unsupervised learning methods. So this which I already told you, we have used these methods, and 90% of the tasks which are able to convert into machine readable format. So there was almost, right, 20K nodes which we have encountered and completed those. So that is all about my presentation. These are the references which we have used. I've done from my side.
Thank you.
Any question from the floor?
No.
No. Yes, we continue for the next presenter. Mr. Ukwal Tarika is available. No. Next is Mr. Dudung Mulyadi. Mr. Dudung. No. Next is Mr. Tanachai Rung Rua. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr.
Assalamualaikum
Dudung. Okay.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Dudung Mulyadi for of Unisula Semarang. I want to present my research, the title Prediction of Domestic and Non-Domestic Water Need in Serang City. Content: 1. Introduction. 2. Method. 3. Data analysis and presentation. 4. Conclusion. Introduction. Serang, the capital of the province of Banten, Indonesia. It is located in the northwest part of the province of Banten and surrounded by Serang Regency in the southwest and east and the Java Sea in the north. The city has area 266.7 equal kilometer, altitude 25 meter included in Banten province. A complex system that runs with real condition has a high rise and has large investment through a model that can present the condition of existing system. Behavior and complexity in system can be described through system dynamic A. Rudianto 2019. Prediction of water demand can be verified using a model, one of which is a dynamic model, Malaka et al. 2018. Accurate water demand prediction is very necessary in water resource management system so that a policy can be determined for efficiency and location of water demand. TJ et al. 2009. In analyzing a complex system, working with a race condition is very risky and costly. Therefore, a model is needed that can present the condition of the existing system. Behavior and complexity in system can be described through system dynamic. The need for clean water is the amount of water needed to meet water need in daily activities such as bathing, washing, cook, watering plant, and so on. Searcher of clean water for daily living need in general must meet quantity and quality standard. Water need are divided into domestic and non-domestic water need. Category of clean water need for process can be seen in table 1 below. Domestic water demand at metro big currently small city and village. That is table 1 domestic water demand. The problem is the city is the clean water crisis that occurred in one of the sub-big crises in Serang city. Therefore, it's necessary to provide step for completion, one of which is by predicting the water demand in that location. Arm of research. The study aimed to predict further water need with the impression of change in population, the effect of increasing the number of industries and facilities, both commercial and non-commercial, using dynamic system. Methodology, a system and compression of several complex elements and interact with each other so that solving problem in system requires a simplification of the problem by way of system thinking. System dynamic, which was first introduced by Josh Forrest in 1940 at MIT, is method for describing the problem as our system. System dynamic can describe the behavior and complexity of the system over time. The study in dynamic system of rate included need analysis, problem formulation, system identification, system modeling, and model validation. Location, Serang City, Banten, Indonesia. Time 2016 until 2020. Water need can be divided to 1. Domestic water need. 2. Non-domestic water need. 3. Industrial water. 4. Health patient. 5. Tourism need. And 6. Agricultural, fishery, and animal husbandry need. System dynamic modeling is a methodology for studying complex system simulation, usually used when formal analytical models do not exist or are difficult to implement. The research is using four-sim study to create system dynamic modeling. Formula: domestic water demand in liter per year for 1 year and calculated using the following equation. Q city equal total population time 365 time 120 liter per day per people. Q village equal total population time 365 time 60 liter per day people. The grade of the accuracy of the model are measured using the math value where the value is less than 5%. Mean absolute percentage error is the statistical tool used to measure the accuracy of statistical model in making prediction or forecasting. Data analysis and interpretation. The population of Serang City in the period 2010 to 2020 can be seen in table 2. By using the amount of water need for various livestock can be calculated that livestock water need in 2020 are 725 860 liter per day or 264 million liter per year. This simulation result using four-sim studio 10 show that the water demand in the Serang City area remain high due to the increase in population. The results of this study are in line with the result of Asmauriwati and Sarasanti 2021, which calculated water demand based on each sector and makes prediction of need using dynamic system. Current water demand calculation are used to predict future water need. Astuti et al. 2018 investigated domestic and non-domestic water need to analyze community water need. The result of his research showed that people in the Gunung Kidul area utilize water efficiently and in accordance with SNI rule. Conclusion. In 2020, water demand in Serang City is dominated by domestic use, where the total water demand reached 30 million liter per year. Meanwhile, on the other hand, non-domestic water demand, which is represented by the need of the livestock and rice oil sector, is 726 million liter per year. The result indicated that the domestic sector still dominates the water demand in urban area. Prediction result using geometry series show that in 2030, domestic water need will reach 36 billion liter per year. One solution to meet water need is to plan and design a reservoir system. The system utilizes rainwater that is stored in reservoir. This system is called dual reservoir system, namely over and lower reservoir, as well as natural reservoir, with the support of flow meter sensor and ultrasonic system. Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I think it's what Mr. Dudung cannot hear.
Okay, no problem. We can move to next presenter.
Yes, okay. We move to the next presenter. The next, Mr. Tanachai Rung Ruang, please prepare your presentation. Your mic still up, please. And still up now.
Good morning.
Okay.
I am honored to present your research entitled The Impacts of Internal and External Factors on Developing Global Digital Innovation, a case study of the Provincial Electricity Authority in Thailand. This is our research team.
Where is your PowerPoint?
Manikandan, are you sharing the PowerPoint?
Sir, please share your PowerPoint.
I
Hello,
believe, may I speak? I will help him
okay,
while
please.
he's presenting. His PowerPoint is on video, I believe. Can you show it? Yes, that's it. Thanks.
No sound, no sound. Please enlarge the sound.
How did I'm not sure. There's something wrong with his.
You need to enable your audio before sharing.
Audio or already have voice. Why not?
Before sharing with Zoom, you need to click on share audio button and then share it.
He's not audible to anyone. I think he's not.
You cannot hear it? Can you? Something wrong?
No, we cannot hear it.
Something wrong, maybe setting in the Zoom, I think. In his Zoom. People enter in the Zoom, you have to set
The conference officials
if you
already
play the
set up.
video, I think that setting should correct.
So
okay,
what should
could
we
you
do?
please unshare? Sorry, could you please unshare? We will share the video from our side.
You want him to speak?
Would you please unshare your screen?
So another screen.
We will share it from our side now.
He will. Sorry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to present your research entitled
Manikandan, we cannot see the video.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to present your research entitled The Impacts of Internal and External Factors on Developing Global Digital Innovation, a case study of the Provincial Electricity Authority in Thailand. This is our research team. Abstract, objectives, conceptual framework, sample group, research tools, assumptions of multiple regression, research results. Most PA employees, or 51-55%, refer to the innovation they know of as PA Smart Touch, focusing on the use of communication technology to improve efficiency in the distribution system, which is the foundation for further development of other parts of the system. These innovations are environmentally friendly. The pyramid of these three concepts, as you can see, the foundation of digital transformation is digitization, then digitalization, and digital transformation. When we compare digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation, the goal of digitization is converting data into digital using computer as a tool. The goal of digitalization is automate business process of data using IT as a tool. The goal of digital transformation is changing the way companies operate and think using new technologies as a tool. The new technologies such as IoT, Internet of Things, VR, virtual reality, and 3D printing. The Digital Innovation (DGI) is a tool to improve process, product, and service, while Disruptive Innovation (DI) is the process of transforming the existing business or organization. Digital disruption (DGD) happens after a digital innovation and or disruptive innovation. This is the flowchart of a digital transformation system. Number one, right now is a digital age. Number two, digital transformation. Number three, come to a change of business model or a new revenue which consists of process that include strategies and vision, employee culture, digital technologies, outcomes. Number four, when looking at process or strategies, vision plus employee culture, here the weakness point that it has to diffuse employee resistance, which delays or become a barrier of digital transformation. Number five, there is also a relationship between process and outcomes. The efficiency of digital transformation is a process and employee culture. Number seven, the effectiveness of digital transformation is outcomes that show improvements. Number eight, the measurement of digital transformation would be the efficiency, the effectiveness, as well as stakeholder and customer satisfaction. Efficiency plus effectiveness should align with strategies with vision in order to achieve measurable improvements, success or fail. Jack Welch said, if external change is faster than internal change means the end is near. The objective of this study is to investigate the impacts of internal and external factors on PA global digital innovation. Number 3, conceptual framework. The internal and external factors on developing global digital innovation. Internal factors, PA digital utility or PA 450, Provincial Electricity Authority. External factors, social change, technology change, economic change, environmental change, political change. Number 2, a digital innovation model, process, attributes, result, unique invention. Number 4, research methodology, population and sample. Population is 17,170 persons, according to Taro Yamane. Formula with 95% confidence level. The sample is calculated to determine the sample size which was 390. In fact, the sample is 419 persons. Variables, independent variables, internal and external factors, disruptive leadership, Thailand 450, Industry 450, PA digital utility, ICT digital innovation, sufficiency economy philosophy, dependent variable, PA global digital innovation. Tools for data collection. Thirdly, is a checklist of the demographic or general information. Secondly, is the question of PA global digital innovation. That's the respondents' new based. Thirdly, 54 items using the 5-point record type scale. Which 5 is strongly agree to 1 is strongly disagree of 6 categories of internal and external factors affecting the PA global digital innovation. The reliability of these questions was 0.975. Fourthly, 24 items of PA global digital innovation related to process, attributes, result, and unique invention of 6 categories of internal and external factors affecting the PA global digital innovation. Number 5, research results. The impacts of internal and external factors on developing PA global digital innovation. The assumption of multiple regression that we need to test the hypothesis as follows. Number 1, ANOVA F-test shows statistical significance as 0.01. It indicates that the multiple regression has a proportion, explaining the change in the PA digital innovation model more than the unexplained proportion. Number 2, model summary. The value of R is equal to 0.804, which is close to 1. This indicates that the group of independent variables are correlated with the dependent variable which has a correlation size of 0.804. The R-square value indicates that the group of variables can explain the dependent variables 64,
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
65%. Number 3, correlations. Correlations show that the relationship between the two variables. Correlations Industry 4.0 and PA Digital Utility, which is 0.843. PA Digital Utility and ICT Digital Innovation, which is 0.794. Disruptive Leadership and Thailand 4.0, which is 0.772. Thailand 4.0 and Industry 4.0, which is 0.767. The PEA needs to follow the guidelines of Thailand 4.0, which is a master plan to get the criteria ready for.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you conclude your presentation now?
Furthermore, Industry 4.0 will put an
I
emphasis
can hear,
on
but
digital
it's
technology.
a little bit.
Coefficients. The coefficients of SEP and ICT digital innovation is statistically significant at the 0.01 level. PA Digital Utility and Industry 4.0 are statistically significant at the 0.05 level. Number 6, conclusion and discussion. The innovation that PA employs new modes are eco-friendly or contribute to a green society, such as the Smart Grid Network, the PA Smart Path application, the PA Innovation Hub, the PA Care and Service. Next, the PA Smart Home, the PA Smart Meter, Ultra Plug, and the EV and charging station. The highest and lowest means of internal and external factors in developing PA global digital innovation is the traditional knowledge and wisdom that has been accumulated in the economic progress, environmental protection, and human needs.
Okay, time is up. Please give approval to Mr. Tanachai.
Yes.
The next presenter, Esther for Lales. Please prepare your slide.
Dr. Kalyani, will you help me answer the question?
Next presenter, there's no question for you.
Okay,
to
okay,
answer.
thank you. Thank you.
Any questions, sir?
No, thank you.
No,
No,
okay,
no.
thank you, sir.
The next presenter, please, Mr. Esther. Prepare your presentation.
Okay,
Yeah,
good afternoon.
not Mr. Mrs. Okay, sorry.
All right.
Now it's time
Am I
for you.
audible? Okay.
Please share your screen, your computer screen.
Saan ako mag-share ng screen? Yes, allow me to share my screen, please.
Sorry, sir. Can I ask a question, Chairman? Is it Haziq? When's the Haziq presentation slot?
Please.
I'm sorry, the video is not audible.
Not audible now. Not audible.
The video is going in and
Sound
out.
of your video is not work.
Miss Esther, your video is going in and out. We are not able to hear the voice clearly.
Yes.
Your voice is going in and out. We cannot hear it clearly in the video.
I'm sorry. There's heavy rain here, so I think my audio is not very audible clearly.
Miss Esther, can you unshare your screen and then again try sharing, because in the video the voice is not clear, ma'am.
Pardon? I'm sorry, the rain is very heavy
please
now.
close your
So,
video. Please close your video first. Your video not work. I think you can send the video to the committee. For saving the
Session
time,
chair?
I will call the presenter.
Session chair, can you please call Haziq
Hasik,
bin
please. Hasik Mukri bin Namawi.
And can I
can
share the
we
screen?
proceed now? Can we proceed now?
Miss Esther, can you
First
unshare your video, please?
your screen. Stop
Can you
share.
hear me? Can you hear me?
No, ma'am, your voice is not clear.
Are you gonna hear me?
Okay.
Okay. Please, Mr. Hasik Mukri bin Nawawi to present your work. Now it's time for you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Okay, let me share my slide. Can you see my slide?
Okay. It's work.
Thank you. So I will say on behalf of our Peter Haziq. So I'm Pang. So this is a project that from our research team. So all of us are from the Public University, Cyberjaya, Malaysia. So the project title is low-cost automated mobile medication dispenser for elderly. So let me give a very brief introduction. So the increase of the population, age, let's say 65 and above, actually create a new challenge, on how to effectively take care of this group of elderlies. Currently, with the COVID-19 pandemic situations, so the situation become much more severe because the number of patients is outnumbered from the healthcare workers that we have, so that the elderly, right, who have multiple chronic conditions, right, they face some difficulties and problems, right, in managing their medication intake, so that an effective, low cost, user-friendly, crowd control mobile medication dispenser, right, is urgently needed to take care of the medication intake of the elderly. So the objective of this paper actually is to design a low-cost automated mobile medication dispenser. So to dispense the medicines, right, on time to the elderly. In order to make it affordable, so we restrict our design to only use low-cost components and the free open source software in order to reduce the cost of the medications dispenser that we design, so that everyone can afford to have one. So the design methodology that we use, it consists of only two parts, quite simple. So which are hardware and software. So this is a flow chart. So the user will start to fill in the medications, and at the same time, the caretakers, right, need to input the time through the mobile apps. So the Node MCU, which are one of the microcontroller that we use, right, it will fetch the time that we already programmed and compare with the user input time that it captured from the online crowd database, so that it will compare between the user input time and the current time. If yes, if both equal, then it's the time to take medicine. So the medication dispenser will dispense the medicine to the elderly. So in order to do this, so we provide a very simple block diagram to explain what happened. So this is a prototype that we designed. So the caretaker will start to put in the medicine inside the compartment. And at the same time, the caretaker will need to program, set the time through the mobile apps. So the data that already set will be sent to the Firebase, which is one online crowd database. So the medical dispenser will capture the data from the Firebase wirelessly to Wi-Fi, and to capture the time and compare when the time reach. So the medication dispenser will dispense the medicine. So this is a hardware that we designed. So this is a architecture of the dispenser. So we print it using the 3D printer. So all the parts we print it using 3D printer, and we also add a chassis Arduino to enable the dispenser have some mobilities, so to reach the elderly. So this is a hardware that we use. We use a microcontroller that we use a Node MCU because it's low cost, and we also use OLEDs to display the information, and we have the switch, reset button, and we need a motor driver in order to drive the stepper motor to turn the dispenser. So in order to turn the dispenser, we use a stepper motor. And the DC motor is for the chassis that I showed just now to control the chassis. And the stepper motor to control the rotations of the medication dispenser. So this is a prototype that we built. So the prototype will be connected, and the stepper motor will put in to control the turning of the dispenser. At the same time, it's powered by only the 9-volt battery. So it's quite easy to reach everywhere. And with the chassis can move. The size is quite small, 10 centimeters, not very big. So we use the Arduino to program and control the stepper motor, at the same time to establish the connections to the internet and the online database, the Firebase, and also to connect to the Firebase and to display the time that we program through the OLED. So these are architectures from the online real-time database that we use, which from the Firebase. And these are mobile apps that we already designed. So we call it a map dispense apps, so that the user can set the time. So this is interface, right, for the user, right, to select when to dispense medicine. So we use a time picker dialog interface, user interface, right, for the user to key in the time. So the outcome of this project is the medications dispensers, right? It contains multiple slots to store the medicine. So it will automatically dispense the medicine according to the time that's set. So we also design apps so that for the caretaker to control the time and to dispense the medicine to the elderly. At the same time, the online database Firebase are used to capture the time for the medical dispenser to dispense the medicine by sending the time their program to the node MCU. So the node MCU will control the medication dispenser to dispense the medicine. And the prototype that we developed, it consists of 3 wheels to enable it to have some mobility and make it much easier to reach the elderly. The good thing is the proposal prototype that we developed, right, is less than 50 USD. It's quite affordable, and maybe for the low income group, they may try to get one in order to take care of the elderly. So the conclusions. So we already proposed a crowd control, low cost medications dispenser, which have a moving capability, which are a very promising solutions, right, to dispense medicine on time to the elderly. So the user or the caretaker can program the medications dispenser, right, to the mobile apps wirelessly. So maybe at the office, let's say they want to program, they can do it. So the total cost is less than 50 USD. If let's say for mass productions, cost can be get much more lower. So this is a cost that we use in ringgit. So after we convert, right, is USD 46.18. So these are outcome that we have. So we already developed the prototype, the mobile apps, and we also create a database. So these are our references that we use in our research work. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, can you hear me? Dr. Rohit this side?
Yes.
What is the major limitation in your research study?
The limitations, very good questions. The limitation is, so that at this moment, right, the caretaker, let's say they want to monitor remotely, right, it's still lack of one so-called cameras. So in the future works, right, we try to add in one camera, right, so that the caretaker, although they can remotely, right, control the medical dispensers to reach the elderly and observe, make sure the elderly, right, take the medications on time. Although we have this kind of so-called alert system, sometimes the elderly may be, let's say, in rest, they cannot hear the alarm or the alert signal, right, given by the medication dispensers. if we have this, right, at least the caretaker, right, can give the elderly a call to wake them up. So these are future works.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any question?
No.
From the floor? No? Please give applause to Mr. Nasid. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Now we back to the video of Miss Esther. Please the committee to help to play her video.
Yes, can I share my video now?
Okay, please if you can directly to share your work. Now it's time for you.
My warm greetings to everyone in this conference. My paper is all about impact evaluation of mechanized tiger grass post-harvest technology in Banton Romblon using general systems theory model. My co-researcher is Engineer Ray Pililang of the College of Engineering and Technology. I am Esther L. Forlales, an associate professor in the graduate school and in the College of Engineering and Technology, the director of the Office of Student Affairs and Services, senior AACUP accreditor, and a faculty researcher. This impact evaluation of the mechanized tiger grass post-harvest technology in Banton Romblon focused on 1. Participants' characteristics, social functions, physicoeconomic profile, technology advocacy, and 2. Machine characterization, and 3. Machines areas for improvement. Using sequential purposive sampling, data were gathered and analyzed. Focused group discussion was done to validate feedbacks and get recommendations from the participants. Findings show that most participants were females, above 31 years old, high school graduates with families of 5 to 8 members. Both fathers, mothers, youth, and children were involved in Tiger Grass Farmers Association. The machine satisfactorily met gender and development requirements, technological aspects, institutional as well as socioeconomic impact to people organization. Enhancement of the design of the cleaner unit of the machine is recommended to increase production output. A portable pedal-operated type of the machine may be designed for the same purpose. Here is the rationale of the study. When an innovation is adopted in the farming system, it sets off a chain of reaction impacting the surrounding environment. That is according to Estigoy of 2010 and Persman in 2015. Fadrikel in 2016 estimated around 400 hectares of land in Romblon are planted to tiger grass because of its economic potentials as raw materials for soft broom. Technology intervention plays an important role in increasing the income of tiger grass farmers in the hilly places of Banton Romblon. The Romblon State University, through the College of Engineering and Technology, designed and developed the tiger grass pollen remover machine to help tiger grass farmers in processing their products. After about 5 years of initial adoption of the machine, impact evaluation may be conducted to measure the impact of using the machines to mechanize the post-harvest practices in the tiger grass industry. General systems theory model can be used as the study framework. For the objectives of the study, we have 1, to describe the profile of the participants as regards personal characteristics, social functions, physicoeconomic status, and technology advocacy. 2, to determine how machine adapters characterize the operation of the tiger grass pollen remover machines in terms of gender and development, technological aspect, institutional impact, and socioeconomic impact to the participants. And 3, to determine the participants' feedbacks and recommendations as regards the use of the tiger grass pollen remover machine. Here is the research paradigm of the study. The input being personal characteristics, social functions, physicoeconomic condition and technology advocacy of the participants. The process is the use of the tiger grass pollen remover machine, and the output points into the effects on gender and development, technological aspect, institutional impact, and socioeconomic impact to the participants. For the research methodology, it used the descriptive evaluative research strategy using the general systems theory model to illustrate how the tiger grass pollen remover machine as a system interacts with the environment. That is according to Indira of 2020. Sequential purposive sampling was employed among the participants who attended the meeting, that is based on SING of 2017. The Filipino version of the survey instrument was used to gather feedbacks on its effects in terms of gender and development, technological aspects, institutional, and socio-economic impacts. Conduct of focus group discussion was done to validate the data and gather recommendations from the participants. Data were collated and analyzed. Here are the findings of the study. Most participants were female, middle-aged high school graduates, married, and medium-sized household. For the social function of the participants, this pie chart here reveals that 62% were mothers, 25% were fathers, and the remaining 12.5% were youths or children. For the social function in terms of involvement in the organization, 83.33 rather, were members of the Tiger Grass Pollen Remover, Tiger Grass Farmers Association, and the rest were officers. As to the involvement in tiger grass industry, 95.8% were broom makers, some 79.17% were farm owners, processors, others were farmers and farm laborers. For the length of involvement in tiger grass industry, 33.33% were involved in the tiger grass industry for 21 years or more. Now, for the physicoeconomic status and technology advocacy, most participants has less than a hectare tiger grass farm, harvesting 76 to 100 bundles per season with at most 15,000 pesos monthly income. All were motivated in technology advocacy. They facilitated the adoption of the tiger grass pollen remover machine and attended related seminars and trainings. As to the characterization of the tiger grass pollen remover machine, it obtained a mean of 2.97, described as satisfactory. This means that it meets the user's requirements, both in gender and development, technological aspects, institutional impact, and socioeconomic impact to the participants. For the strengths of the machine, 1. The tiger grass pollen remover machine has good cleaning quality, very helpful in making soft drums or walistambo in our dialect of the tiger grass farmers. And 2. The machine is safe to operate by women and youths or children. There is no concerns on or problems about safety. For the areas needing improvement, 1. The machine cannot produce large amount or volume of clean tiger grass needed for the finished product. 2. The machine is heavy and difficult to transfer. 3. One machine is not enough for all the farmers in the area. Additional units are needed. 4. It lacks good facilities for low-wai or tiger grass livelihood industry. As to the recommendations of the participants, 1. Review of the machine design is suggested to increase production. 2. A smaller and portable machine using pedal to operate is suggested. 3. The local government may consider providing additional machines for the people organization. And 4. Provide other facilities for tiger grass livelihood in the area. For the conclusion of the study, the tiger grass pollen remover machine adequately meets the requirements in terms of gender and development, effect on technological aspects, institutional and socioeconomic impact to people organization. There are still features of the machine needing improvement to increase production output. Users preferably suggest a portable pedal-type version of the machine. Thus, a conduct of relative researches is recommended. Here are the references from which this study was based. Thank you for listening and good day once again.
Thank you.
Yes, that ends my
Any question?
presentation.
Any question from the floor? Mrs. Esther, can you show about your tiger grass machine? Yeah, you have the photo, like the figure.
I'm sorry, I have it in my manuscript, but in this presentation, I haven't posted one. But I have that in my manuscript, in the detailed manuscript of my research output.
Yes. Any question? Any other question?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Please give applause to Mrs. Esther. Next presenter.
Thank you for this opportunity of sharing my paper.
Okay,
God bless everyone.
Next presenter, Mr. Heru Suwoyo.
Yes,
Please prepare your PowerPoint. Now it's time for you.
Okay, can I share my screen? Can you receive my voice? Can I?
Yes. Okay.
Let me share my.
Please share your screen.
Okay, before continue to my presentation,
Okay. Please make the last slide.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for time and chance given to me today, especially for all the members of the committee for this conference. My name is Heru Suwoyo from Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Mercubuana, and today I'm going to present our achievement entitled Fuzzy Inference System tuned by genetic algorithm used for improving innovation adaptive estimation based adaptive smooth variable structure filter algorithm for effectively solving the problem of localization for our mobile robot. Talking about localization problem, it can be denied that sensor suffers from accuracy due to various factors and visible noise. Regarding this condition, the process and measurement will always be affected and perturbated, and it will give us the uncertainty. For this reason, the objective of solving feature-based localization problem is to estimate the path given the feature-based map. Then, in order to determine the accurately estimate values of the robot path, the filtering strategy has been involved, such as extended common filter and smooth variable structure filter. And here is the general formulation of smooth variable structure filter. SVSF is the abbreviation of this formulation named. SVSF utilizes the sliding mode concept as the core to generate the switching gain. It is then used to make estimate values to be convergent within the boundary of the true state, as can be seen by this picture. SVSF perform the prediction step to get the estimate state, as we can see from the equation 1, and its corresponding covariance as equation 2, predicted measurement, as we can see from the third one, and covariance of error sequence, as we can see from fifth equation. And it calculates gain in equation 6 by initially determining the saturation function expressed by equation 8, which is used to update the predicted state and corresponding covariance, as we can see from this correction step in equation 9 and 10. Regarding the formulation of SVSF, localization for the mobile robot can be done by initially predicting the robot pose using the motion model, as we can see from this slide. In the SVSF for localization case, the pose is considered as state vector. Therefore, the motion model here represents the transition function denoted by F in the previous slide, which is included on our SVSF formulation. Referring to the picture we attach in this slide, I mean this picture. The robot move depends on the left and right wheel velocity denoted by VL and VR respectively. However, in the real situation, they are not accurate and always be perturbated by error expressed by turning factor and moving factor as expressed by equation 16. For this reason, there will be two different types of motion model as expressed by equation 14 and 15. Assuming the predicted force is obtained by this motion model, then its corresponding covariance can be calculated by initially determining the Jacobian matrix denoted by F and the previous slide, which is the matrix obtained by taking partial derivative of the estimate state with respect to the prior state estimate as expressed by equation 19. Not only predicted force, the SPSF-based localization algorithm also needs the measurement model. It is used for generating the predicted measurement. In this case, because we use a laser scanner, then the measurement data is distant and bearing, as we can see from equation 20. However, we know that the measurement also followed by a noise. That reason we have to update our measurement data from 20 to equation 21. Once the predicted measurement is obtained by this measurement model, then its corresponding covariance can be calculated by initially determining the Jacobian matrix denoted by H capital, as we can see from the previous slide in the SPSF formulation, which is the matrix obtained by taking partial derivative of the predicted measurement with respect to the predicted force as expressed by equation 23. And this, I would like to mention the background of this research. However, as traditional method, SPSF needs an accurate system model as well as the non-noise statistic, which are not available by definition. Therefore, the easier way to perform SPSF is by assuming the noise statistic of the process and measurement are zero mean and their corresponding covariance are fixed all the time. Redefining and keep them invariant will precisely downgrade the quality of the solution or even lead to the divergent condition. That's the reason before using SPSF, we have to use an approach to optimize SPSF. The one we apply for this work is innovation adaptive estimation, which is technically use maximum likelihood estimation to derive the covariance matrix of innovation sequence, which is denoted by S, to generate estimate value for actual form, denoted by C, as we can see from equation 32, and then use it to recursively present the covariance of the process and measurement noise statistic, as we can see from equation 33 and equation 34. Due to the presence of moving window, as we can see from 32, it must be difference between theoretical and actual covariance, and due to and we can represent that that difference as degree of mismatch. For this reason, when DOM is not equals to 0 means that we have improper defined for Q and R when we apply our filtering method. For this reason, we have to use the other method called fuzzy inference system. It is used for producing the adjusting variable that used for updating R and Q, which are the covariance matrix for measurement and process respectively. And based on the analogy, as we can see from this part, the rule base in this part is generated. And based on the rule base, the one showing us the linear relation between DOM and adjusting variable, then we can have the graphical representation for our Mendelssohn function used for representing the input and output. However, the successful of using fuzzy inference system depends on arrangement of Mendelssohn function. It's commonly known that manually adjusting is not recommended. Therefore, genetic algorithm is used in this case. The analogy is clear since the mismatch cause large RMSE, improper adjustment of Q or R makes the filter giving bad condition to the estimate value. Therefore, the cause should be reduced or vice versa. I mean, and then the variable D1 we use for for performing genetic algorithm is RMSE, root mean square error, that measure degree of mismatch between our estimate and the actual measurement we have. And the procedure is it's common. I mean, I think, and by following the following step: generating initial population, fitness evaluation. Of course, in this fitness evaluation, we use RMSE, then selection, crossover, and mutation. Then at the end, we use generating the new individual in that population. Then based on this process, we have the following result, as we can see from this picture. The first one is the arrangement given by genetic algorithm tuned fuzzy inference system for adjusting variable relative to R when Q is fixed. And second one, which is the lower one, it is DOM arrangement given by genetic algorithm tuned fuzzy inference system for adjusting variable relative to Q when R is fixed. And here is the short and I think is the one can show us the complete process of this work. As we can see from this picture, when SPSF tuned by innovation adaptive estimation will give us a chance to produce degree of matching or degree of mismatch is coming from C and S, which are the actual and theoretical covariance for our noise sequence innovation. Then based on this DOM, then we use fuzzy inference system that initially tuned by genetic algorithm to produce R and Q. I mean, for updating R and Q based on the two sequential equation we have before. And I think the rest block is for localization. And this is the result for the first case when the proposed methods used for
Please sorting your presentation. Time is up.
Okay, this is the first case for our research when the proposed methods used for solving the localization problem when the covariance metric R is to be fixed and Q is recursive. And the first figure here is the closed loop, and the second one is the actual measurement we have when we try to grab the data directly. So that we need to use filtering method for solving this kind of problem because it's divergent to each other. So based on the result, when we use the previous algorithm and our proposed algorithm, both of them showing us they are showing us the convergence level. And based on table 1, we can see from here our proposed method having better performance compared to the other algorithm. And here is the second case when the proposed method used for solving the localization problem when the covariance matrix of the measurement is the process noise is assumed to be fixed and R is recursive, as can be seen from the second figure here. The algorithm gives convergent solution, and based on the table 2, as we can see from here, we know that all RMSE given by our proposed method are smaller than the other algorithm. I think that is the result for our research, and this is the conclusion. The adaptive formulation of SPSF determined by applying the principle of innovation adaptive estimation, and it is involved as the base. Sequentially, innovation adaptive estimation smooth variable structure filter is tuned using fuzzy inference system with DOM to be the input and adjusting variables to be output used for updating Q and R, which is the covariance metric of the process, and covariance metric for the measurement noise statistics. Genetic algorithm is used to tune FIS, and the idea behind this optimization directly refers to the form of RMSE, representing the estimate path of the robot. Furthermore, it is implemented as the core of localization algorithm and compared with other conventional algorithm. And based on discussion, analysis, and perception of the comparatively generated result, the proposed method has been showing a better performance in terms of RMSE and convergences with stability and accuracy. If you would like to expand more, I think it was all I can do. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Any question? Okay. I think time is up. Please give applause to Mr. Heru Swoyo for his nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
Please stop your share screen. Now we invite presenter Fajar Nur Rahman Haryadi. Please prepare your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Should I share screen now?
Okay, now it's time for you. Please.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
No, still not. I can hear you, but your slide still not appear.
All right. Let me share screen. Okay, this is my slides.
Okay, please enlarge your PowerPoint. Use the F5, I think. Press the F5 to show full screen. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Fajar Nur Rahman Haryadi. I would like to present my research about consumer behavior analysis in electric vehicle adoption in Indonesia. So this is the introduction. PLN's electricity reserves during the COVID-19 pandemic have increased to above 40% with the new generator. Meanwhile, electricity sales growth decreased by minus 8.72% year-on-year, based on PLN data. On the other hand, the transportation of individual mobility has caused damage to the world's environment due to the enormous use of fossil fuels. The use of fuel-based vehicles is one of the main causes of climate change, air pollution, and oil dependence. To minimize the negative impact of motorized vehicles, mobility electrification is proposed and widely adopted by many governments around the world. Nonetheless, the stock of plug-in electric cars represented only 1% of all passenger vehicles worldwide by the end of 2020, need the decarbonization program. In 2025, through Presidential Regulation number 55 of 2019, it is hoped that 2,200 electric cars will be produced and 711,000 hybrids and 2.1 million electric motorcycles will be produced. Seeing the benefits of using electric vehicles for the environment, plus the attention from the government to increase the use of electric vehicles as an effort to minimize carbon emissions and air pollution and increase the electricity sales growth, it is necessary to have a certain scheme that can attract people to switch electric vehicles. So here are the research questions. The first one is, what are the drivers of purchase intention of Indonesia market regarding electric motorcycles? And the second one, what are the drivers of purchase intention of Indonesia market regarding electric cars? And the third one, what are the appropriate managerial steps in attracting Indonesians to adopt electric motorcycle and electric cars? Here's the literature review. Several publications related to electric vehicle adoption, Adnan et al., Chen et al., and et al., Mahdik et al. Consumer view on the advantages in adopting EV, environmental issue, investment policy, business model development, government regulation, symbolic attribute. And however, there is no research that discusses what factors influence a person's intention to buy electric vehicles, both cars and motorbikes, especially in the context of Indonesian society. So here are the methods. The first one is descriptive quantitative equivalent survey to 73 electric motorcycles owner and 30 electric cars owner located in Greater Jakarta, Greater Surabaya, Bali, Bandung, and Malang. OLS regression analysis was used to analyze the factors that affect people intention to purchase electric cars and motorcycles. Econometric methods with two types of variable, independent variable and dependent variable. Here's the electric motorcycle data. So the type population is 12,464. The sampling, we use snowball sampling, offline mode, and survey was conducted in October until November 2021. The domicile is 41% Greater Surabaya, 34% Bali, 25% Greater Jakarta, 1% Malang. We do survey with Likert scale 1 until 4. The response rate was 82.4%. So from 500 survey, we got 412 for the survey that we can get back from the population, from the sample. So after filter data cleaning, we got 73 respondents. So here's the demographics of the electric motorcycle. The gender predominantly by men, which is 58%. For the age, it's almost the half of the sample was between 18 until 29, and about 1/4 of the sample was 30 until 39 for the age. Occupation, more than half was private employees, where the one-fourth of the sample was other of in the occupation, and 16% was entrepreneur. Here's the income of the sample. Most of them, 40%, got the income around 7 million until 14 million IDR. And for the source of information, we got the data that most of them got the information about electric motorcycle information from social media and recommendation from friends, and 14% from the exhibition. Here's the OLS regression. From the OLS regression, we get that there are only several variables which is significant, which has under 0.05, and we got that is FVG control, and also FVG control and FVG value. And for the customer perception, we got the data, and we will know the conclusion. Here's the conclusion. So there are several variables that which is significant: PS 0.1, PS 0.22, and PS 23. I'm sorry, I should explain to you in English. So from both from the third variables, the most of the highest mean was PS 0.23, which is I have ever heard and read about the electric motorcycle before I buy the product. And the second one is I have ever seen the product before I decide to buy the product. So for the PS 013, which is the environmental friendly, PS 0.14, which is is full efficiency, and PS 015 is the operational cost, also have the high mean. So it's the benefit. So there's like most of them say that the cost of the operational has the lowest cost, and the machine was also have the low noise. And for also the another variable say they describes that they consume low for the full and they say that they also say that there are like disadvantages of using electric motorcycle, that the charging station number was too low. So the customer expectation, so what PLN should provide? First, more charging infrastructure. Most of them say that 61% more charging infrastructure, and 16% there has a special rate for electric motorcycle usage, and also fast charging utility, battery swap, and other expectation. So here's the data for electric cars. So it's similar actually for the electric motorcycle, so I don't need to explain much about this. However, the domicile they has the they live mostly in Jakarta, and also for the respondent only 37%, and we after filtering the cleaning we only got 30 respondents. The gender are predominantly by men, which is 80%. For the age, most of them more than 30 years old. However, for the 40s and 50s, they all got also high, significantly high, rather than 60 and above. Education, most of them got the education for bachelor, master, and PhD. The income, mostly they got the income around 28 until 42 million AIDR. And also for the occupation, they are private employee more than 557%. The source of information, they got the information for the EC demographics, I mean electric cars, from social media, which is 44%. This is the OLS regression. There are several variables which is significant.
Please shorten your presentation.
Okay. Which is FG risk below 0.05. All right, this is actually similar to the electric motorcycle. So also for the expectation, there are several expectations. I will only extend 3 of them. The first one, PLN should provide more charging infrastructure, and also they want special rate for electric car usage, and also they want PLN to improve electric car ecosystem in Indonesia. This is the conclusion from the regression OLS. We can see that there is like efficient control and cognitive and value, which is has the high correlation to the intention to buy. And the second one is some respondent that has a used electric motorcycle. Generally, they have ever heard and read about the electric motorcycle, and most of them are between 18 until 39 years. And also for the third conclusion, I think I have explained to you in the previous slide. And so the 4 and 5, I also have explained to you in the previous slide. So, all right. So it's a suggestion actually. Okay, the filtration. Okay, I think that's all for me for the description about the electric. I mean the consumer behavior about the electric vehicle adoption in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Okay, time is up. I have one question for you. How about the life cycle cost for the electric motorcycle compared to the conventional motorcycle?
Okay, actually, there is out of my coverage of research area. However, maybe I can try to maybe it's one of the inspiration for the next research.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Time
is up. Please give applause to Mr. Fajar for his presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, please stop your share screen.
Okay.
Now we invite Mr. Christopher Abalorio to present your presentation.
Hello,
Now it's
good
time for
afternoon.
you. Please share your PowerPoint.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I believe my screen now is shared. Good afternoon to everyone in this conference. This paper has been co-authored by Dr. Ariel M. Sison, Dr. Ruji P. Medina, and Dr. Glenn E. Dalaurao. So the title of this research is Applying E-mono Variants to Multi-Class Sentiment Analysis for Short Distance Interclass Frequency of Term. So as the volume of data has dramatically increased in the digital environment due to the rapid advances in the internet and developing technology, many researchers focus on effective organization, retrieval, and mining of massive textual data. One widely used technology mentioned is text classification. Text classification labels text documents with categories from predefined classes according to their content. Auto recognition, short text classification, spam SMS and email filtering, classification in medical documents, and sentiment analysis can be given as the research topic subdomains in classification. So sentiment analysis, often called opinion mining, is one of the subdomains of text classification, a widely studied area where the polarity of sentiments within the natural language is investigated through different approaches to improve customer service, discover trends in the market, find problems, and understand the target audience, and etc. Feature vectors play a significant role in sentiment analysis as it affects the classification results. The famous feature vectorizer comes with the term frequency inverse document frequency, or TF-IDF. It is an unsupervised method of weighting terms to extract, select, and assign weight to terms in sentiment annotated text in the binary and multi-class classification. In literature, supervised term weighting schemes or feature vectorizer outperform the unsupervised approach in text classification, and it is more favored in text classification, the supervised one. Sentiment analysis with multi-class is more challenging than binary text classification because in binary classification, it has only positive and negative sentiments. The text is spread out in different emotions in a multi-class sentiment analysis, and identifying the category becomes challenging using an unsupervised feature vectorizer. This research aimed to address the short distance frequency of a term in interclasses for sentiment analysis using supervised vectorization techniques called TF-E-mono and SRTF-E-mono. For short distance frequency of a term occurs when the total document of a frequency value is more than 50% in the succeeding sorted category of the category or classes. So this problem was defined by UI, Akpana, and Starkey 2021 in the review of classification algorithms in changing interclasses of distances. So the benchmark dataset used in this paper is the commodity news gold dataset. It is a news dataset for the commodity market that was manually annotated 11,412 news headlines across multiple dimensions into various sentiments. It is one of the most used imbalanced datasets favored for sentiment analysis. The data is split into 70% for training and 30% for test data. There are a total of 14,412 news documents with 4 classes as sentiments: positive, negative, neutral, and irrelevant. The following are the pre-processing steps to prepare the dataset in this study. Each text in the corpus was transformed into lowercase characters. The method was used to uniformly treat all text equally because the term gold with a capital G was not treated with gold small letter G. And then the stop words such as the, an, or etc. were removed from the text documents. These words were the common words that exist in any language. The primary purpose of omitting stop words is to obtain more relevant and significant terms in the text corpus. The number of essential terms represents the text category. In the feature, vectorization text is tokenized to get the single terms to assign individual weight values. There are 2 tokenization performed within the data processing. The first is eliminating special characters within the terms through a regular expression. Next is to obtain single terms. Next step is stemming, which was implemented with the tokenized text to treat terms with similar meanings uniformly. The Porter stemming is preferred to use in this paper. This was done to reduce every term and transform it into its root word. The terms that seldom occur were omitted. If the word appear more than once, or if the terms appear more than once, they are retained as feature. Next is the term frequency, inverse document frequency. It is a method used to compute the score of every term, signifying the term's relevance within the documents and the corpus. It is an unsupervised feature vectorizer because it does not consider class information in setting weight to terms. Class information refers to the information about the categories belongingness to every document, such as the number of classes pertaining to a certain documents and the like. To generate the features using TF-IDF, term frequency and the inverse document formula are shown in the screen. So the term frequency is multiplied with the formula for inverse document frequency. The extended mono or E-mono with the term frequency and squared root of term frequency variance is a supervised feature vectorizer used in text classification for the study. EMO parameter holds value for classes covered in max occurrence computation. So for the results, in the table, the comparative results of the classification performance for the unsupervised TF-IDF and the supervised TF-E-mono and SRTF-E-mono feature vectorizer techniques, along with the accuracy and F1 scores of the metric are shown. It can be seen that the feature vectorizer technique for KNN has the lowest accuracy value of 67% for TF-IDF and highest value of 74% for TF-E-mono with EMO value of 2 and SRTF-E-mono with EMO value of 3. However, SVM has the higher classification performance in terms of accuracy, with its lowest value of 81% for TF-IDF and 82% for E-mono variants in all EMO values. Conclusion. The interclass information for the supervised feature vectorizer that was implemented in the multi-class sentiment analysis was examined in this study. The short distances interclass that refers to the separation between the sentiments are the values of the interclass document frequency of a term determined by the value of EMO using TF-E-mono and SRTF-E-mono vectorizer. The result of the conducted experiment show that the EMO value of 3 has the highest classification, accuracy value of 74% in KNN and 82% in SVM classifier, compared with 67% in KNN and 81% in SVM using TF-IDF. Moreover, in a multi-class sentiment analysis with 4 classes or categories, EMO value of 3 is the preferred number of extension used for E-mono variants, which improve classification performance. It is evident that the supervised E-mono outperformed the unsupervised TF-IDF feature vectorization techniques and text classification of multi-class sentiment analysis. It is recommended that the E-mono variant be applied with different feature selection methods. And these are the references that we use in the study. So this concludes the presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We now enter to the discussion session. We still have time, around 2 minutes. Any question from the floor? No? Okay, please give applause to Mr. Christopher Abalorio for his nice presentation. Please stop your screen. Now we invite Mrs. Justina Sri Rahayu. Please prepare your presentation.
Okay, let me share my presentation.
Okay,
And my voice, is it right? Can you hear my voice?
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. The honor chairman of this conference, Mr. Dr. Imada Astina, the committee and the participants of the conference. Now I would like to share my research a bit further with the presentation before. It deals with management or principle, not with technical. The titles of my presentation is Principle Instructional Leadership and Culture-Based Instructional Program in Organizational Program. In organizational change. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let me introduce myself. My name. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I have difficulty in moving my presentation. Yeah. This is my biography. My name is Justina Sri Rahayu. I work as a school supervisor from Department of Education and Culture in Yogyakarta Province of Indonesia. And now I'm still trying hard to gain my doctoral degree in Education Management Study Program of Yogyakarta State University, supported by two promoters of mine, Professor Sain Isman and Professor Sutrisno Wibowo. Okay, this is the abstract of my research. This study examines the roles of effective instructional leadership for high school principals during curriculum changes through a cultural approach. The new curriculums include not only knowledge competencies, but also attitude and behavior. It also emphasizes a scientifically based learning process approach and authentic assessment based on a portfolio. This research was conducted through interviews with principals, vice principal, and senior teachers at Park River High School in the special regions of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. The school pilot project in implementing the new curriculum. Research analysis was carried out with qualitative approach. The study found that instructional leadership is related to curriculum change, starting from a complete understanding of the curriculum vision. This vision is then realized in a conducive culture and climate, such as religious culture, discipline culture, literacy culture, creative and innovative culture in solving life problems, learning anywhere and anytime, doing a collaboration, joining fair competition, and caring for the environment. The habituations mix values, attitudes, and behavior applied not only in theoretical knowledge and practice at school, but also brought students to live in their families and communities. Yeah, let's begin from the introductions of this paper. In Indonesia, the education curriculum is developed dynamically following the demand and changing time in which the curriculum is applied. In the last 2 decades, the education curriculum has changed from 2004 curriculum and then 2006, and the last is 2013, and now curriculum Merdeka. The 2013 curriculum was developed by considering several changes in the educational environment, such as globalization, environmental problem, technological developments, a knowledge-based economy, the rise of creative and cultural industry, and education development in other countries. Environmental changes cause an increase in the need for human resource competencies in the future, such as communication skill, critical thinking, the ability, a sense of responsibility toward the environment. Curriculum changes also consider the developments of people's perception of the worth of education, such as education that focus too much on cognitive aspect, too much burden for students, and the lack of character. At the education level, the principal, plays a vital role in the effectiveness of curriculum changes and learning success. Instructional leadership is a leadership practice that provides direction in achieving learning goals. It's sensitive to learning and curriculum problem and consistently improve teaching and learning activities. The effectiveness of instructional leadership is not carried out directly, but indirectly by building a school climate, such as by regulating work processes, relationship, and involvement, and school culture. Schools are with vision, mission, and goals. They are realized through a strategy which is implemented in the form of organizational culture. Organizational culture can change naturally or be developed, proactive and reactive, adjusted environmental changes. Many organizations make changes, strategies, and organizational culture, even evaluate the vision and mission to adapt and capture changes in the external environment. This research discusses the role of effective instructional leadership for high schools principal during curriculum changes through cultural development. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, the methodology of the research. The study used qualitative approach to explore the instructional leadership practice commonly applied by each principal. This research used a narratively qualitative method to reveal how the implementation of instructional leadership is related to environmental changes and curriculum changes. The locations of the research was in the spatial regions of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. This location was chosen due to its unique characteristic as a spatial region and the setting of education, which often become a barometer of national achievement in any sector, including education. The study was conducted through interviews with 5 principals at senior high school in the spatial regions of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Data collection was conducted through observation and interviews carried out from September 2019 until January 2020. Meanwhile, in-depth interviews were conducted with teachers were selected in each school based on year working with the current principal. The data validity was done by maintaining credibility, transferability, dependability, and confirmability. The analysis consisted of 3 activities simultaneously, namely data reduction, data presentation, and then conclusion. And the research result found that in carrying out instructional leadership, the principals commonly started from a complete understanding of the vision, both the school vision and the national education vision implemented in the curriculum. The vision is then communicated to all school members, and the vision determination is carried out together. This vision is then manifested in a conducive culture and climate, such as religious, discipline, literacy, and creative and innovative culture in solving life problems, learning anywhere and anytime, doing collaboration, joining a fair competition, and caring for the environment. The habituations make values, attitude, and behavior applied not only in theoretical knowledge and practice at school, but also brought by students to live in their families and communities. Knowledge, attitude, and skill in the new curriculums are implemented through academic and non-academic activities. Knowledge is improved through academic programs, while skills are enhanced through extracurricular activities, both individually and in group. Attitude and behavior are improved through motivation, example, and the development of school culture and climate. The principal emphasizes a good atmosphere at school to create action and conducive learning conditions. The principal has a strategy and the forms of a schedule for learning activities implemented by building an organizational culture manifested in their habit. Here are the results from the 5 schools. Not all of them have the same instructional program. Some of them have a little bit differs in special coaching for high ability students and instructional clinics here for the students who have the bottom of 5%, the limitation, I mean, yeah, okay. And the result of the study support provides research on the effectiveness of instructional leadership through developing a vision that embodies conducive school, culture, and climate. The result show the important role of principals learning leadership, which does not only focus on administrative activities.
Please shorten your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Now, the conclusion now. The conclusion, yeah. In carrying out instructional leadership, the principals of the liberal high schools in Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta start from a complete understanding of both the school vision is then manifested in culture, means attitude, behavior, and habits, and in a conducive climate, learning anywhere and anytime, doing a collaboration, joining a fair competition, environmental care, and being religious. This condition will make culture such as religious culture, discipline culture, literacy culture, creative and innovative culture in solving life problems, applied not only in theoretical knowledge and practice at school, but also brought by students to live in their families and communities as reflected in the new curriculum. This research has implications for effective principal instructional leadership pattern during curriculum changes, emphasizing the importance of scientific learning, building character, in this case, religious, active, creative, and innovative. Okay, here I would like to thank to the Department of Education and Culture, especially Special Region South Yogyakarta, Indonesia, for granting the permit. The other would like to thank to the 5 reference schools that provided a lot of data and information, and of course would like to thank to the Education Management Study Program Yogyakarta State University, Indonesia, especially to my promoter, Professor San Usman and Professor Sutrisno Wibowo, who has assisted in writing the proposal to the resultative report. Thank you very much for all of the participants for hearing my presentation. Any criticism and questions are welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, time is up. Any question from the floor? I think no. Okay, please give applause to Mrs. Yuskina for her presentation.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah, so sorry. Give me time to. I forget to open my video. Yeah. Yeah, to video. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, the chairman, may I have time just to take a photo of me? No?
Session chair, you can.
Yes, next we invite.
You can invite Jyoti Verma for her presentation.
Yes, Jyoti Verma, please prepare your presentation.
Ma'am, you're not audible. Ma'am, you're not audible.
No,
We
your
cannot
voice
still hear
still
you,
not.
ma'am. Your voice is not audible. No, ma'am, your voice is still not audible. Can you try connecting again, please? You can cut the Zoom call and connect again. Meanwhile, session chair, we can have the next presenter as she joins back. Session chair, we can call Dr. Reiji next.
Dr. Reiji. No, we still have Jyoti Verma and Ukwal Tarika. They're two presenters.
Yes, sir. So Jyoti will join back again. And we are checking on Ujjwal. In the meantime, ma'am, I'm sorry, you're still not audible. In the meanwhile, we can have Dr. Reiji to present.
Okay, please. Now it's time for you to presentation. Your presentation.
Hello. Hello.
Okay,
Ma'am,
your voice is okay.
Okay, good evening. The title of my paper is Single Image Super Resolution Using Directional Transform and Directional Variants.
Please enlarge your slide.
Okay. Hello.
Okay.
Can I continue?
You can select slideshow. I think slideshow. After that, you select the large screen.
Pardon?
Pull. You know slideshow, right? Slideshow. After that.
Pardon, sir.
In the button part, you click in the button part. There is the one mark slide there. Click it. After that, you can share the large screen to the PowerPoint. Near the in the corner of the button, what the right side.
Here, sir.
I cannot. My mouse cannot appear there. Okay. You please present your.
Okay, sir. The title of my paper is Single Image Super Resolution Using Directional Transform and Directional Variance. Here, I am presenting a fast super resolution method using directional transform and directional concept of directional variance. First, I will explain what is directional transform. What is super resolution? The super resolution techniques are used to construct high resolution images from several observed low resolution images or from a low resolution single image. If a number of low resolution images are used, it is called reconstruction based super resolution. And if I use a single low resolution image, it is called learning based super resolution. Super resolution means upsampling plus removal of artifacts. So here I used the learning based super resolution. The concept of learning based super resolution is that high resolution image contains high frequency, mid frequency, and low frequency information, and a low resolution image contains mid frequency and low frequency information, and it lacks high frequency details. In learning based method, the missing high frequency details are learned from the training set. The training set contains high frequency information of available HR image and low resolution image. Next, I will explain directional transform.
Please move your slide. Please move your slide. Now you still in the first slide. I think you present now your position not in the first slide.
No, sir.
No. You just click in the left side. There is the small.
The slide is changing, sir.
No, still static in the first slide.
Okay, sir. I will share again.
Okay, now good. Yeah.
Is it changing, sir?
Okay, it's work.
Okay. The directional transform has many advantages over wavelet transform. Wavelet transform is isotropic property.
There is the internet problem, I think.
Session chair, we can call any other left participants in the meanwhile.
Sir, I'm available. Can you hear me? I'm Dr. Pratima instead of Jyoti Verma.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So should I share my screen?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. So let me share my screen. So is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
Yeah. So very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present over here. So thank you for selecting my paper. So my research paper is IoT enabled smart garbage monitoring system. So these are the contents of my presentation.
Please, you use the last slide, I think.
Yeah. This is IoT enabled smart garbage monitoring system. So I am one of the co-author of with Dr. Jyoti. So I'm presenting on her behalf. So these are the contents of my presentation. So starting with the introduction part, then moving over to the literature review, and then moving over to the existing system, proposed system, result analysis, and conclusion. So introduction, so why there is a need of IoT enable smart garbage system. So one of the main concern in an environment is a solid waste management, which is in addition to disturbing the balance of the environment. Sir, I'm getting a very disturbance. Yes, hello. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
In an environment, the main issue is a solid waste management, which we have to decompose that solid waste management. That is a main issue if we are talking about environment point of view. The detection and monitoring and the management of waste is one of the primary problems in the present area. So what our project is, so our project is a smart garbage based system. So in traditional system, what we are saying that we have to monitor the waste. We are having a waste bins are there, and which is definitely a very cumbersome process and utilize more human effort and time as well as cost. So what we are doing, so we are just making a smart garbage system, which is going to provide you an indication, and it is related a IoT based system. This smart garbage system will have various components in it. One component is we are using sensors, which are basically used to sense the level of the garbage which we are putting in our bin, and then it is going to indicate that information to our IoT platform. So through the IoT platform, we are just passing to the information to a one particular system, and through that, so we are having an indication that this garbage is filled or this bin is filled. Now we are going to collect the materials from there. So this is an idea related to this concept. The same thing we are having. This is the overview of this monitoring system. So if you can take an example, like we are having two or three streets are there. So if I'm taking in a case of one particular street, which is very busy street, in which the bins filled very frequently, and you can see that whatever be the the garbage bins really fast as compared to the other seats, and you can see that even the in other seat that is not too busy. So whatever be the truck is there, so they are going to collect the system in spirited time period. So what we are doing, we are making a real-time indicator of a garbage level at any given of time. Using the data, we can optimize the waste collection routes and ultimately reduce the fuel consumption. And it allows the trash collectors to plan their daily and weekly pickup schedule. Next, moving over to the problem statement. So one of the main concern is the environment. So we have to clean the environment. For that, we are just establish a smart garbage bin. The detection, monitoring, and management of waste is one of the primary problem of the present era. The traditional way of manually monitoring the waste in waste bins is a cumbersome process and utilize more human effort, time, and cost, which can easily be avoided with our present technology. Moving on to the next is, these are the literature work that already done in this area, like they have built a garbage bin, but some modification we are just putting, like we are making a web-based, whatever with the information that is automatically transmit to the sender, and sender is automatically know that this is the bin is filled up to this value, and then the waste is being collected. Then moving over to the proposed system. So in our system, what we are putting, we are making it a real-time waste management system to check the fill level of dustbins, whether the bins are full or not, and it will inform the status of each and every dustbin so that the concerned authority can send the garbage collection vehicle. The level of the waste in the dustbin is detected with the help of ultrasonic sensors. And then we are putting one more sensor, which is a force sensor, which is used to measure the weight of the dustbin. When the measure value of sensor exceeds a certain threshold value, then the red LED becomes on, and Android devices will detect in which area the dustbin is located and status of that. This is with the help of web-based applications we are putting in it. This is a system architecture of our proposed work. So we have ultrasonic sensors are there, which we are going to put on the smart bins. So two sensors we are just put on the first up below the lid, and another is on the bottom side. So bottom side is basically used to measure the weight, and the upside it is going to indicate that the bin is full or not. Then all the information is being passed to a Arduino Uno or the microcontroller. Then it is further being passed to a Wi-Fi module. Then we are just using a Blink app in which the authentication is there, and through the Blink app, all the messages they are being floated to the concerned person. This the same diagram. This is again the thing. This is our smart bin. We are putting two sensors over here. Then this is Arduino microcontroller unit. All the informations they are being passed to a Wi-Fi module. Through the Wi-Fi, we are just putting a web server, and there is a workstation through which the messages can be passed to a garbage truck person, and then they are going to collect the trash from there. This is a working of this IoT-based smart garbage system. So this is a very innovative idea because it is not only keeping the environment safe, and this is able to indicate the level of the garbage collected in the garbage bins via the web-based page. For this, the system basically used two ultrasonic sensors which are placed to detect the garbage level and compare it with the garbage bin's depth. The system make use of the Arduino family microcontroller. LCD screen is there, Wi-Fi module is there for sending data, and a buzzer. The system is powered by 12-volt power transformer. The LCD screen is basically used to indicate the status of the level of the garbage collected in the bins, whereas we are using a web page which is used to show the status of the user monitoring it. The web page gives a graphical view of the garbage bins and highlights the garbage collected in a color in order to show the level of the garbage collected. The LCD screen shows the status of the garbage level. The system puts on a buzzer when the level of the garbage collected across a certain limit. Thus, the system helps to keep the city clean by informing about the garbage levels of the bins by providing graphical image of the bins via web page. This is a methodology which we are using. So we are using, again, we are using the same ultrasonic sensor, microcontroller, Wi-Fi module. Then this is a ThinkSpeed, which is basically a platform used in IoT. Then we are having Arduino app, which is going to show the status. And this is a structure which is going to show a different bins are there, and all the information is being passed over here. The same diagram, this is for the single bin, and this is for the multiple bins we are using over here. Then moving over to the flow chart, this is a flow chart diagram which is going to show that. So there is a start. After the start, we have a garbage bin which we are going to install, and then we are going to put a sensors. And if nothing is there, so if the sensor is not going to show anything, then if it is empty, so nothing is there. And if you are going to set a threshold value, suppose it is 70 to 100%, means if the level of the trash is 70 to 100%, then we can say that there will be a buzzer which will be on every 10%. Then the garbage bin is being collected. And if it is a 0 to 70%, so we can say that it is only indicating a view on the app which the user is going to use. This is again a IoT based structure of smart bin. So whenever we are going to see the architecture of IoT based system, so it is having various layers in it. So first layer is this is a dustbin layer. Then after this we have a server layer. Then the server is further being connected with the client, and this is a Wi-Fi. You can say that the app or the user which is going to use the application, and it is going to indicate the level of the bins, and automatically that is being monitored over here. Then the same description is being given over here. So dustbin layer, server layer, and the client layer. So dustbin layer, this layer consists of internet and the Wi-Fi enabled dustbins. Every dustbin contains a sensor. Then we have a server layer. The server collects the fill up status and location of the dustbins. It processes the client's query and responds with the nearest dustbin collection location. Then the client layer, the client's request for the nearest location of the IoT enabled dustbin to server using the mobile app for the design purpose. These are the simulation results. So we are just making this is a bin, so which we are having. So there is an indication which is known as the green light. So green light is going to indicate that the bin is empty. Means this is a condition from 0 to 70, means we are just saying that the bin is empty. So initially it is going to show a message which is a smart waste management. This is the initial message which will be displayed on the screen, and when the bin is filled, so we will have this type of information with the help of LCD. So this is a dustbin filled. This message will be displayed and the bin is free, and this green light is going to indicate that the bin is empty. So these are the simulation results. So this is a collection process, means you will get the information from all the like mobile based app, and then it is going to pass to a server point. Then server is going to send this bin truck to the respective location. Moving over to the advantages of the system. So this system is definitely provide a greater accessibility to the dustbin, and if our dustbin is relocated to another location, so automatically this will be indicated with the help of GPS location, and it will save fuel and time using appropriate route planning. And this is definitely keeps our environment clean and fresh, and it reduces environmental pollution, because earlier the whole responsibility is on the man side. Now we are distributed on the IoT enabled system. So in the last, the conclusion is this is an integrated system of Wi-Fi modem, IoT, GSM, ultrasonic sensors, and it introduced for efficient and economic garbage collection. The developed system provides improved database for garbage collection time and waste amount at the location. So we can see that by implementing this project, it can inform, not only inform related to the information related to the garbage bin, but also it can help to keep our city clean. So this is all from my side. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, time is up.
Yeah, thank you so.
Any question? No. Okay, thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Please give applause to Dr. Pratima.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, actually there's still one presenter, two actually, Ukwal Tarika and Jyoti Verma. I don't know what they can present or not.
Instead of Jyoti Verma, I have given presentation, sir.
Oh, you okay.
Yeah,
No,
Dr.
still one.
Yeah.
Ukwal Tarika.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. If now I think now the time I give to the committee.
So now we will be playing a video presentation by Budi Museteo, the paper titled as Dominant Factors in Value Engineering Aims for Improving Function and Cost Reduction in Jakarta Green Building Project. He is part of the technical session 3 that was held in the morning, but unfortunately he could not present. So given his situation, we are playing his video presentation now.
Okay, please.
So Mani, kindly play his video presentation. Manigandan, please present. Please play the video presentation.
Yes.
Mr. Budi, are you going to present your paper through video presentation or are you going to share it here?
Oh, I have sending this video.
Yes, so yeah,
Maybe
now Manigandan is sharing it.
Maybe okay, maybe video or direct presentation with video or direct presentation. Sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Budi sir. This is your presentation PPT file. I will share instead of you. Kindly explain your paper now.
Okay, with video, maybe. Sorry.
Mr. Budi, it's actually a PPT presentation, not the video. So you have to explain the PPT now.
Oh, okay. Yes, this is my paper abstracts in graphical illustration. The research topic first is value engineering, and the second topic is green building. In value engineering, the issues is to reach higher value, we can improve function and cost reduction. And green building, the main issue is this is higher performance, but higher cost. These two topics collaborate to in project team building construction with the Green Building Council Indonesia in Jakarta. Research is a survey type and data with statistical analysis. The dominant factor implementation in value engineering on green building is a research question. Yes. In introduction, this is 4 points. The first is the understanding of importance of environment issues in the construction sector increase to the implementation of green construction. In Indonesia, green SIP rating system developed by Green Building Council Indonesia or GBCI to apply the principles of green building concept that can be reached energy and resources efficiency. The application of green building and value engineering in construction is potential to handle several problems like increasing cost, quality deviation, and waste of resources. So research problems are what kind of dominant variable and indicator in the application of value engineering or VA in green building construction? And how is the relationship between variable to achieve the main goal of VA as increasing function and reducing costs? Yes. In literature review, especially in value engineering in green construction project, implementation of green construction can be done by selecting environmentally friendly materials. And value engineering methods are used to achieve systematic cost reduction. There are several reasons why the phase. Yes, material and methods in this research we use 4 variables. The names is Y is value engineering aims, X1 is value engineering states, X2 is development states, and X3 as value engineering methods. The model relationship between variable shown in these pictures and research flowcharts. The research question 1, the methods with statistical analysis. This is the indicator and rating scale. For indicator, we reach is 21 indicator, and the question is for indicator with several rating scale. This is for 5 rating scale type to definition indicators. Yes. Population in this research is projecting, and this is the data analysis and result. On the left is list of variable by mean score, and on the middle is list of indicator. The test in validity and reliability test, and the variable relationship with analysis with statistical data. This is the conclusion. Number 1 is variable and dominant indicator for value engineering in green building construction project implementation are in variable PA states. The indicator dominant is scope of works, team determination, function analysis, cost analysis, and alternative development. In development plan, the indicator dominant is cost estimation and operational efficiency. In PA methods, the indicator dominant is material selection and aesthetic consideration. In PA aims variable indicators, dominant is budget efficiency, change order improvement, designer builder competence, and design construct quality. And correlation, that is, thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, nice for your presentation. Any question? Any question? No, it's all right. Okay, please give applause to Mr. Budi.
Thank you.
Okay, I think this session is finished now. We can leave this Zoom room, I think. Okay, please. We see you in the other forum.
Okay, success and quality for all.
Right, thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions from the session chairs or anybody? Do we have any other presenters that are left out that would like to present now? I repeat once again, are there any presenters who have been missed out or who had missed their chance? This is an open invitation for you to finish your presentation before we conclude the technical sessions. all the participants of technical session 4A, thank you for joining us on this wonderful session. I am going to conclude this technical session 4A and wait for the technical session 4B participants to join us in the main hall. So we will be having a break of 5 minutes now, after which we will be starting our valedictory awarding ceremony and the vote of thanks for the conference. I repeat, we will be breaking for 5 minutes and then have the valedictory ceremony and the vote of thanks. Thank you. Miss Justina, you are sharing your screen with us. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to conclude the conference. So in the name of the Almighty, I'm going to start the valedictory function. To start off, I would like to announce the Best Paper and Best Paper Presentation awardees of the Technical Session 1 and Technical Session 2B that had taken place yesterday. Today's session's awardees would be announced later on through email. Now let me announce yesterday's Technical Session 1's Best Paper goes to Hadi for Functionality, Electrostatic Discharge and Power Quality Magnetic Analysis of the Speed Limiter Integrated Fatigue Analyzer. And the best presentation goes to Hannah Arini Marusu, AI Mining Data Acquisition of Environmental Features. Let's give the awardees a round of applause for their wonderful effort and for their energy into this conference. Thank you for the response. Next, from Technical Session 2B, the Best Paper Presentation awardee is Jayan Juliet Rosilio, Awareness Level of Heritage Building Owners and Constructional Professionals in the Repair, Construction and Conservation of Heritage Buildings in TAL. Then the Best Paper Award goes to Yafat Jaya, Vehicle Speed Prediction Using YOLO V4 and XG Boost Regression Best Civil Paper. The rest of the awardees will be announced later on through email to your respective emails, and you will get to know the information. As we understand that the conference has been 2 days long and there is a lot of coordination to be done, so kindly give us the time to inform you about the awardees. Moving on, I would like to start by concluding the conference. But before that, I want to take this opportunity to inform you about some of the upcoming IFERP conferences that we have. So in July, on the 22nd, on July the 2nd, International Conference on Innovative Research in Engineering and Technology set to take place on the 15th and 16th of July 2022 in Vietnam. Then on the 13th and 14th of August, we have the first international conference on exploring colossal technological advances of 21st century in science, engineering, and technology will be held on the 13th and 14th August 2022 in Abu Dhabi. Then in October, the IFERP International Conference on Interdisciplinary Approaches to Sustainable Design of Future Cities will be held on the 27th and 28th October 2022 in Jakarta, Indonesia. As you can see, we have global reached conferences that are happening in July, August, and in October as well. We will soon be back with many more events for you. Also, you can always visit the websites that are available on the screen to know more about the participation in these conferences. You could always go to our website, www.iferp.in, for further more information. And also, I would like to talk to you about the other opportunities that are available for these conferences. The co-hosting opportunities are still open. Your university, institution, or organization can be part of being a beacon of academic progress and advancement by serving as a co-host along with our association of IFERP. By co-hosting with us, it would be a propelling into its reputation, superior offerings, and incomparable facilities. Universities and institutions can join as an academic partner or as a co-hosting partner in the conferences organized by IFERP. Academic partner Hosting a conference outside the campus, province, and nation is the act of a wizard. A co-hosting partner is someone who's hosting a conference inside the campus. The venue will be at the hosting partner's university or institution. The benefits of being an academic partner or a co-hosting partner is you get to promote your university's names, logos with the conference's website and proceedings and on social media and digital marketing forums, exposure of the university in the international college, and university promotional materials will be added as well. A welcome message from the patron or the high authority of the academic partner's university or organization is most welcome. The academic opportunities that we have for co-hosts are we offer you an offer of discounts for the presenters from the partnering university, the opportunity for university representatives to review abstracts and full papers, publication assistance, opportunity to the partnering university to publish 5 full papers from non-presenters in Technorite journals, complimentary registration for the best paper with 1-year IFERP premium membership, concession for IFERP courses and FTPs, and concession for the IFERP's next edition conference. The professional opportunities for the hosting partner university is that their members could serve as organizing committee members, scientific committee members, or reviewers based on their profile. They could also serve as plenary speakers and invited speakers, session chairs, and as part of the evaluation conference. They could also file for nomination in the awards category as well. Coming to the faculty development program that we have planned on the 25th July to the 31st July of 2022. It is a 1-week faculty development program based on outcome-based education from the 25th July to 31st July. The objective of this FTP is to nurture the philosophy of outcome-based education and to build the capacity of the young faculty members, heads of departments, principals, so as to facilitate its institutionalization in the teaching, learning system, and other academic processes of the institution. This faculty development program addresses the need to enhance the knowledge about the latest outcome-based education, its implications in teaching, assessment, evaluation, and accreditations. There will be 2 sessions happening per day, and you could always go through the website's information available on the screen for you. As you can see, IFERP has planned a very exciting year ahead for all of you. You could always go to our website to get furthermore information on faculty development programs, conferences, webinars, and other such events that are happening. And our team at IFERP would be more than happy to help you out as well when you make direct contact with us. Please note that IFERP's aim is to connect all the people from the globe on a singular platform so that we could connect, support, and assist each other to our best potential. So kindly, please do contact our team and also go through our website. Moving on, I would like to conclude this conference with a vote of thanks. I would like to welcome Mrs. M. Saravanapriya, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Sciences, Hindustan Institute of Technology, India, to deliver the vote of thanks.
It's an immense pleasure to give a vote of thanks for this wonderful event. I'm M. Saravanapriya, International Advisory Committee member. Good evening, dignitaries and eminent professors and highly motivated presenters and participants. I'm M. Saravanapriya, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, Hindustan Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, and International Advisory Committee member for 10th International Conference on Recent Challenges in Engineering and Technology, which is held on 22nd and 23rd June 2022 at Bali, Indonesia, which is a hybrid conference organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, co-hosted by Udayana University, Universitas Mercubuana, and Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology. A thank you is such a prayer that can be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence, and I'm also very much thankful to all Program Advisory Committee members and invited speakers. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape this conference. Next, I would express our sincere gratitude to a respected Mr. Sid Kumar Charger, founder and managing director of Technorates Groups. I'm also thankful to Mr. Rudra Banu Satpadi, CEO of Technorates Groups. Without the team of Institute of Engineering Research and Publication, this grand international conference could not be happened. So very sincere thanks to IFERP team members. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to eminent professors, faculty, and administrative staffs of Udayana University and Universitas Mercubuana and Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology for their continuous support and encouragement in organizing this international conference at Bali, Indonesia. My sincere thanks to our renowned guest speakers, Dr. Alice Maldonado, Dr. Sailesh Iyer, and eminent keynote speakers, Dr. Kiran Nair, Dr. Denis Sidhi, Dr. Christopher Abraham, Dr. Rajiv Agrawal, Dr. Anwar Ahmed, Mr. Abdi Tamansia, Dr. Sri Ajay Gog, Senior Director, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. They all supported in all possible manner to organize this conference. My special thanks to all professors for their gracious presence at this juncture. I would also like to thank all our guest of honor professors, Dr. Mawadi Amin and Dr. Hadi Pronato, Vice Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Mercubuana. I would like to thank our beloved chairpersons, professors in every technical sessions for their constant help and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. We will ever remain grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us yesterday and also today. I am very much thankful to all presenters and participants for all over the country and faculty colleagues and non-teaching staff members who always stand by us and motivated us. I feel proud and thank you for making this event a successful one. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by the team of very motivated and dedicated faculty of Technorates Groups and team of Institute of Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement and they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. If time is money, then today you have spent millions for us. Thanks to all of you for making this event successful. Thank you everyone for spending precious time with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful vote of speech, a vote of thanks that you have given us.
Thank you, madam.
On that note, it is my turn to deliver the vote of thanks. So let me begin by saying on behalf of IFERP and the 10th International Conference of ICRCET Conference Committee members, I would like to start by thanking the delegates, the co-host partners, the keynote speakers, guest speakers, session chairs, participants, students, listeners, and professionals for your support. And thank you for joining us on these 2 days of this wonderful and prestigious conference. I would like to appreciate all those that have joined us from around the globe on different time zones. We understand that the kind of efforts and the lengths you've gone to attend this conference. My congratulations to all the awardees and my wishes for the future to all the participants for their future work. Hoping to see you again shortly on other conferences as well. This is Jueria, your host. It's been a pleasure hosting you for 2 days and hope to host you in the future as well. On behalf of IFERP and TechnoRite, I humbly take my leave from this conference. Stay safe, take care, and until we meet again, everyone. Thank you.